What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. On today's episode, I'm going to be building or recreating the Loom website from start to finish using Next.js, React, TailwindCSS, NodeMailer, and so many other technologies. I'm also going to be showing you how to deploy it on Vercel domains, so you guys can go ahead and get a website domain like this, testwebsite.ca, as well as I'm also going to show you how to retrieve analytics using Vercel Analytics. So let's just jump right into a demo of what we are going to be recreating. This is the landing page. Gonna have a video, going to have some slider effects, some more text images, Tailwind animation here with this blinking. Some more content right here. I'm going to have a testimonials with the dots so that you can click on and it will click or switch right over to those. Then I'm going to have a team alignment page. And again, you guys can also go ahead and check this out for yourself. I put links to it down below. This is going to be another page. When you click on these, it's going to render different text. There's going to be frequently asked questions. Again, another testimonial section. This is going to be some text behind an image, or behind a video, I should say. Gonna have these cards like overlapping each other, testimonials. And let's go ahead and click on this one. When you click on these, there's going to be an animation that appears. More frequently asked questions. We're going to also have a pricing page, of course. This is going to be our sign-in page. We're going to have another page right here. And then, we're also going to have a contact sales page. And this is fully functional, so I'm going to go ahead and fill this information out and you guys can see what it looks like in your actual inbox. So I'm going to say, hi, this website is really cool. And then once I submit the form, you're going to see I get prompted with a message saying, thank you for contacting. And then I'm also going to show you what it looks like in my inbox. So yeah, there's going to be so much information that you guys are going to learn from this video. And yeah, as always, if you guys can leave a like, comment, and subscribe, it helps me out a lot, as well as join the Discord. Discord's been popping recently. Got lots of stuff going on in here. So I put links down below. Go ahead and check those out for yourself. And now let's get right into coding. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to do is search up a website called Shadcn UI. Click on the first link, click on documentation, installation, Next.js, and voila, here is the command that we are going to enter into our VS Code. So let's go ahead and open up VS Code, and then at the top here where it says terminal, click new terminal, and then I'm going to move this to the side so you guys can see. Give me a sec here, and there we go. So I'm going to close that. All right. So we're going to go ahead and copy and paste this command, and then we are going to change this tag to be something a little bit more descriptive. So we're going to say npx create next app at latest, and then I'm going to say Loom video or Loom clone video. I'm going to say -- TypeScript. Again, you can name the folder anything you want. I just think this is pretty descriptive and it works for me. So do that and do Tailwind ESLint, and that is perfect. So we have everything the same. All we did was we changed this right here to be a different folder name. So I'm going to go ahead and click enter. It's going to go ahead and ask me, would you like to use a source directory? I'm going to say no. Would you like to use app router? Yes, and then no. Let's give this a second to load here. All right, cool. So we've created the folder, so it's a Loom clone video. And the next thing we're going to want to do is we're going to want to cd into that folder. So we're going to say Loom cd Loom dash clone dash video. And now that we're in, so it's going to say Loom clone, it's going to be right here. It's going to look something like this. And then we're going to take this command line here, and then we're going to copy it. So click on that and then copy it. And then it's going to ask us a bunch of questions, so we're just going to go ahead and run through those. So would you like to use TypeScript? Of course. Default, Slate, globals, CSS. I'm pretty much just clicking enter through all of these, and that's all you have to do. And then you can also see them here as well. So awesome. So the initialization has been completed. So we can go ahead and we can actually open this folder up and run it on our local host. So let's go to Loom clone video and then open it. And then inside of here, we can go into our page.tsx and we can see all of the stuff that was kind of pre-installed when we ran these commands. So let's go ahead and put localhost 3000. We're actually not even running it, so let's run it first. So if you didn't see what I did there, all I did is I went to the top, I clicked new terminal, and then I'm going to run this command npm run dev. And now it's going to spin up on our localhost 3000. And now if I refresh, you're going to see we have everything working exactly how we need it to. Cool. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to delete all this stuff because we don't need it. And I'm just going to change it to a div. And the div is just going to say, hey, this works. And now you're going to see this works. So if you got to this point, that's perfect. If not, pause the video, go back and kind of try to catch up because it's going to be very important going forward, making sure that we have this initial foundation. So awesome. All right, so let's continue from there. We can go ahead and give me 1 sec. I'm going to go open up some folder and open up a new window here so that we can see what we're doing as we code along. Awesome. So the next thing I want to do is I want to change the font, right? Like, so the font that we're going to be using is going to be different than this one, and it's going to make a big difference when we're looking at our actual website. So let's go ahead and let's actually pull up our website again so that we can see what I'm kind of talking about as we make the changes. So you can kind of see the immediate difference with this being a lot like thicker. So let's go ahead and let's do that. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure you're in your layout.tsx file, and where it says enter, we're going to change that to outfit, and then where it says enter here, we're going to change it to outfit as well. And then where it says const enter, we can change that to font, and then we're going to say font.class name, and you're going to already see a difference in our text. So if you got to that point, that's perfect. Cool. Looks like we've got everything kind of going so far. So with that being said, we can go ahead and configure actually one more thing, which is our styles before we, or our global styles, I should say, before we go any further. Give me a sec. Oh, where's the code? Here it is. In our app, globals.css, what I want to do is I want to put pretty much like a command ensuring that there's going to be no overlap on the width. So I want to make a maximum width of 100%. So this will make more sense as we kind of code along, but pretty much when you're developing, sometimes what can happen is you can have like a double scroll bar effect, if that makes any sense, where you're going to have like certain components will have their own scroll bar, and that's obviously not what we want. We just want to have one scroll bar, and then we want those styles to be applied and those effects to be applied synchronously. So what we can do is go back to our code where it is here, and we can go to the very, very top and then just say HTML, comma, body, comma. You're going to do colon, root, curly brackets, and then you're going to say height, you're going to say is going to be a 100%, and then you're going to do a semicolon, and then you're going to do overflow X is going to be hidden. So if we have any like double sidebars, it's gonna hide, and that is perfect. Cool, so that is that. Now we can go ahead and we can start creating from here on out. The first thing I want to create is actually going to be our Navbar. I think that's probably the best place to start, and we're going to be reusing it all throughout, so we should kind of knock that out of the park right away. Okay, cool. So let's go and let's do this. So the first thing I want to do is I want to go into my components folder, and I actually want to go ahead and use shadcn here to install some packages that we're going to need because it's just going to make a lot of sense going forward, having them kind of be there as we're developing the navbar. So head back into shadcn, go into the components, and we can go ahead and you can pretty much install like nearly all of these. I'll tell you which ones exactly, but so first things first, go ahead and shut down your terminal, or you can just add a new one like this. It doesn't really matter. You can close this and then rerun your project. I personally just like to have them running like at the same time. So I'm gonna run this command, npx shadcn UI at latest add accordion. And again, I can kind of show you what the accordion, as this is installing, I want to show you what the accordion is going to be used for. So if we go back to our project here, this is again the deployed version of our website. When you go into a phone view, we're going to go into a iPhone XR. Okay, cool. So when you see this effect right here, this is going to be created by our accordion using shadcn UI. And this is obviously only going to be available to view if you're on a mobile phone, because I mean, why else, right? And then you're going to see, cool, you're going to see how it closes. Cool, so yeah, that's pretty much it. It should be done installing by now. Let's see. All right, and it's done. So we're going to add that one, and then we're going to go ahead and add the button one as well. So let's go back to our button, or shadcn UI, I should say. Let's go to the button, and let's do this command as well. So npm, let's go back and let's do add button. And again, buttons are going to be used all throughout, so we should definitely have it in for now. All right, cool. And then let me see what other ones we would need for right now. We're not going to be using the navigation menu like we did in the last video, because this is going to have a completely different navbar. That's going to be custom made. So, okay, cool. Yeah, we can leave this for now. So let's do that, and let's go back into our project, and nothing should have happened because we're not actually using these components yet, so that's fine. I'm going to go back and I'm going to minimize this screen so that we can see what's going on. All right, so if everything went correctly, you should have two new files, one called accordion.tsx and another one called button.tsx, and this is going to include all of the styles and props that we're going to be using to be building out the components. So this is what they should look like. If you have this, you're doing everything right. That's perfect. And again, these are all pre-installed styles that shadcn UI gives us. So thank you to shadcn UI. But yeah, that's pretty much that. Okay, cool. So let's go into components UI. What I want to do is I want to create a folder, and I call it Navbar. So I'm going to go create a new folder, and I want to call this Navbar. Cool. And now inside of Navbar, I want to create a components folder. So I want the components to be relative to the navbar, not the global components, if that makes any sense. So the components that are involved are going to be specific to the navbar. I hope that kind of made sense there. But yeah, so create a new folder, do underscore components to indicate that it belongs to the navbar. So underscore components. And then I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to call it navbar.tsx. So you should have something like this. Components, UI, navbar. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, I'm going to delete this. Sorry about that. We're going to do, inside of our navbar, I should say, create a new file, call it navbar.tsx. .tsx. There you go. Yeah, so I had made a little mistake there. That's fine. So components, UI, navbar, navbar.tsx. So make sure you have that level of folder structure for this component, because it's going to be very important going forward. So the next thing I want to do is I want to do sfc, and then I want to do navbar. So all I'm doing here is I'm creating a function called navbar, and then I'm going to go ahead and reuse this component all throughout the project. Yeah, pretty much just like that. So navbar, and then we can say hey or hi, this is a navbar. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go into our page.tsx. So make sure app page.tsx, and I'm going to just say this, say navbar. Cool. So now you have hi, this is a navbar, which is the exact thing we wrote. Now, if you're wondering how I got that autofill to happen, I'm using a extension called GitHub Copilot, which is made by GitHub. It has 11 million downloads. It is unbelievably good for coding. Can't recommend it enough. And pretty much it just uses AI and like learns through your coding like patterns and stuff like that, behaviors, to figure out what's needed. And in this example, it was perfect. So it imported the navbar component that I just created, and it is displaying now. So import, or if you don't have the extension, I should say, you should say import navbar from @/components/UI navbar. And with that being said, I think that kind of does everything. I mean, that's just for the first component there. So let me give you a sec here, and yeah, that works for me. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I actually want to build out a navbar. So let's go back into our navbar and let's actually build this thing up. So we are going to need some styles. So let's do class name, and then I'm going to make this a column so you guys can see. Do flex, item center, do justify between, I'm going to do padding right of 10, I'm going to do an LGPX of 20. So on larger screens, we're going to have a padding on the horizontal axis, like the x-axis, of 20. And then I'm going to say sticky. So sticky, what this does is as we scroll, no matter what happens, the navbar will always be in view. So you see as I'm scrolling down, this never leaves eyesight. Cool, so we got that, and then we're going to have a top of 0, so to make it fixed, top 0, have a Z of 50, so we're going to ensure that it overlaps any possible components that might happen to be over top of another one. I'll show you kind of more later on in the video, like why it's important to make sure you have Z50, because we're going to be using some other classes that are going to have, again, other Z indexes. So then I'm going to say BG of white, and then I'm going to say a height of 24. Cool, so let's see what that did to our code, and it should be pretty much just some padding, but that's fine. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and pull this open, and I want to say, we can go ahead and minimize this, and then we can say another class name. In this example, we can say div, and we're going to do div class name. We're going to do, again, I'll do another column so you guys can see it better. Do px4, I'm going to do md, that's fine like that, and then I'm going to do close off this div with another div, so I'm going to do class name with 40, and then here is where I'm going to create a component called logo. So this component obviously does not exist, so you're going to see an error saying logo is not defined because we have not created a component called logo. So what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to obviously create a component called logo. So let's go do that. Now, remember how I told you that I want all the components that are relative to navbar to be specific to the navbar? This is a perfect example. So we have a navbar folder, we have a components folder for our navbar folder, and then inside of our components folder, I want to create a new file and I want to call it logo.tsx. I want to do logo.tsx. Cool, so you should have this folder structure now, which is components, UI, navbar underscore components logo.tsx. So I'm going to do sfc, I'm going to do logo, and then I'm going to do div, and I'm going to say hi. So for those of you who don't know what sfc is, I'm going to go ahead and show you again what extension I'm using. SFC is an extension that is this one. It comes from this one. So Simple React Snippets. It's by Burke Holland, and pretty much all it does is it lets you type code a lot faster, and it's completely free to use. Almost 5 million now downloads, and you can see all the different ones that they have right here. Yeah, pretty much this is the one I'm using right here, a stateless function component. So yeah, that's what I'm using, and yeah, feel free to use it yourself. It speeds up code tremendously fast, like goes way faster. Yeah, and I can't recommend it more than enough. So now that I have a logo component, this time it says hi. Let's actually just get rid of that, and let's just put what we need to put. So next thing I want to do is I want to do import image from next image, and then I want to say import link from next link. Cool. So the reason why I'm going to put this link here is I'm going to have the ability to click on this logo and get redirected back to the home page. So I want to show you the functionality. So if I'm on this page right here and I click on this, I go right back to the landing page, which is exactly what I want. And this happens all throughout because I'm using the same navbar all throughout. So again, see how the sign in, like the page is changed to a sign in. I'm now back to the landing page. Cool. So let's pull this back open, and all right, we can go ahead and we can put this to use now. So we can say a link, make sure you have an href, and this is just going back to our like our home page. Pretty much that's all this is saying. Now I'm going to have an image, so I'm going to do image, and then I'm going to have a class name, and then I'm going to have a width of 40. Cool. So right now, what you're going to see is this is not going to exist because we don't actually have any images. So you can see like the folder structure of like how everything is going. What we're going to need now is obviously an image. So let's go ahead and let's get some images. So for my project, I've decided to use my own personal logo. I'm going to go ahead and open it up off stream. Give me a sec here. Give me 2 seconds. But pretty much, if you don't have a logo, what you can do is you can go to this website right here. It's going to be called Logoipsum. I'm going to be using it on actually a little bit later in the video. But pretty much you can go to this website called Logoipsum. It's free placeholder logos, and it's free to use for commercial and enterprise uses, as well as recreational, of course. So we're going to go ahead and use them in a sec, but I just want to show, if you guys have your own logos, this would be the perfect time to actually add them in. I'm just looking for mine. Give me 1 sec. And I guess before that, what we have to do is we have to go into our public folder. So make sure you're in app, and then in the public, I want to create a new folder. I'm going to call it images. You can call it logos if it makes more sense for you. Let's just do that instead. So we'll do logos, and then inside of logos, where it says here, now that we have that, we're going to do logos, and then I want to incorporate my personal image. So this is going to be this one right here. And all I did is I just dragged and dropped my image into this specific folder. So now that if I go back to my actual website, you can see I will have my logo be visible. Give me a sec. Okay, so yeah, so I'm not pointing it to the right file. So inside of my logos folder, so I have /logos, which is correct. I need to have the correct title. So this needs to be bird logo.png. And then if I go back into here, I have my navbar, and then inside of my, go back and click inside my navbar. I'm actually not even calling my logo, so that's a bit of a problem. So yeah, so let's go back into our navbar.tsx. So again, components UI navbar navbar.tsx, where it says with -40, where I just made this class. I want to go ahead and add our logo component. So Perfect. So you're going to see we now have a logo. So all I did there is I imported logo from /_components/logo. Cool. So you can see the image, the logo is pretty much the exact same, right? And that is perfect. So let's continue building out the navbar and the other components. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and underneath this div right here, so I'm going to go ahead and save. And again, so that extension right there where I just saved and everything kind of became a bit prettier is literally called an extension called Prettier. So it's right here. It's a code formatter, literally 40 million downloads. Go ahead and check it out for yourself. Everyone uses it. All you gotta do is just save your file, and then it will kind of like remove all the empty spaces that you don't need. So I'm just gonna do these ones manually, but yeah, you guys definitely use it. So underneath, not this one, but this one right here, we want to go ahead and we want to create some more divs. So wait, not that one. Underneath, yeah. So literally the second last one, or underneath the last one, I should say. Sorry. We're gonna go ahead and do div, and then we're gonna say class name. We're gonna say flex, and we're gonna say item center, and then we're gonna say navigation menu bar. And again, same thing as what we just did with the logo where we didn't have it. That's fine. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to go ahead and create this component. So same thing as last time. This is going to be an actual like pretty big component, so bear with me as we code this. But yeah, what we're going to want to do is we're going to go into our components UI navbar components, where we have our logo. So at the same level as our logo, we want to go ahead and we want to create a component called create a file called menu.tsx. Cool. So now the next thing I want to do is we want to create, instead of doing SFC, we're going to have to do a bunch of other stuff with this component. Let's see what we can do here to make this a bit easier. Okay, yeah, let's just stick with SFC. So we'll do SFC, and then we're going to say navigation menu bar. Nope, not uppercase. It's got to be lowercase again. And now if I'm going to go back into my navbar, all I'm going to do is I'm going to delete it. I'm going to rewrite it, and hopefully I get the autocomplete. Navigation menu, and then you're going to see it right here. So I'm just going to click on that, and then it's going to import. So you can see at the end here, I have my navigation menu bar. And that text stems from what I've just written right here. Now, this class is actually going to be pretty extensive, so bear with me. But I'm going to do my best to try to explain like what I wrote, and then you guys can go ahead and follow along. So first thing we want to do is we're going to be using a use state in this component. So a use state requires the use of a use client at the top. So use client. Now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to import a bunch of different icons from Lucid React. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. Import. I'm going to do align justify. Align justify. Bar chart. Building 2. This is going to take like almost a minute here, so bear with me. So camera. And yeah, your project should crash obviously because this is just not complete, but we're going to do this all at once, so we don't have to do it later. Chevron down, code 2, code 2 icon. We're going to do a $. We're going to do download. Do graduation cap. We're going to do headphones. Home. We're going to have an info. And what else we're going to have? Give me a sec. we're going to have info, we're going to have a library square, we're going to have a life buoy, B-U-O-Y, we're going to have a lock, we're going to have a newspaper, we're going to have a paint bucket. Oh, this is going to be capital B here, paint bucket. We're going to have a settings icon. We're going to have a smile icon, a sparkles icon, user circle 2, and then we're going to have a user plus. Awesome. So make sure you have all of these, and then outside of the bracket, what you're going to want to do is you're going to say from, we're going to say lucid react. Perfect. Just like that. So there we go. So all we're going to do there is installing the icons for this drop down menu here that you see right now. That's pretty much all that we just imported. Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and let's actually build out the rest of this component. So the next thing we're going to need is we're going to need React from React. So I'm getting the autofill there, so I'm just going to use that. And then here we're going to say use state as well. So import React, comma, destructed use state from React. Now I'm going to go ahead and say this is where we can actually start kind of putting our code to use here. So what I want to do is I want to go to here and I want to create our props. So our props are going to be what we are going to send to this component, if that makes sense. So as we code, I'll explain more. Pretty much what I want to do here is I want to say interface, I want to say menu item, bracket, we're going to have a title, which is correct. So title, we're going to have this, we're going to have string, it's going to be obviously a string, we're going to have a menu, which is also going to be a string, and then we're going to have options. Options, and then the options are going to have props label, which is going to be a string, of course. We're going to have an emoji, and we're going to have that has to be a react dot react element. Cool. So react dot react element, and then we're going to have an href as well. So what this is saying here is, and then we also need to make this an array, because this is going to be each of these are going to be their own menus. That's like one way of interpreting them. These options here, so team alignment, sales, engineering, all belong to this option, which is use cases, and then this one right here has these options and they belong to for business. These options here belong to resources, and so on and so forth. So what we're doing is we're saying there's obviously going to be a title, which is going to be, in this case, use cases for business resources company. But we're also going to have the emojis, which will be right here. Like these are the ones you see on the left. And they're also going to have an href. So the href is going to give them the ability to have once you click on them, you get redirected to that page. So if I click on team alignment, I get redirected to team alignment. If I go to Bird AI, I get redirected to Bird AI. If I go to Enterprise, I go to Enterprise, so on and so forth. So I hope that kind of made sense. If not, that's fine. I'm going to go ahead and continue to explain it a little bit later, as we're going to need some more information. But yeah, so now the next thing I want to do is I want to say const items, and then I want to create an array, and then I want to map that array. So I want to say const menu item. That is actually correct right there. and then I want to create my my options pretty much. So I want to close this so that I don't have that error. But then yeah, so let's go ahead and let's start this out. So we're going to say title. In this case, it's going to be not products, but it's going to be use cases. Use cases, and then I'm going to say, give me a sec here. This should be like right here, and we should be closing this. Const items. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So yeah, menu item. All right, sorry, I just bugged out there. My bad. Use cases menu. It's going to be use cases, and then I'm going to say the options. So options, and then I'm going to create these labels essentially. So label is going to be label, and then I'm referring to this right here. So this is what I'm going to be building out. So label, and then I'm going to say string, because again, we have mandated that the label here is a string. So I'm going to do that, and I'm going to say team alignment. Alignment, and then I'm going to put a comma, and then I'm going to say emoji, and you see how the autocomplete is already taking effect here. So emoji, and then I'm going to do the user plus icon, so the one that we just imported. And again, once it becomes active, you can see that it gets highlighted, which is obviously super nice. So user plus, and then do class name, and then I'm going to do text orange 500. Close that, and then I'm also going to pass in the href. So again, I'm getting the autocomplete, which is good, which is saying this, and then I'm going to say this doesn't need to be an equal, this has to be a colon, and then this has to say slash team alignment. Team alignment, cool. So you now have the first, give me a sec here. So I want to go ahead and I want to close this so that you guys can see what we actually just did. So once you do that, you will have a proper working array here. So everything is working correctly. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to do this like 10 times over again. And again, I'm going to save some time here by just copying and pasting from the source code. Again, I put a link down below if you want to purchase it for yourself. It just would be really tedious to do this every single time over and over again. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste. I'm going to pause the video if you guys just want to go ahead and kind of like go at that, okay, go at your own speed, I should say. But yeah, like, so I'm going to go ahead and make this full screen so you guys can see. But yeah, pretty much all I did there was that first page. I just repeated that literally every single time over again. I just changed the colors as I needed to. And then I was able to create my menu items. So yeah, go ahead, pause the video. I'm gonna give you guys a chance to screenshot, do whatever you guys need to do here. But yeah, and I guess one thing that we can kind of talk about more is the reason why these labels here are not actually pointing to a page is because if I had built out this entire website, it would have been like 30 something pages, and this video would have been like 1,000,000 hours long. And obviously I have a time limit here on YouTube, so I can't build out every single page, unfortunately. But I did go ahead and I did try to replicate as many as I could, especially the harder ones. And you'll also see when you actually go on the Loom website itself, a lot of this content is like repeat content. So like the team alignment page here, I'm just going to kind of quickly go through all of it, is very similar to like the sales page. Like you can kind of see like the general layout is the same, as well as like a lot of the components are reusable anyways. So really, if you kind of build out one of these pages, like you really build out all of them. So I just kind of felt from that perspective, it wasn't best in terms of time. So I just kind of I went ahead and I did the one page and then I replicated it. But I also went ahead and I built out many other pages that are all different as well. So this one is completely different. This one's also different, so on and so forth. So yeah, let's go ahead and let's continue from where we just left off, which was right here. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go to, I actually want to go ahead and create the ability to hover over something. So what I want to do is, instead of saying const navigation menu bar, I want to change this to export function. And then I want to remove this equal sign, and I want to remove this arrow as well. Cool. Now the next thing I need to do is I need to remove this, and then I'm going to have an error here. Give me a sec, I'm going to fix it really quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say import, all I got to do, put this in brackets, and you'll be good, curly brackets, and the error will go away, and your code will reappear the same. So make sure you have that, and let's continue. So go back into my navigation bar. Cool. So underneath here, what I want to do is I want to create the ability to, whatever a menu is active or whichever one is active, this right here where I'm hovering between, it will render the menu that we just created. So I'm going to go back to here. I'm going to say const, I'm going to say active menu, and then I'm going to say set active menu, and I think I just had that autocomplete there. That actually looks, or that actually is right, so I want to change this though. So set active menu, close that. Oh my goodness, I can't type today. Menu, use state. This is not going to be, this is going to be a string, and then it's going to be null. Perfect. So we have active menu, then we're going to set the active menu. Awesome. Now I want to say const handle mouse enter, and then I want to say the menu is going to be equal to a string, and then I want to set the active menu to the menu. So there you go. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to render the menu, so I want to say const render menu. This is going to be item, say menu item, and then I'm going to say const, oh, not uppercase, const title menu options equals item. So this is correct. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to apply some styling. So, give me a sec. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do wherever, yeah, so where is this here? So div, I want to say class name, I want to make sure it's a column so you guys can see. So flex, items, center, and then I'm going to say relative. Cool. And then outside of the class name, but inside of the div, so it should look something like this here. I want to say on mouse enter. I want to handle the mouse enter function that we just created here, where we're setting the active to menu. And then I'm going to pass it the menu right here. Then I also want to do the opposite. So on mouse leave, we're going to set the active menu not to this, but to oh, looks like I didn't do the const handle. Okay, so let's quickly do this quick. Const handle mouse leave. It's just the opposite of the enter one. So mouse leave. We're just gonna say set active menu to null. So this right here, copy that. I'm gonna go back to this. Now where it says equals, we're gonna go ahead and remove all this, and that is perfect. All right. So that's that. Now the next thing we want to do is underneath here. We're having an error with something not closing correctly. So give me a second to figure that out. But what I want to do next is I just want to render all of the menus So yeah. Now the next thing I want to do is here, I want to say div, put class name, I want to say flex items at the center, and then I want to say another div here, which is going to be class name width 24. I'm going to show you why this is important later, but then pretty much what I'm saying here is I'm going to do a curly bracket. I'm going to say the title, and that will render the title of the menu. So here you'll see the titles. And the reason why I put the width of 24 is I will actually show you in a sec the difference, but let me just finish this out here. So div, and then I'm going to say, put another div inside, and then I'm going to say class name. Actually, this one doesn't even have a class name. So this one is chevron down, the one that we already imported, and then I'm going to say class name. This one's going to be relative top 1 pixel. We're going to say h3 and a width of 3 as well. And then we're going to close the chevron down, and then underneath this one, this div here I should say, we're going to do another div. So it's going to be div, and then it's going to be a class name of mt-20, so that's the margin top. So you can play around with this. Pretty much what that's referring to is here, you see how the menu is 20 pixels underneath. Pretty much you can align the height to whatever you want, but it's the gap in between. Maybe if I won't be able to show you here because it's not hovering, but it's pretty much this distance right here in between the menu and the text. Cool, so let's do that. Now the next thing I want to do is I actually want to render the menu, so I want to do curly bracket backwards, so active menu, and then I want to say this, so content menu, and then I'm going to say options equals options dot map, and then I want to say this is almost correct. We're going to say option, that's fine, and then we're going to say option, yeah, index, this is correct. Oh, getting some weird autofills here. Then I'm going to say another curly bracket, and this is going to say dot 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 option. Now it's going to say href, and then it's going to say option dot href. Now this is not going to make any sense right now because we don't actually have this, but pretty much what this is saying, this content menu is actually referring to this border thing that you're looking at here, like the actual size of this, like the roundedness and the pixelness. That's what we need to build up next, but I'm just kind of like setting it up now so we have all the logic done. We just need to add in the styling a bit later. So I'm going to go ahead and go back. I'm going to save this, make this okay. So we have our content menu, options equals options dot map. That's good. That looks good too. Now I need to wrap this up. So that looks good. And then I need to close this. And then I need to put this here. And then once I have that, I can go ahead and say div, close this div here. Cool. And then I can go ahead and I can do another div, which is going to say the actual return. So I'm going to say return. I am missing a div somewhere. It's kind of bothering me. Give me a sec here while I try to figure this out. Return div. Yeah, you can go ahead and pause the video here. I'm gonna try to figure this out. This is all correct. For some reason, let's see what it does for the autofill. Okay, so now the next thing I want to do is let's see if this works. Return, and then I want to do another div. And then underneath this div, I want to do, okay, so, I mean, that's all it was. I was just missing a div, I guess, but the issue's been resolved. So I'm going to do div class name. So we're going to do hidden. Then I'm going to say text MD. I'm going to say font is light. Do space X of 4. The width of full. And then I'm going to say items center. And then XL, I want it to be a flex. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to also put a height of 24. Then I want to do items.map. This looks pretty much identical to what we need, but there are some differences. So let's do items.map. We're going to do item index. My goodness, I can't type. I'm going to do equals, or arrow sign I should say. I'm going to do react.fragment. The key is equal to the index. And then I want to put a div here. I want to say div, I want to do class name. I want to do cursor pointer. I want to do hidden, and I want to do XL block. Cool. Now I want to do a render menu item, and then underneath here I want to close a React fragment, and then that should be good. Yeah. So let's see what we got. It looks like we're getting an error here. Okay, and the error is this content menu that we have not created. But yeah, go ahead and pause the video here and make sure you have this exactly. Sorry for the bit of inconvenience there. I just kind of messed up some of my typing there. But yeah, this is what it looks like, sort of thing. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, so the next thing we need to do is we need to actually build out this content menu thing that we have here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So again, let's go into our components folder and let's create a new file. Let's call it content menu.tsx. Now, the next thing we're going to do is pretty much the same thing we've been doing this whole time. So sfc content menu. I'm going to say div. I'm just going to say hi. Now we're going to go back into this here where it says content menu. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to say import content menu /content menu. So I'm importing the function from there. Now this is obviously going to give me an error saying that these props do not exist. So we have to pass this, I guess we call it, like this function needs to accept props. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So we're going to say import React from React, always good to have. Then I want to say import link. Okay, not this, import link from next link. And then this is where I want to create the interface. So I say interface, and then I'm going to call it content menu props. And then I want to essentially just pass it the same options as I had previously. So if I go back into the menu, let's see what it says here. I literally just need to copy this. So I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to go back into this, and then I'm going to close this off. And perfect. So now we can go ahead and we can pass these props to this component right here. So we're going to say const content menu. You're going to delete everything up until that point. And this is correct right here. So react.fc content menu props. Perfect. Now just like that, you see everything went away. The errors were gone because it's now successful. So cool. So now let's go ahead and let's build out the actual, you can see how everything's going on right now. That looks pretty good to me. Everything's working nicely. But yeah, pretty much we got to build out the actual rectangle now. So let's do that. So let's do which way is it? Class name, or you know, I think it's a bit easier for you guys to see like this. Class name, do a width of 80, a fixed width. We'll do a border. I will do like this, border, do a border gray of 200. We're going to do a rounded of 40 pixels. So all I did there is I did a square bracket and I put 40 px, and then I'm going to do a little bit of a shadow. So MD, I'm going to do a background of white. I'm going to do an absolute, and then I'm going to say left 0. And then I'm going to say the top is full, and then I'm going to say flex, justify, start. So let's see how that looks now. And you can kind of see how it's coming along together. Awesome. So now the next thing I want to do is I want to create the ability to see the different options relative to which one or which menu it belongs to. So let's go ahead and let's do that. What we can do is go back into our content menu here, and instead of saying hi, we can just delete all that, and we can create a UL. It's a class name flex. We're going to do flex call, items start. I want them all to be aligned vertically, and then I want to do PL10 space Y of 1, and then a PY of 4. Awesome. So now I want to actually render out. This is pretty much identical to what we're building out, so there's just going to be some other little styling differences. So do options dot map. This part is good here, and this is where I want to add in my link. So I'm going to do link href. Option.href is correct. Key.index is also correct. So make sure you have this right here. Close this, and then let's do our div. So we can say div class name cursor pointer space x4 flex call gap 4 hover bg gray 100 width 60 px 6 py 4, and then we're going to do a rounded of 3xl. Then we're going to say div class name flex gap 4. I'm going to say div. Just going to be, I should make this a bit easier to read like this. So option dot emoji, and then I'm going to have an option dot label. Cool. So now what we're going to do is we're going to close off this function just like that, and make sure you have, see what this looks like. Perfect. So that is exactly what we want to build. It looks good. So that concludes this aspect of it here. What we want to go ahead and do next is create these buttons on this side over here. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So the next thing we want to do is we want to go back into our navbar, and then where it says navigation menu, I want to go ahead and want to create a new component. I want to call it action buttons. I think that's pretty descriptive. And then same thing as last time, you're going to get an error, but it's fine because we're going to go ahead and create those now. So inside of our components, we can go ahead and we can create a new file, call it action buttons.tsx, and then we can go ahead and run the command sfc as always. So let's do sfc action buttons, and then we do tab div. I'm going to say hi. So let's go back into our navbar. Again, action buttons doesn't exist right now, or it didn't previously. So once I redelete or once I rewrite it, you can see that it's here. So you got action buttons from /_components/action buttons here. Perfect. So you should have something that says hi, and you do right here. Cool. Now let's go ahead and continue from there. So we'll say use client. Oh, make sure you have use client like that. We're going to have import React and useState from React. This is where we're going to be using our button from shad CNUI. So we're going to say import button, and then it is going to be imported from you're going to do a string, do at slash components slash UI slash button, and that should import correctly. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to import the X icon, so import X from Lucid React, and then I also want to do the align justify, so import, we can put this in the same thing to be honest with you, so X as well as align justify. Align justify. I want to import my link as well, so import link from next link, and then I want to do the drop down menu, so I want to do import. Actually, we don't even have the drop down menu yet, so we don't have to worry about it right now. It's fine. Pretty much what the drop down menu is when you go into a small screen, this right here is referred to as the drop down menu, or that's at least what I've called it. So we're going to be building that out in a second, but right now let's just get these buttons on the screen. Awesome. So where were we here? Okay, so action buttons. Let's go ahead and let's do this. So div is going to say, we're going to have another div inside of here. So we're going to say class name, flex, again, I'm trying to make it as easy to read as possible. Flex items center. Items center, sorry about that. Center, say MD, justify end. Then I'm going to say MD space X6. On a small screen, I want the padding on the x-axis to be 10. And then I want to go ahead and I want to create a new div. Looks like I'm out of sync already. I forgot to close that div. Yeah, so just make sure you have div, div, div. So 6 divs. 3 open ones, 3 closed ones. We can actually just get rid of this, to be honest. This one doesn't do anything. Okay, so 2 open ones, 2 closed ones. Cool. Now we can do div. Inside of this one, we can say div class name. We're going to do flex on the extra large size screens. We're going to do a padding of, or it is a padding of 6, I guess you could call it, or it's just kind of like spacing things out. I can show you how to change, or what will change as you kind of continue to style this on your own. But yeah, for right now, we'll leave that. So link, and then we're going to do the pricing one. So link, instead of login, we're going to call it pricing. Give me 1 second here. Sorry about that, guys. I got a phone call. So yeah, so let's continue where we left off at, which was this link for the pricing button. So let's do that. So pricing, and then we're going to put this in a, I'll make this so you guys can actually see it a bit better. Put this in a bracket, and then put this in a bracket as well. And then here we're going to say class name. So I'm going to say XL flex items center, and then I'm going to say hidden. And then I'm going to say underneath this one, I'm going to say div, and I'm going to say pricing. And then inside the pricing one, I'm going to say class name, font, light, flex. Cool. So that's that one. And then we can go ahead and do a pretty much the exact same thing. We just can do the sign in. So I'm going to save this. All right, so from here to here, I'm going to do another one, and it's going to say sign in. So here, sign in, and then instead of pricing, we're going to have a sign in text. All right, let's see what this looks like. Okay, so we got, looks like everything's working correctly. This is still a little bit bugged out, but that's fine. We're gonna fix that in a bit. Actually, we could just fix it now. So what I want to do here is I want to pretty much give this one a width. So I'll say flex, and then I can say XL width 12. Width 12, let's see what that looks like. Oh, this is supposed to be lowercase. XL, let's see. All right, and it's back to normal, so we're good. That looks good to me. Awesome. Okay, so we can go ahead and you can continue, and let's do the next part. So underneath this div, so again, from the bottom, we're gonna go create another div. I'm gonna say class name, we're gonna say flex LG space X4. I'm gonna say items center. And then I'm going to create these two buttons right here. So let's do that. So we're going to say link. This one's going to say href, and this one is going to be, instead of sign up, it's going to just be free. And then I'm going to say a button. So there's going to be a bunch of styles for this one, so bear with me. So button, and then I'm going to do class name, hidden, MD flex. So what this is saying is it's going to be hidden initially until it's on a medium-sized screen, and then it's going to appear. Text MD, font light. I'm going to say rounded, 40 pixels. I'm going to say a border of 4. I'm going to say border indigo. I'm going to do 400 divided by 90. Then I'm going to say padding Y of 6. I'm going to say that BG is going to be this hex code 565 ADD. Oh, it's not supposed to be an at, it's supposed to be a number sign. Cool. And then I want to say hover. Not the cover, I want hover. Scale 110. And then I'm going to say transition all, duration 300, shadow MD. And then I'm going to say hover shadow, shadow indigo 300. Cool. So what is the issue here? Class name, and then I'm going to say get bird for free. Let's see what we got. Looks perfect to me. Looks the exact same as what we want. So it looks like I have some sort of issue with, see how this turns black? So there's actually one thing that we forgot to do is when we go into our actual button, so what I'm doing is I'm clicking command and I'm just clicking on it, and then I'm going to button.tsx. If you can't do that, you can just go down into your components and then just go into your button, and then the same thing will happen. And then pretty much I'm just going in here, and wherever my BG is, my background, I want to remove it. So I'm going to just search up BG. Give me a second, I want to try to find the exact one. So I believe it is here. You can keep this, but we want to remove this. That should be that. And then here, let's see what that looks like. Okay, yeah, so that's all we have to change here. So I'm gonna go back so you guys can see what I just did. So all I did is inside of my button.tsx, I went to where it says default, and then I just removed this hover BG primary 90. So just remove that. Awesome. So that's that, and then now you have the effect where it scales and looks pretty good. Awesome. So let's go back into our action buttons, and then where it says get bird for free, we can pretty much just go ahead and do this again with some different sets of classes. So again, let's go to link, and then we'll go to this one. We'll say contact sales, and then we can pretty much change this. Instead of going to the free page, we want to go to our contact page. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to delete all these styles, and then I'm going to write all the new ones. So the text is going to be this color right here, and then the text is going to be an MD. It's going to be a font light. It's going to be a PG of EFF. Oh, need the number sign again. EFF 0FF. We're going to have rounded 40 pixels. We're going to have the hover of scale 110, so we want the same effect. Transition all, duration 300, shadow MD, and then we're going to have an MD of hidden. So let's see what this does. LG flex, and then I'm going to have a hover. LG flex. I'm going to have a hover of shadow indigo 300. So if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's what it looks like. I think one difference is there should be, oh, okay, so what we're forgetting here is a little bit of padding. So you can put it anywhere you want, but I'm just gonna put it underneath here. I'm gonna put padding of 6, and now you're gonna see it is a lot more complete and fuller looking. So what we have here is the exact same as what we have here. Cool. That looks good to me. All right, so now the next thing we want to do is we want to build out the actual drop-down menu bar, where we're going to have this sort of effect right here. Cool. So let's do that. So let's go ahead and let's create a couple states. So let's go to the top of our function, and then we could say const is drop down visible. Set is drop down visible. To use state false, I'm going to const toggle drop down. We're going to say this right here. So set is I don't like is here. Set is no. Let's just do set drop down visible. Yeah, let's just keep it like this. I think it's a lot cleaner like this. And then we can say const close drop down. So we're going to create a function, and we're going to set it to false whenever we close the drop down, obviously. What we want to do now is we want to go ahead and underneath this link here, again, from the bottom, we can go and say is drop down visible. We're going to say and we're going to say, so we can just immediately close this so that we don't get the error. And then we're going to say div, again, not all caps. We're going to say on click, not close drop-down menu, it should be toggle drop-down. And it should not have two, it should only just have one. So this function is what we just wrote up here. Cool. So we have that, and then I wanted to add some style. So class name, so I'm going to say BG, again 565. Let's do number sign 565 ADD. We're going to do a padding of 3. We're going to have a rounded full, and then we're going to have an XL of hidden. So on extra large screens, you will not be able to see this. Then we want to go ahead and put outside of our class name, we want to include our what do I call it? Like our actual icon. So here XL hidden, close this, and then I'm going to say X, the one that we imported. Oh, so do we have it imported? We should, yeah. So X, and I'm going to say class name, say height is 6, the width of it is 6, the text or the color of it is going to be text, number sign EFF, 0FF, items center, justify center, rounded full. Cool. Now we have that. Now we're going to go have our div, and then we need to say the opposite. So if the dropdown is not visible, what do we want it to look like? So I want to kind of show you what I'm actually talking about here. So if the dropdown is not visible, we want this to appear, if that makes sense. So, and then if it is visible, we want it to change to that. And that's exactly how it is on the Loom website. If you go and check it out for yourself, if the drop-down menu is visible, it changes to the color. So let's do that. So where were we? Here. All right. Now I want to go. Don't make sure you don't make that mistake. And then we're going to say if the dropdown is not visible. So that's what this exclamation mark means here. It means it's not true. We're going to say div. Then we're going to do on click the same thing. On click toggle dropdown. We say class name. So we're going to do BG. Should be number sign. EFF 0FF. Padding 3. Rounded full. XL hidden. And then now we want to do our align justify. So pretty much just take this, copy and paste it, and then instead of X, you can just change it to align justify. And then we can just reverse the colors. So this color is going to be text 565 ADD, and it is going to just be like that. So that's that, and then I'm going to need a div to close this out, div, and then you should now have a, let's see what this looks like now. Perfect. So now that we're in the small screen, you can see it working perfectly just like that. So the next part of what we're going to be building is going to be building out the actual menu that appears, which is what we call the drop-down menu, which is this part of it right here. But yeah, so this is what we have, and this is what we want. So that is perfecto. Alrighty, so let's continue to the drop-down menu then. And we can go and say, create a new component, and we're going to call it drop-down menu. .tsx. So this one's also going to have a lot of stuff involved, so bear with me, because this is going to be a pretty big component. Actually, just give me one sec here. All right, I'm back. So first things we're going to need is a bunch of icons, because as you can see here inside of this like final product version, each of these have their own icons. So the same thing that we did here with the different like menu or content menu here that we called it, each of these have their own icons. We're gonna have to do the same thing. So let's go ahead and let's just import all the icons that we're gonna need to save ourselves some time. So what we can do is we can just say import, let's just import the button, button from at components UI button, that works. And then I'm gonna say import, and then this is where everything's gonna happen. So arrow, right. I mean, to be honest with you, what we could really just do is we can just go to, just go here instead, where we have all of our, where we have this right here. So if you go back to your menu.tsx and just copy and paste all this, so that we can save time, and we're gonna have the same icons anyway, so you might as well just do that instead. So yeah, just copy and paste all the icons here, and then we can go and continue. So underneath this, we can go and actually above that, sorry, we can go ahead and import the link. So import link from next link, and then yeah, underneath that we're going to import our accordion. So this is something that we installed at the beginning of the video. So just import, needs to be in a bracket like this, and then we're going to say accordion contents, accordion item, and then accordion trigger. Sorry, accordion trigger. Cool. Why is, put this actually at the top. Why is that? Curious as to why this is not, does it have to be at the top? Import accordion content, accordion item, accordion trigger. Oh, I forgot to complete the rest of the import. So from at / components, we're gonna do UI and then accordion, just like that. And that's gonna work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do interface. We're gonna do drop down menu props. It's just pretty much gonna say on close. So on close, that. So this is gonna be important because once we click on one of these options, we want to close the menu, right? So once you go on the business and then you click on Bird AI, you see how the menu closes and then you get redirected. We want to create the same effect. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's just say const drop down menu. And yeah, this is exactly right. So just do react.fc, drop down menu props, on close, and then we'll continue from there. So the next thing I'm going to say is I'm going to say const handle link click, and it's just going to be an on close function. So whenever you click on an option, it's going to close. That's pretty much just it. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to say return, I want to say div, and then I want to close, everything like that. So all I did there is I just added a curly bracket at the end just to close this one right here. But yeah, you should have something like this, and then we can go ahead and continue. So let's do class name. we'll do a width screen, do H screen, do a background of white, padding top of 20, px4, items, center, justify, center, absolute, top 20, right 0, and then we're going to say on XL screens it's going to be hidden. So that is perfect. Now I want to actually start using the accordion. So accordion, close the accordion, and then we're going to immediately just give the accordion a class name. So class name, padding left of 2, and we're going to have a type. So just I'm going to try to get out of the class name, type, single, and then it's also going to be collapsible. So people can go, yeah, again, let me just go quickly show you what it is. So collapsible means that you can open up any of these and then they can also be closed. So that's what that refers to. Cool. Yeah, let's continue. So we're going to need some items now. So I'm going to say accordion item, and then I'm going to have a closing tag for your accordion item, and then I'm going to say class name, same thing here, say a margin Y of 6, I'm going to have a border B. This is, I'll show you what that creates in a second, and then it's going to also have a value. So value equals to item 1. Nice. Now we're going to have a trigger, so what people are actually going to see and what they need to click on for something to open. So I'm going to say accordion trigger, trigger, and then I'm going to say just like this, and then I can just put use cases. Alrighty, and then underneath the trigger, what you can do is you can put your actual content. So I'm going to say accordion content, and then I'm going to close it, and I'm going to put a link. So this is something we've already imported from Next.link, and then I'm going to reference where I want to go once somebody clicks on this. So I have my href. I'm going to make it just like this so you guys can see it better. You don't have to put it in a curly bracket, but I personally like it a little bit more. I just think it looks a bit cleaner. But yeah, it's just personal preference at the end of the day. Then we're going to do a class name. I'm going to do a flex. I'm going to do a pt-10, and then I'm going to do a on click, and then I'm going to do a handle link click. Alrighty. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to do a div, and then I want to do a user plus icon that we've already imported. I want to do a class name, and then I want to do h6 width 6, margin right of 4, and then I want to say text orange 500, 400, 300. It doesn't matter what the colors are at the end of the day. I just put 400, so if you want to use the same as mine, that's what I used. Alrighty, now the next thing I want to do is underneath this div, I want to put another div, and then I want to say, there's no class name necessary here, we can just say team alignment. Now underneath this div, I want to actually put the end of the link tag. So I want to show you what this looks like now. So I'm going to go here, and you can't see it. So the reason why that is we have not actually exported this function anywhere. So let's go do that. What we need to go do is at the very bottom of our function, we need to go and say a couple things actually. So we have const default drop down menu. So let's do export default drop down menu. Awesome, that looks good. And then we need to go back into our action buttons, and here where we have the is drop down visible, we want to go ahead and pretty much say like if it is visible, we want to show that menu, right? So like the menu with the accordions. So we're going to say is dropdown visible, and then we're going to say and we're going to import our function that we just created. So I'm importing dropdown menu from /dropdown menu, and then I'm going to pass it an on-close prop, which we put in the props. So dropdown menu got imported from dropdown menu, which is the file and the component that we just created, also called dropdown menu. And now when I go into my application, you can see that it actually works. So how cool is that right there? Now if I go down, you can see team alignment, and if I go, I'm going to get a 404 error, but you can see that everything is working correctly. I got redirected to a page called team alignment, and that's exactly what we wanted. So we can continue from there. And yeah, one other thing I want to do in this component is I want to add buttons at the bottom, where you can see here I have these two buttons at the bottom, as well as some other custom ones here. I'm going to show you how I made those real quick. Drop down menu. So let's continue. Let's actually just continue with the accordion because I think it probably makes the most sense. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy and paste all the code again, available in the link down below if you guys want to go ahead and purchase it to save time, because again, I'm not going to spend 30 minutes rewriting this again, because why would I? It's just a matter of literally repeating the exact same thing what I did here just over and over again for all the different use cases. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to copy and paste it, and then you guys can add it into your own thing in a sec. I'm going to show you all the changes I made as well. So alright. Actually, let's do one. Give me a sec. Accordion item. Give me a sec here. Okay. So I'm gonna go and go to the bottom of this, where it says accordion item, and I'm going to, did that break anything? Screen share and these icons. So looks like I didn't end up using all of them the exact same, which is fine. And then what was the other one? Users? Yeah, so all the other ones that I'm not using, you can go ahead and delete. It's no big deal at the end of the day. They're just emojis and they can always be changed. So pretty much all I did here is I'm going to give you guys a chance to pause the screen and kind of look at it for yourself. But yeah, the exact same thing I just did is I just did it for every single other one. So you can see here, this one goes to the engineering, this one goes to the design, so on and so forth. So I did that for every single different one. But yeah, that's literally just it. All the different possible options. So now if I go back into my project, go here, you can see all of the different ones I created are right here. So yeah, that's literally just it. So again, check out the link in the description down below. The code is just $10. It really helps. It would help me out a lot, as well as the channel. So, and again, you're not required to do so. Obviously, you can just pause the video here. But yeah, that's pretty much what I'll just say about that. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to obviously make this look a lot better. I want it to make it look like this right here. So I'm going to show you how I did that as well. So the next thing I want to do is go into the accordion. So same thing what we did just with the button. We can go into our accordion and we can find where our what we're looking for. So first things first, we want to change the chevron down icon. So this needs to be a bit bigger. So I want to go ahead and I want to change that to a 6 and a 6. And then where it says inside of here, I want to go ahead and I want to actually add text to be XL. So text XL, and then I want to do PX of 6. Now that looks a lot better, and I want to also remove the font medium. So I think it just looks too bold. That looks a lot better, and that is exactly what we're looking for. So the next thing that we're going to need is we're going to need inside here to also have a padding X of 6. So we can go back into this, and we can say, so where it says overflow hidden, we can say px6. You're going to see everything's going to shift over nicely. And then if you guys want, I also made the font a bit bigger just because it was easier to read for me. But if you guys want to keep it the same, all I did there is I changed where it says text SM to MD. And now when you go ahead and check it out, it is the exact same. See that? So I'm flipping between the two and they look identical. That is perfect. There's a whole bunch of other styles that you guys can go ahead and play around with. Let me know if you guys want to see something else in like maybe another video about how I can maybe like different things you can do with the accordion. In my Asana clone, I changed up some colors and stuff like that, which is pretty cool if you want to go check that out. But yeah, I mean, there's just so many different options that you can do with Shadcine UI. It's unbelievable, and that's why we're using it. So with that being said, we got the accordion pretty much done. The only thing that we're really missing now is the actual ability to see right here where it says sign in. So we're missing these two, price and contact sales, as well as these two here. So we can go ahead and we can tidy that up right away. So where it says, let's go back into our action buttons. Actually no, it'll be in our drop down menu, sorry about that. Go back to our drop down menu, and I want to include pretty much two links. So where company and pricing are pretty much. I'm gonna go to the very bottom and find out. So just outside of this accordion item, I want to put two links. So first one's going to be the sign in one. So let's say a link. Wait, link, is it? Oh no, it's a. I don't even know. Is it pricing or is it? Yeah, okay, no, hold on. Yeah, sorry, I'm reading this wrong. So this is going to be pricing, this is going to be content. Okay, gotcha. So I'm going to do a link. I'm going to say href's going to be pricing. And then why is this getting underlined? Oh, it doesn't have a corresponding closing tag, so let's just put the closing tag. And then we can also just put the class name as well. So class name, say flex 1, items, center, justify, between, text, XL, PX6, PY4, PX6, PY4, MY6, border B, and we want to say pricing. So where it says this, I'm going to say pricing, and not like that, and I want to put another div, and then I want this one to say arrow right. So that one's going to be a class name, and then I'm going to put this as I'm going to do h6 width 6. I'm going to do shrink 0. I'm going to say transition. Actually, this is not really required, so we can leave that up. Let's go back to our website, and you can see we have our pricing one that works exactly the same. So that is perfect right there. And yeah, that looks good to me. Let's continue from there, I guess. So the next thing I want to do is we can literally just copy and paste this, and we can change this to a contact. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to say contact, instead. So you're going to see we have two now. So this one's going to say contact, and this one's going to be contact as well. Awesome. So, I mean, yeah, that is perfect. Now, outside of our accordion, we want to create two more buttons. So these buttons are the ones I was talking about earlier. So these two. And yeah, let's go and let's create those. So outside the accordion, I'm going to have another div. Let's see if I can just make this a bit easier for you guys to see. File, view, appearance, zoom in. See if that makes things a bit easier for you guys. That should be a bit better. Let's see again. Appearance, zoom in. All right, let me know what you guys think, if this is a good idea or bad idea. I'm trying to make the viewing experience as best as possible I can. I think somebody left a comment in the last video about how they could hardly see. Let me know if this improves it or not. But yeah, wow, this is super zoomed in. Okay, so here where we have our pricing, we have our, I believe it was called, yeah, okay, so it's contact sales, not just contact. So let's try to stay as exact as possible. So contact sales. And now underneath here, we can say this div, class name, MD, PT32, and I'm going to say div, class name, flex, items, center, justify, center, space x4. I'm going to say a link again, and then I'm going to do a sign in, like redirection, and then I'm going to have a button, and then I'm going to do a class name. So move this, and I'm going to do text. It's going to be 565 ADD. 565 ADD. It's going to do. Actually, no, not that. It's going to be a different color. Sorry about that. It's going to be text 4B4 to AD. Do text SM font light BG EFF 0FF padding 6 rounded 40 pixels, and then we're also going to have all the other ones that we had originally, which were hover, scale 110, transition all, duration 300, shadow MD, and then we're going to have hover, shadow, indigo 300. Okay, so with that being said, that kind of does that one there. And all we gotta do is we gotta close the link here. So I'm going to, first I have to close the button and then the link. So here, button, and then we need to put some text. So we'll say sign into bird. You guys can put whatever else you guys want. And then I'm gonna close the link as well. See, let's check out how this looks. Okay, it looks pretty good to me. Sign into bird. And of course, these people are not gonna have a hover effect obviously on mobile, but it is just nice to have in general. So why not just have it, right? Okay, cool. And now the next thing I want to do is pretty much just copy and paste this. So take this link and copy that, and let's see what that looks like. And you now have the same thing. Only thing I would want to do is pretty much just change the styling. So here, I will just remove the styling, and then I will just kind of start over again. Text SM, font light, rounded 40 pixels, border 4. It's going to have a border indigo 400, yeah, /90. Padding Y of 6 is correct. We can do PY6. Going to do a BG of this is correct. Hover, transition, duration, shadow, and hover again. So you now have two buttons and they look pretty good. Now let's do try bird for free. Okay, looks pretty good to me. Actually looks really good. Awesome. That looks good. So I guess the one thing that I would have see as a difference, is a very small difference, you don't even have to do this if you don't want to, is this contact sales has a like a border bottom here. You can see it kind of going across, and here on this channel we don't do that, right? We do everything exactly by the book. So I'm going to show you how to remove that. But yeah, you now have a very nice, very nice. Yeah, looks good. Cool. So let's do that. Let's get this removed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the accordion in a sec here. I'm just going to find out where I put this right here. Dun, 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 dun. Go back into where this right here, accordion item. See, border B. Okay. Let me just quickly go into the accordion. Where's the accordion? Here at the top. So this is what it was. So right here in my accordion, I have a border B. I'm going to remove that. Now you're going to see it should have gone away. Accordion primitive item. Give me a sec here. I'm determined to figure this out. Give me one sec. I had a... Alright, well, I am not seeing it right now, unfortunately. But I had... I believe this is it, to be honest with you. It's gotta be it. It's not it. Interesting. Alright, well, I will figure this out sometime a bit later, but as for right now, I think that is kind of everything. In terms of the Navbar, so if you got to this point, that's fantastic. Like we have, we did everything that we wanted to do, so that's perfect. And let's continue with the next part being the actual hero section of our component. So we're going to go ahead and build out this aspect of it right here, which is the front page. I'm going to show you also how I got all these assets, as well as these ones, and how you guys can, get them yourselves. Okay, so I was able to figure out what the actual error was, and it is a very simple one. So we were trying to get rid of this right here, and let me reload it. This one right here, I just do that. Where it says border B, we have it here, but we don't want it here. And then just like that, the border is gone, and then these two look identical. Perfect. So if you got to that point, that is everything. So I guess we can kind of recap what we kind of did in the Navbar right here, and I can kind of show you what styles and changes you can make so that they're your own here. So let's look at this. So it's fully mobile responsive, as obviously you can see. It hides once we get past a certain size. It goes away, and then it goes away again, and then that is what is remaining. What you can do is you can, actually I'll go and I'll explain this portion of it here. So here, if we go back into our, it'll be our menu, but yeah, okay, so in our menu, so make sure you're in this part right here. Actually, I'm gonna zoom into the screen here so you can see a bit better, so we can kind of show you what I'm talking about. Where's the view, appearance, zoom in, do another one as well. Zoom in again. Okay, so right here, this MT20, what this was referring to, I spoke about it earlier, is that right there. So you see how the difference is, how like far down the menu is appearing, is right there. So you can change that to be whatever you want. I have it at just 20. I think it's the most similar to what Loom is. Loom is actually a lot smaller, but I think it's just more consistent with what we want. So that one's 20. And then this thing width 24. The reason why I have a fixed width there is because it looks like this without it. So that itself doesn't actually look too bad. But the issue happens is when you're resizing it, you see how it like kind of breaks like that. That's not something I really wanted. I wanted it to just kind of be like one kind of like consistent like size, just like that one length, I guess you could call it. And it's not a big deal. Like at the end of the day, like you can kind of do whatever you want with it. The Loom one I think is more similar to this, but for what I want to have it with 24 so that no matter what happens when I resize it, it's there. So yeah, and so that's kind of that. The chevron down, that's here. You can change that icon to be whatever you want. If you want this to be an up, you just import the up, and then you'll see it change it. So yeah, that's really that for the navbar. Let me know if you guys have any questions about any stuff regarding the navbar in the comment section down below, and I'll go ahead and review it and answer your questions. So, but yeah, that's that. And this actually looks really good. Wow. Okay. Let's continue now with building out this section right here, which is the landing page hero section. So I'm going to go back to the localhost 3000, and I'm going to open up the code, and I'm going to create a new folder. So inside of the app, I want to go ahead and I want to create a new folder called brackets landing page, and then put a bracket like that, and then I'm going to say page.tsx. So right here I have app, and then I have not curly brackets, but just rounded brackets or parentheses landing page page.tsx. So make sure you have that folder structure, and then do sfc, and then say landing page tab div, and I'm going to say hi. So now what I'm going to want to do is I'm actually going to want to go ahead and I want to delete the page.tsx. So delete the page.tsx like this. This one is right underneath your layout and your globals.css. Just go ahead and delete that. And now you're going to see everything went away and you're going to have a hi. So the reason why we do this is we can actually go ahead and we can actually import our navbar right away so we can see what's going on. And you pretty much just should have the exact same thing. And you will see that now nothing has really changed stylistically. The only thing that we've done differently is the entry folder for our application has been changed to this one, which is our landing page, which is good. So you're only allowed to have one of these in your actual folder structure. And it makes the most sense to do it this way because I want my landing page to be its own folder regarding its own stuff. And instead of having that like that page.tsx, I think this is a better way of going about it because we're going to have a first section, second section, third section, so on and so forth. And I kind of want everything to be broken up into different pages. So we can go ahead and we can actually start building out the first section of it now. And we can start by just going and saying, let's see what we do here. We can do so let's create a new folder. I'm going to call it components. Again, this is going to be all of the stuff related to the actual landing page. And we can go and we can just say first section .tsx. Then I'm going to say sfc. I'm going to say first section, and then I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say hi, and I'm going to go back into my page.tsx, which is now inside of my app landing page, page.tsx. So again, make sure you have this right here like this. And then I'm going to go underneath my navbar, I'm going to say first section. Cool. So now you should have your navbar, which we've already previously created. And then you should have something that says like hi or whatever else text that you put. And this is where it's being imported from. So /_components first section. And then again, this is what it looks like here. So app bracket landing page page.tsx. Cool. Now what we can do is we can go inside of this component and we can actually render some styling. So let's do some importing. Say import button from @/components/UI button, and then we can say import link from next link, and then we can go and we can write out some class names. So, and we can say div class name. Actually, instead of div, we can actually just call this a section because it's a little more clear what's going on. So we're going to say section. Class name. On an extra large screen, we're going to have a padding Y of 36. We're going to have a padding Y of 10 on anything else. We're going to have a PX10, and then we're going to have a BG of D1, D1, F7. And let's see what that looks like. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Now, underneath that, we want to create another div. And inside of this div, I want to do a class name, MD, items, center, flex call. Then I want to do another one. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to make this one a column so that you guys can see better. So I'm going to do LG text 5XL. I'm going to do XL. I'm going to do XL screen. Text 6XL. Text 4XL on anything else. I'm going to do flex. I'm going to do justify center. I'm going to do a font of medium. I'm going to do a text of, it's going to be 2B1C50. Looks like that. It's like a dark purple. Say PT10. And then I'm going to write some text. I'm going to say one video is worth 1,000 words. All right, that looks pretty good. So this is what we're building out right here. Cool. Now underneath this one, I want to go create another, I guess you could call it p tag. So I'm going to say underneath this div, I'm going to say p. Oh, not like that. I'm going to say a class name, same as last time. I'm going to put it in a column. I'm going to say text XL. If it's an extra large screen, I'm going to say text 3XL. I'm going to do a font light. We're going to have an extra large. It's going to be a width 1/2. We're going to have, again, another color. So text 3D 2E7C. Okay, and then we're going to have on LG screens, we're going to have a PT of 6. And then on any other screen, we're going to have a PT of 4. PT 4. As well as on MD screens, we're going to have a text center. Now we need to actually put in our text. So I'm just going to copy paste the text from right here. So I'm going to break this up so that you guys can see it yourself. It's going to say, no. There you go. Easily record and share AI-powered video messages with your teammates and customers to supercharge your productivity. And that looks identical to me. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go underneath the p tag, and then I want to add some more styling. This is going to be for the button. So I'm going to say div class name, flex, I'm going to go back to here so you can kind of see it at the same time. And again, you can see how the resizing is perfect as well. Yeah, okay, I'll do this. So I'm going to do flex. I'm going to do gap 4, py of 10, xl pt 10, and then I'm going to say link. And then we've already imported our link from Next.link, so make sure you have this. I'm going to say link. This is going to be href. It's going to go not to sign up, but it's going to go to free, which is going to be another page that we're going to make later on in the video. And then I'm going to close that, and then I'm going to create a button, or import the button that we've already used previously in other parts of the video. So button, I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to write a bunch of styles. So I'm going to say XL, text 3XL, say 3XL, and then on any other sizes of screens, it's just going to be text XL. I'm going to say on a medium-sized screen, we're going to do a justify of center. We're going to do a MD of flex. We're going to have a font light. On MD, we do not need this one. We can do a rounded 60 pixels. We are going to do a border of 8. We're going to do a border indigo 400 divided by 90. We're going to have a PY of 9, a PX of 10. On XL screens, we're going to have a PY of 12. And then on XL screens, we're going to have a PX of 24. Then I'm going to have a BG of this color right here, 565 ADD. I'm going to say a hover, scale 110. Then I'm going to say transition all, duration 300, shadow MD. And then I'm going to have a hover animation as well. Hover, shadow indigo. Hover, shadow indigo 300. So I could probably put these hovers together since they're the same. So I'll put these two like that. All right, let's see what we got now. Now we need to, of course, have a closing button tag, so we can go do that now. First, before we do that, let's put some text. So we'll say get bird for free. Let's see what this looks like. Alrighty. That looks pretty good to me. And again, let's see what we got for this, that. Cool. That is, I didn't mean to close it there. I'm going to reopen it here. But yeah, you can see that again, this is our finished version, and this is what we have right now. Dun, 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 dun. Cool. So we got that. Now let's go ahead and let's actually get a video. So I'm going to show you how I got this video, how you guys get your own videos, and so on and so forth. So what you're going to want to go and do is you're going to want to go to a website called Pexels. So this is a free stock video and photo kind of like marketplace for creators and stuff like that, that you can go ahead and download and use in your own projects. And what we're going to do is we're going to go find a video that we can use for our project. So I'm going to go ahead and search up, like, I think for my video, I did like a business one. I did for this video right here. Again, if you want to use the exact same one I used, I'm going to kind of look for it right now. Let's see. This one looks pretty good. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you can literally just do, you can use any video you want, right? Like it doesn't actually, it doesn't have to be the same one as mine. But yeah, I am looking for what I did, like e-commerce, I think. Something like this. Let me see this one. Just seeing if this video looks good or not. This one's kind of blurry, I'm not gonna lie. Well, anyways, go ahead and download any one of these videos for you guys' project. I already have one, and again, if you want to use the same one I've used, it's going to be in the link down below, right where you want to go ahead and purchase the code. So yeah, so pretty much just for the sake of the tutorial, I can just download any of these. So I'm going to click download, and then you're going to have the video open up here, and then it's going to basically pop open like this in your video player that you have installed on, like pre-installed onto your computer. And then what I'm going to want to go ahead and do is I'm just going to close that, and then it's right here. So it's going to open up for me, and I'm going to go to where my code is. And then again, I'm going to go into my, where it says public, and I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it, instead of logos, I'm going to call it videos. And then I want to import this, I guess we call it this video right here. So give me a sec, I'm going to do this off screen so you guys can see it. So that's the video there. And all I'm literally doing is I'm just going to go and I'm going to drag and drop the video. And now the video is right here. And then you can also see the video just like that. So again, I'm not going to use this video because I have a different video, but if you guys just want to use this one, it's fine. I literally just searched up business and then I just found it right here. But yeah, make sure you're also using the free ones. Alrighty, so I'm going to go and I'm going to delete this one because I want to use the different one. Let's see what this one is. That's not the one either. Alrighty, I'm gonna go into my videos, and this is the one I was using. Cool, so let's go back into our first section. Once you have a video downloaded, again, make sure you import it into your file, folder, project, and you'll be good. So underneath this link right here, and underneath this div, we want to go and we want to create another div. So I want to say div class name XL PT of 28. Create another div. This is actually not going to be div. This is going to be a video tag. So to video. Just like that, video. And we're going to apply some styling. So we're going to say video class name rounded of 40 pixels. I'm going to say a shadow indigo of 400. I'm going to say a shadow XL. To be honest with you, we don't actually. Let me quickly go check here. Oh yeah, there is. Okay, so there is a little bit of a shadow. You can kind of see it towards the bottom. So we will keep those classes. On an extra large screen, we are going to make it only 5/6 of the screen. So we're going to say XL width 5/6. I'm going to say XL MX auto. Then outside of the class name tags, I'm going to put these in a column so you can see. Awesome. So underneath this right here, I'm going to say autoplay. I'm going to say muted. I don't want there to be any noise coming from the video. And then I want it to say loop because I don't want it to actually have an end. So loop. And then here's where I actually want to pass in the source. So say source. I'm going to say src. And you can already see the auto complete happening here. So I'm going to do /videos. And then instead of a video.mp4, I want to call it hero1. So I'm going to call it hero1. And then the type, make sure it is a video mp4. And just like that, you should, let's refresh, you get the video. The video that you want it to appear is there. Cool. And then you also have the shadow underneath. It's pretty hard to see if I bump it up to maybe like XL or something like that. Let's see, 2XL. You can kind of see it a little bit more now. But yeah, that's that's how you do the video right there. Okay, so that's the first section. Let's go ahead and let's continue building out the second section now. Okay, so actually the second section is instead this slider section of our application. So we're going to go ahead and build out this part of it now. And we are going to do that like this. So let's go ahead and let's create a folder. I'm going to close all this and I'm going to go to my landing page, and then inside of my components I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a component called slider. So I'm going to do slider just like that, and then inside of my slider I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a file called slider.tsx, and you should have something like this. So you should have app bracket landing page underscore components slider folder and then slider.tsx, and then inside of slider.tsx what we want to do is we want to say sfc sliders tab div, and I just say hi. So the reason why is because this slider effect is actually going to be 3 sliders. So this is going to be the top one, middle one, third one, that sort of thing. So we want to have 3 sliders. That's why this is plural. Now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to create a components folder inside of my sliders, because again I want it all to be relative to the slider. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it components. And then inside of that, I want to go ahead and I want to create my sliders. So this is where I'm going to render all of my sliders, but I'm going to create each slider to have their own different page and animation and effect. So I'm going to say new file. I'm going to say slider1.tsx, and then I'm going to create another page. Actually, we'll just do it one by one like this. I think it's better. Then inside of slider1, inside this page, so again, let's see if you guys can see that, app landing page underscore components slider underscore components slider1. I want to say sfc. I want to say slider1 tab div. This is the first slider. Now once I go back into my slider where I have my components, I'm actually going to rename the name of this file to slider so that we're consistent and we're not going to get confused. So rename app landing page underscore components slider.tsx to sliders, so that way we know that it's plural. So that's all I did, is I just changed the file name there. And now what we can do is we can go ahead and we can say inside of our sliders we're going to import our first slider1 that we just created. So I'm importing slider1 from /_ components slider1. Now I'm going to go ahead, and you're not going to be able to see it yet because we haven't imported it, but let's go ahead and do that now. So underneath our first section in our landing page, let's go ahead and let's say sliders, and let's see what we got. So we say we got, this is the first slider, and that's good. So the text that we want to put there instead is actually this one. So let's go ahead and let's do that. So let's go back into our sliders. And then here, what we do is we can go and say div. I'm going to make this a bit bigger so you guys can see. I'm going to say class name, padding y of 32. I'm going to create another div. I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to say text number sign 2b1c50 px of 6. On medium-sized screens I only want to take up 3/5. I want it to be mx auto. I want to say text center, flex, justify center. And then I also want to put item center, text 3xl, and then I want to say md text 5xl, And I also want to say font is going to be not bold, but medium. Alrighty, so we got the text, we got that there. And now underneath this one, we can go and actually put our text. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy and paste this. So just like that. More than 21 million people across 120,000 companies use Bird. And now once I go back into my project, you're gonna be able to see it. I have it now. So that's perfect. And now underneath this div, what I want to do is I want to create another div. So I want to say div, I'm going to say class name pt of 20, so a padding on the top. And then I'm going to move my slider 1 into this div here. So now the div is a little bit spaced out, and we're going to create the effect where we're going to have these going from left to right. And then yeah, we'll see what this looks like on full screen. Looks pretty good, so awesome. Now let's go ahead and let's continue. So let's go back into our slider 1. And this is what we're going to need. So let's go ahead and actually install the package that we are going to need to make this possible. So search up React Infinite logo slider. It's going to be this one right here. And it is this one. This is what you're going to want to be using. So copy and paste that. Add a new terminal and say npm I or npm install React Infinite logo slider. So just like that. Click enter. All right, cool. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go to the very top of this component, and I want to say use client. And I want to say import slider from React Infinite logo slider, and you're gonna have this error, and that's completely fine. So what it's trying to say is that there's no declaration module found. So what we want to go ahead and do is we can run this command right here. It says try npm I if it exists, which I don't believe it will. So we can just go ahead and just kind of show you what to do. Pretty much run that, and then it's saying it's not in this registry, and that's completely fine. So what you want to do is you actually want to go and you want to create a new component inside of this one, and you want to call it, create a new file and call it slider.d.ts, and then inside of slider.d.ts, you want to say declare module, and then you want to say React Infinite logo slider. And just like that, you're going to see that everything just went away. So that's literally all I did there is I created a new file and I just declared the module. So that is literally all that happened. Awesome. So once we have that, we can actually go ahead and we can use this. So I'm going to go into, I'm going to import, so we're going to need the images, right? So I'm going to say import image from next image, just like that. Awesome. So now actually how we have to use this thing is we're going to say slider, and then you need to give it some props. So you can say width. In this case, I want to just do string 200 pixels. I want to have a duration of 60 seconds. So this is why it's going to feel like it's an infinite, but it is actually going to time out after a certain amount of time. So next thing you want to do is you want to say slider.slide, and then this is where you want to pass in the image. So I'm going to say image src, and right now we don't actually have any logos. We will in a sec, but I just want to go ahead and show you what it's going to look like. You don't have to do this part right here, just I just want to show you what it will look like. So source equals logos / bird logo.png, and then I'm going to have an autocomplete right there. So just like that. I need this. This needs to be a slash. Okay. Now let's see. a.map is not a function. Let me see what's going on here. Slider.slide. Node modules. Let me go ahead and shut down the terminal and see what this looks like. So I'm going to say npm run dev. Let's see what it says now. Okay, give me 1 second to figure this out. So this is actually a pretty good teaching moment right here. But pretty much what you need to have happen here is this is an array, so it has to have more than one object inside of it. So if you go ahead and you copy and paste this, you're going to see that the error is going to go away right here. And just like that, you now have a logo carousel kind of infinite spinner thing going on here. So yeah, that's perfect. Now the next thing you're going to want to go ahead and do is head to this website called, where is it? Not this one right here, Logoipsum. And you're going to want to go ahead and just download a bunch of these. Just quite literally click the download button and then import them to your project. So I've already gone ahead and done that in my last projects that I've already created. So this is what mine's gonna look like. And then what you're gonna want to do is you're just gonna want to go and import each of these. So I'm gonna say logo ipsum 211.svg, and then I'm going to have it render right there. You can kind of see it just like that. All right, and I also have a class name, so that's what I have for the class name. I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste all of this stuff into my project now because it's already been done, so I'm not gonna spend too much time on that sort of stuff. And alrighty, I'll give you guys a moment here to pause and see what I've done. But yeah, these are the ones I've imported, and it looks like that. Cool. So that's the first carousel done. Now let's go ahead and let's do the second one. So let's go create a new component, call it slider2.tsx. This is going to be pretty much the exact same with some different changes. So I'm going to go just sfc slider2, say div, say hi, and then I'm going to import this one. So slider2, delete this, and I'm going to do slider2. I'm not sure why. I believe I had previously created a component, so I'm gonna call it. I'll call it slider 2. Slider. I don't even know. I'm trying to think of a second name for it. Yeah, slider second works. Okay, and then I'm going to have the second slider. So it says hi. And again, I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste everything that I already have, but I guess I can show you what the differences here are. Our slider. So we want to do import slider from what we just had. Pretty much just copy and paste this right here. Go to the very top. And then I want to do slider, pass in a width of 400. I want to do a duration of 60, and then I want to do blur borders equal to true, and then I can go ahead and copy and paste everything. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And again, this one has a little bit different styling and also different logos. But yeah, this is what it looks like. Cool. So I now have the one on the top here without the blurred border. Then I have the one here in the middle, or the second one I should say, has a border that's blurred. and this is what it looks like when you expand it. And that looks identical to what we're trying to create right here. So for the last one, we can go ahead and do that now. So create a new component, call it slider third, I guess, makes sense. Keep it consistent. Slider third.tsx. I guess 3, you could also say 3, and it's preference at the end of the day. All right, now I'm gonna go ahead and literally just do the same thing again. So I'm gonna say SFC slider 3 or third, doesn't really matter here. And then I'm just gonna say hi. Gonna go back into my sliders. I'm gonna import it, so slider 3. So I got 1, 2, 3. And now here I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna go back into my slider 2. I'm gonna take the very top part of it, import all the same stuff. And then I'm going to do the same thing as the first one actually. Let me see here. Yeah, I need to go back into the third one. And let's import this. So, dun, 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 dun. Alrighty. Now that should be exactly what we want to create there. We got everything looking nice. Let's go here. So you can kind of see how the effect is like pulling to the left, which I think is very nice. We have like different speeds for the different carousels, like this being the slowest one, obviously. You can play around with it, do it every kind of like whatever else you want. But I think this looks pretty good. And of course, the way you're going to go ahead and do that is just playing with the duration. So if I change this to like 10, for example, you're going to see this is going to fly by. But yeah, it's all perfect at the end of the day. So I'm going to go back and I'm going to change mine back to 100. Okay, cool. So that's the slider part of it done. We have the mobile responsiveness done. Let's go ahead and let's continue building out the next component, which is this one right here. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and go create a second section. It will be, close this, landing page, slider. We can go and create our second section. So where is code? And then, so our first section is in our components. So in our components again, we want to create a new file, call this our second section, .tsx. And then I want to say SFC second section div. I want to say hi. Let's close this up so that you guys can see it. So we're going to import our check from Lucid React. We're going to say import image from next image, import button from shadcnui button component, which we already previously installed. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say, let's move this so that it's visible. I'm going to go and I'm going to say, let me know what you guys like more when I'm developing. Do you guys like to see the code here on the left hand side, or the code on the right hand side and then the actual thing, or do you like this to just be full screen? I personally don't know which one. It doesn't really matter to me, but let me know what you guys want in the comment section. But yeah, it's gonna, okay, I'll do this I think for now. So I'm gonna say class name, I'm gonna say flex, say item center, I'm gonna say justify center, and then underneath this one, I am going to say another div. I'm gonna say class name, I'm going to say width is going to be equal to full. On a medium-sized screen, it's only going to be 5/6. And then I'm going to say on a medium-sized screen, it's going to be a rounded of 60 or 80 pixels. And then I'm going to say BG, and then I'm going to say number sign 2B1C50. And then underneath, I'm going to say div class name MD of PY40. And then I'm going to have another div, say class name MD flex MD PX20 PX5 MD space X20 MD space Y0. And then I'm going to have another div. I'm going to say class name MD width of 1/2. And here I can put my image. So I'm going to say image, and then I am going to say src. And now we're going to go ahead and get our images. So let's get our images before we put our image tag. Why not? Or we just leave it like that. So for our images, I'm going to go ahead and be using this website called undraw.co. It's a really nice website. It's completely free assets that you guys can use for your commercial and enterprise solutions. And they have very nice assets. So, and another thing that's really nice about them is you can kind of like play around with the styles of them, or the colors I should say, by just simply editing up here. So this is the color I'm going to leave it at, but you guys can go ahead and change it to whatever else you want. So if you want to do like a gray, E2, you're going to see how all of the colors, if you just, will all change to like a gray. And then if you want to do like a red or something, you can just like play around with it. Green, doesn't really matter. You kind of have every other color at your disposal. So yeah, I already have some images, so I'm going to go and copy and paste those back into the project. So let's see. We could actually just go ahead and do this together so you guys see exactly which ones I got. Let's do this 565ADD is the hex code I would be using. If you want to use the same one as mine. So let's quickly try to find some logos. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna download the SVG just like that, and then I'm going to let's see what else. Okay, for right now that's good because we only really need one, and again you can always change these later. So yeah, now I'm just gonna go ahead and let's go and import that into our project. So into our project, let's create a new folder called images. And then let's go ahead and let's import the one we just did downloaded, which was, we're gonna be using all of these. But yeah, I mean, I'll just install these. All right, so I'm gonna go and install each of these ones. Now inside of my images, I have everything here. So that is good. I now have each of the images. Now the next thing I need is I need to rename these because I mean this is kind of crazy. But before we do that, I want to go ahead and I want to find the exact one I just downloaded so you guys can see it. Downloads. I have downloaded a lot of these, but yeah, it's fine. Okay, so whatever. Alright, so I'm going to go back into my code and I'm going to go into my image and I'm now going to call one of these. So I'm going to say src. You don't have to put a bracket for this one. So I'll do /images and then I'm going to call this undraw1.svg and then I'm going to say alt. I'm going to say image. I have a width of 1920 We're going to have a height of 1080. The class name is going to have a object cover. It is also object cover like that. And then it's also going to have a rounded of MD, as well as a width full, and then a padding of 10. So that's that. And then I actually have to go ahead and rename one of these to point to that. So for this one right here, let's do the engineering team one. I'm going to call it undraw1. And now if I go back into my code, so I have, this needs to be images and not that. I'm going to go back and see if I have it there. We should have it, we just have to import it in a sec. Let's go see our, what we have. So second section. I'm going to take this off the screen. Alrighty, so you got the image right there, which is really good. And again, yeah, so we can go and continue from there. So let's go back into our second section, and then underneath this div right here, where we have the medium 1/2, we can go and we can open up another div. I'm going to say div, say class name, I'm going to say text white, I'm going to say flex, space y10, and then we're also going to have a medium of 1/2 on, a medium with 1/2. Then underneath this one, I'm going to say div, class name, md space y of 10, and then I'm going to say, let's put this to the side again so you guys can see what's going on as we're developing. But you see how the roundedness of it went away when we get to a small screen. So I'll do that. Space y10, and then we're going to say flex call, px4, py10, I'm going to say div, class name, text 2xl, say md of text 3xl, and we're going to say new with an exclamation mark. And then for this one, I think it's better to see it like this, yeah. And then we're going to create another div. Again, I'm not sure why it's all capping. Let's do div, class name, text 5xl. On medium-sized screens, we want it to be text 7xl. Padding bottom of 4, and then on a medium-sized screen, we're going to have a padding bottom of 0. And then we're going to say bird AI. Then underneath this one, we're going to say div, class name, text XL, MD, text 3XL, width of 5/6. We're going to say record better, faster video messages without lifting a finger. Alright, and then underneath this div, we're going to go and create another div. So you can kind of see it come together nicely right here. So I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say class name, md flex, pt10, md py10. Then I'm going to have another class name and another div. So I'm going to say div class name space y10, and then here I'm going to say div class name flex items center gap 4. We're going to use our check icon that we already imported, and then I'm going to say class name text 3xl. I'm going to say text indigo of 500, like that. Let's see what that looks like. All right, looks pretty good to me. And then underneath this one, we're going to say span, say class name, say text XL, auto titles. Alrighty, now let's see what we got here. Looks pretty much the exact same. Awesome. So what we can do next is we can just copy and paste this a bunch more times to save ourselves some time. So where this flex item center is, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little bit of a space, and then I'm going to copy and paste this 3 times, or 2 more times. So once, twice. Alright, and now you should have 3 of them. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the text. So it's going to say auto summaries, and then this one's going to say auto chapters. Now, underneath this one, this div here, we are going to go ahead and quickly check here. So underneath this div here, that closes this one. We're going to go and we're going to say div class name space y10 py10 md py0 margin left of md yeah, on a medium sized screen we're going to have a margin left of 40. Then we're going to have the same thing that we just did here, so you can pretty much just copy and paste all 3 of these. So underneath here I'm going to say that, and then now you should have 6 total like check marks and like text here. And then once you expand to like a full size screen, you're going to see how it becomes a kind of like a column here, and then a column here as well. And that looks, or that not that this looks, but this is identical. So you can tell we did a good job here. Nice. And then again, let's go ahead and let's just change the text. So we'll say auto tasks. We're going to say filler word removal. I'm going to say silence removal. And again, you guys can make this whatever else you guys want. Filler word removal and silence removal. All right, and now I'm going to save this, make it look a little bit more condensed. And now underneath this div here, we want to go ahead and we want to have a button. So outside of all of this stuff, so 1, 2, 3, underneath the span, go ahead and create or use the button. So we're going to say button. Let's move this to the center, and then we are going to say class name. Not mistaken. Get bird AI. Okay. Trying to think, do we already have something similar? That's fine. Alright, so we'll just write this out. We'll say text MD, font light, width of 40, a rounded 40 pixels. 40 pixels, border for border indigo, 400, divided by 90, stay consistent with that. And then I'm going to say padding Y of 6, BG, we're going to use our background color that we've been using, which is number sign 565 AED. Say hover. Let's do the scale 110, and then I'm going to have a hover of shadow indigo 300, and then I'm also going to have a transition all, and have a duration of 300 milliseconds, and then I'm going to have a shadow MD. Now I'm going to close the button, and I'm going to say get bird AI. See what that looks like. Alrighty. That looks pretty good. Awesome. And then once we go to a larger screen, that looks good. The next thing I want to do is I want to actually align these items in the center. Like this looks a little out of sync to what we have. This image is also a bit bigger. Let's go ahead and try to find out which one that actually is. This is, you don't have to do this, but I'm just trying to make it sort of as big as possible. Mobile, let's see what this one is. Okay, whatever. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter too much. We can go ahead and we can, let's take some time actually to figure this out. The completion progress. So it was the calling one. Do we have this downloaded? I have it. Okay, cool. So it's called calling. Let's go into our project and let's see which one. Let's see if I have it. Images. Trying to read this. Okay, so it's this one right here. So I'm going to call this onDraw2. And then I'm going to go back into my, wherever I had my component, which was the second section. And I'm going to change this from onDraw1 to onDraw2, just so that we are using the exact same one. And just like that, we are. So, perfect. These two are identical. And yeah, that's awesome. So if you're not really sure which one I used, I just used this one right here, calling. Okay, cool. Let's continue from there. Let's go and let's build out the next component, which is going to be this right here. So what we're going to need to do is go and let's go to our let's go back into our components and let's create a new component called our third section. So create a new component again, third section.tsx. I'm going to say import image from next image, import button, and then I'm going to say sfc, oh, not this, sfc third section. Then I'm going to say hi, and I'm going to, again, make this smaller so you guys can see it. And then I'm going to I'm going to import this to our page.tsx. So underneath this one, we're going to say third section. Cool. And then we should see a hi at the very bottom, and we do. Okay, cool. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to say, this is going to be a pretty hefty one, so there's going to be a lot of class names in this one. Div class name, padding y of 20. We're going to have an item center, flex call, justify center. We're going to have another div inside of this one. It's going to say class name px12. We're going to have another div. We're going to say class name text 2b1c50. Close the bracket. Then I'm going to say on, let's do a column so that you can see this a bit easier. On medium-sized screens, I want to have this to be text center. On, it's going to also be a flex. It's going to be on a medium-sized screen, it's going to be justify center. It's going to be items center. I have a text 3XL. On medium-sized screens, it's going to be text 6XL. MD 6XL. Text 6XL, sorry. And then I'm going to say font medium. Alrighty, and now what I can do is I can put some text. So I'm going to say the easiest screen recorder U, and then there's a trick that we can use here with HTML. We can say and apis semicolon you'll ever use. Sorry about that. And now once we go, we can see that we have the apostrophe and we're not going to get an error. The reason why I'm putting this here is if I did actually go and put the apostrophe, you will see it will get underlined because it will think, like the terminal will think that it needs to be a string, which will require there to be a closing string. But in this case, we don't want that, so we're just going to use this little kind of like hack, I guess you could call it. Cool. And then if we expand this, let's see what we look like, and it looks pretty good. We are writing this text right here. Awesome. Now underneath this one, I want to go ahead and I want to create another div. So I'm going to say div, class name, say pt of 6, I have a py of 16, md of pb24. We're going to have a text, which is going to be 3D 2E7C, text XL. On medium-sized screen, we're going to have text 3XL, font light, items center. This is going to be justify center as well. So item center, justify center. And then I'm also going to put in the text. So I'm just going to copy and paste this. And again, you can head to this website yourself and just grab the text. So record in a few clicks, share anywhere with the link, no download required. Okay, very nice. All right, so it looks like we're missing a class. Let's try to figure out what it was. I'm going to go like this really quickly so that you guys can see this. Item center, justify center. Oh, this needs to be a flex. So, and yeah, that's all it was there. So just make sure it's flexed, and then the classes will style correctly. Nice. So that's what we want, and that's what we got. Cool. Underneath this one, we're going to go ahead and put some more classes, which is going to be what we pretty much just created with this rounded thing. We want to go ahead and do that again here as well. So we could, there's going to be some differences, but they'll look very similar. Awesome. Let's go back into our position where this was, you can see the screens already. Now, underneath this div and this div, we want to go and we want to create another div. So I want to say div class name items center, justify center, flex space x20. Then I want to say div class name width full md width 5/6, md of rounded 80 pixels. And then we're going to have this background color. So EFF0FF. Another div, class name MDPY40, PY16 on anything else. We're going to have another div underneath. So we're going to say class name MD flex MD PX20. We're going to say MD gap 20. I'm going to say MD space Y0. And we're going to introduce a new styling property here that we didn't do in the last video, but it makes for some really nice effects for mobile. So we're going to do flex row reverse, and I will show you what this does later, but yeah, make sure you have this. Then I'm going to say div. Make sure we have another div there. So we'll do class name. Then I want to say text 2XL MD text 4XL. Say items center. We're going to say flex. We're going to say width full. We're going to have a medium-sized screens. We're going to be half, width half. We're going to say order 2. And then on medium-sized screens, we're going to be order 1. So make sure you have this as well. This is going to be important as well for the styling that we want to create. Now we're going to create another div underneath. Again, it's not giving me the, there we go. So do class name. I want to say flex space x10 width full. And then I want to do another div, which is going to be class name hidden rounded full bg number sign ff edec. We're going to do width 12. We're going to do a height of 12. And then we're going to do MD flex. I have just now realized we don't even need to do this. So just take away the width 12 and height 12 and just do padding of 4. Trust me, it will look a lot better. Then I want to do a justify center. Then I want to do a item center. We can always change it if it doesn't work, but I think it's going to work here. So then div, we're going to say class name bg rows 500. We're going to say rounded full. We're going to say width 4. And again, we could do P4 on this one. So do padding 4 and padding 2. Then we'll say animate pulse duration 1000. So what we're creating here is the pulsating effect that we have in our deployed version. When you go into a medium-sized screen, you'll be able to see it. It's this effect right here. And yeah, let's continue. So animate pulse duration is 1000, and that div just closes just like that. And if I'm not mistaken, we should start to see something on our, let's see if we're missing a div. It might have well just been that. Let's go back. Let's take our project and let's full screen it. Alrighty, so yeah, that's what it is right there. You can kind of see the effect already happening, which is good. Awesome. Yeah, so make sure you have P4 and P2. I was going to initially do it like fixed heights, but it gets a little bit weird on when you resize on different screens and stuff. It can be a little bit like ugly. So, alright. Now underneath that div, we can go ahead and write another div. So div class name. This one actually not even going to have a class name. We just need it to be a column, so that comes with default. So div, create another div inside of this class name, and then we're going to say text going to be the 2B 1C thing that we've been using. We're going to say font medium. We're going to say leading normal. Leading normal refers to like how much gap is in between like the different line heights. So we don't want that much for this one. And then I want to say a width of 2/3. All right, make sure we don't have any extra spaces. And then I want to say lightning fast screen recording. All right, let's see what this looks like. Okay. Yeah, we got some. I will see what this looks like. Okay. We got some stuff to fix here, but let's worry about that at the end. Lightning fast screen recording, and then I want to say underneath this div, I want to say div class name text LG text 3D. 2E7C. I want to say on a medium size screen, I want to have a leading of 10, which is going to make it more spaced out. And then I want to do a font light. I want to do a width of 5/6, and then padding Y of 4. And now I want to go ahead and just copy and paste the text. So let's say right here, I want to go and put this right there. And then it's, again, where it says birds, for the apostrophe, we do and sign, APOS, and then semicolon. And then it will go away. Okay, cool. So that looks really good to me. What we have to do next is figure out why we're getting, I think I know what it is. I think I know it's the padding, but I'm trying to figure out a way to maybe get that. Let's see if I put like a height of 4 on this. How will this look? Yeah, so I mean, you can put a fixed height here. We do a height of 4 and then a width of 4, as well as a padding of 4. Okay, yeah, so that looks pretty good. All you gotta do is put a fixed height and width. So I'll make it a bit bigger so it doesn't look like too awkward. And then maybe we'll bring this down to a 2 instead of a 4. Okay, maybe let's not do that. Let's do a 4 here. Alright, whatever. Okay, anyways, you get the effect. It's like a screen recording thing, and it looks pretty good. We got the text there, and now we just need to go ahead and put our image. So, also, our background color is not appearing for some reason here. It's just kind of awkward. Did we do something wrong? Oh, we put too many F's. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so yeah, that's all it was right there. Make sure you don't. I had 3 F's. It's only 2. And then this is what it's gonna look like. So I'm gonna go and continue. The next thing we want to do is put a button. So underneath this div right here, we want to say button. Say class name. Say font light. Say MD of text LG. I'm going to say an MT of 6. I'm going to say rounded. I'm going to say 40 pixels. Do a border of 4. I'm going to do a border indigo of 400 divided by 90. I'm going to do a padding Y of 6. I'm going to do a BG of 565 ADD. I'll do a hover of scale 110. And then we're going to do a hover again of the shadow. So shadow indigo 500. Transition all. Duration 300. And then shadow MD. Let's see if this looks better with the shadow or without. I actually don't even know. And then make sure we close our button. And then let's put some text inside of the button. Let's just say download now. Okay, looks pretty good. See what this looks like. Yeah, looks good like that. And nice. So let's do, after this div now, this div, this div. So 3 divs underneath our button. We're gonna go and, so 1, 2, 3, open up a new div and say div class name MD width of 1/2, margin bottom of 10, MD margin bottom of 0, order 1, MD, no, not MD, we're going to do P10, and then MD P of 0, P 0. And then I'm going to do the image again. So image, and I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste the image of what I had in the previous section. So I'm going to go to my second section and just copy and paste this. So go back to my third section. I'm just going to copy and paste it like that. And what we need to do actually is, let's see what this looks like first. Alrighty, that looks pretty good to me. So now let's go ahead, and so pretty much what I wanted to show you guys was this flex call reverse property that we did right here with the order 1 and 2. Pretty much, oh, I didn't mean to do that. Pretty much what is going on is we have text here on the right, obviously on a medium-sized screen, and I want it to appear at the beginning, like when we're on a small screen. So you're going to see how these kind of like switch, like this goes to the top and this goes underneath. So you can kind of see how it breaks, and now you have the text that was initially all the way over here on the right is above this image right here, and it makes for a very clean effect. So that's why I wanted to kind of show it to you guys. And I mean, it's used in a lot of different projects, like it's literally in every single website you see nowadays. So I wanted to kind of include it, but yeah, that's what it was. And that's, with that being said, that's the third section done right there pretty much. And again, you guys can always just change the image to whatever like thing you want. I'm just kind of keeping it consistent, with just using the same image, but again, take full creativity over it and do whatever else kind of thing you want. If you want to, like, if you feel like, so if you notice one thing that's different is this image is a little bit bigger. The reason why is I just have a padding here. If you just want to remove it, you're gonna see the image is gonna like push back up. But yeah, that's pretty much just it at the end of the day. Like it's not a big difference. So yeah, I mean, maybe just for now I'll kind of remove it. But yeah, that's all it is right there. Cool. So let's go ahead and let's continue. Let's start building out our fifth section. Not fifth section, our fourth section, sorry, with this one right here. This one is actually very nice looking. So yeah, let's do that. So components, do a fourth section, .tsx, do sfc, fourth section, div, I'm just gonna say hi, go and import it right away so we can see what's happening. Fourth section, and then I'm gonna go back to it. You can see where it says hi down here. That's perfect. Yeah, maybe I will just keep the padding 10 just because why not? This is just something I'm looking at now as I've kind of been rebuilding this website. Just do padding 10. It has to be lowercase p. That looks more like sleek like this. Or at least on mobile it does. But yeah, okay. So let's go back to our fourth section. We just created it. And we can go and start styling. Let's just do the imports first. So we'll do import image again from next image. Import the button, and then we can say import check circle 2. We're going to say mouse pointer square dashed, and that's it for right now. Then I want to say get rid of the hi, we don't need that. You can say class md pt of 10, padding bottom of 32, px of 10, and then we can say div class name. So this is going to have a certain color of black, and do text 111019. We're going to say md text center. We're going to say flex justify center. We're going to say item center. we're going to say MD of text 6XL. Other than that, we want to be text 4XL. We're going to have a font of medium, and then we're also going to have a padding bottom of 10, and then if you're a medium-sized screen or larger, we are going to be a padding bottom of 20. And then here we're going to say, let's make sure we have no extra spaces. So we're going to say so much more than a screen recorder. And then we should see our text right here. Awesome. Now underneath this div, let's go and create another div. So we'll say div. So I'm going to say class name MD of flex. Say items center. Say justify center. I'm going to say another div here. I'm going to say class name of MD width 2/5. So 40%. BG number sign B2B 3F1. And then I want to say rounded 60 pixels. And then I want to do a medium-sized screen of padding of 20. So, okay, yeah, and then we'll just do the image so we can see it right away. So do image, and again, I'm just gonna go back to the third section and just copy and paste that. Cool. Now I'm gonna go back to the fourth section, and let's see what we get. Nice, and we get like this card-looking thing. Let's see what it looks like on a bigger screen. That looks pretty good to me. Nice. All right, cool. So we can go ahead and start. We can do the like text now. Alrighty, so underneath this div here, I'm going to again remove all the extra spaces that we don't need. Div. So underneath this div here, we want to create another div. So I'm going to say div, class name, PT of 10, MD of margin left 20. I'm going to have a margin left of 1/3. And then I'm going to say div. Yeah, I'll maybe make this so you guys can see it. Div, class name, flex gap 6. Say div, class name hidden. Say BG of D1 F7. I'm going to do a width of 14, a height of 14. Say rounded full. MD of flex. Items center. Justify center. Now I want to import the icon that we imported from Lucid React. So I'll do mouse pointer. This one up here, pretty much. We actually imported the wrong one, so we're gonna do mouse. Oh my goodness, mouse pointer square dashed. This spelled square wrong. Okay, and I'm just gonna copy this, paste that. Alrighty, that is good. Class name text 6XL, and then I'm going to do text of the 2B 1C 2B1C 50 bracket. All right, and then we actually have to, so we have to close this off, and let's see what we got. Should have our icon. Not yet visible. Oh, because it's hidden. Ah, yes. Okay, nice. So it's hidden on screens smaller than medium. So we did that just by with this class right here, and then we're saying MD flex, so it appears. But yeah, that's how it is on the Loom website, so that's why I did it like that. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much that. Cool. I'll save this so we get rid of our extra white space again. And now underneath this div, I want to go create another div. So I want to say div, class name, width full. And then if it's a medium-sized screen or larger, I want to do a width of 96. And then I want to say div, class name, text, 111019, font, medium, leading, normal, and then I'm going to do a MD of text 4XL, text 2XL, I want to say share or embed video anywhere you work. Then I'm going to say div, class name, MD text XL, text, I'm going to say 6 C6 684. Say leading 8. And then I'm going to have a medium-sized screen. We're going to have a leading of 10, so a little bit more spaced out on a bigger screen. I'm going to have a font light, and then PT of 6. All right, cool. Now I'm just going to copy and paste this text here. Nice. And now underneath this one, I want to go ahead and I want to create a button. So I want to do button, and I want to say class name. I want to do, let's close the button so we can get rid of the error. Let's go back into the styling. Let's say MD of text LG. Let's say MT of 6. Let's do a rounded of 40 pixels. Let's do a text of 4B, 4, 2, AD. We'll do a font medium, and then let's do on a medium size screen, we'll do a PY of 6. We'll do a BG of number sign, EFF, 0FF. We're going to do a hover of scale 110, hover scale 500, shadow indigo 500, transition all, duration 300, and then a shadow MD as well. So pretty much the exact same button classes we were using previously. Then I want to put some text inside the button. I want to say start sharing. Give me a sec here, just gonna take a quick break. All right, start sharing, and then we now can kind of see what's going on. So that looks pretty good to me, which is right here. This is what we were just working on. And you can always link these buttons to go places if you want. I mean, throughout the video, you can kind of pick up how to be able to do that. Pretty much it's just passing a link tag and then pointing it to a certain page. But yeah, I mean, these look identical, which is very good. So let's go ahead and continue working from there. So not this one, not this one, not this one, but this one right here. Right under, above, basically above this, the last one, you want to go and create another div. So I want to say div class name, flex items center, justify center, medium size screen width 5/6, PL10 MD MX auto, and then div, say class name, flex call reverse. I'm going to say MD flex row, MD MX auto, MD space X40, items center justify center. Okay, So make sure you have all this right here. And we're going to pretty much do the same thing that we did on the last one, where you can kind of see how it looks. So this is going to be the opposite. So our image, obviously you see it's on the right. We want that to be on the bottom. So that's what it's going to look like. Or if I'm not mistaken, actually, yeah, it goes over top. Yeah, so we want the image to be on top of the text, and so that's why we have to do the styling like this. Nice, nice. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Underneath this one, we're gonna go and say div class name. We actually don't even need a class name. This is just defaults to a column, so we can leave that. So div. We're gonna say class name flex gap 6, and then we're gonna say another div here. Class name bg d1 f7. I'm going to say width 14, height 14, rounded full, hidden, md flex, items, center, justify center, and then we're going to say div class name. And again, let's make sure that we can actually see what we're doing. I keep forgetting to do this for some reason. I don't know why. It's just more natural for me to code like this, you know what I mean? So, but I know that you guys obviously need to see. So, all right. Now, underneath here, we want to say with our gap 6, we want to actually do the what is it called? Sorry about that. We need to do our icon. So check circle 2, do class name, and then just do that like that. Alrighty, and let's see what we got. We shouldn't be able to see it obviously because we're on a small screen, but as soon as we expand, okay, we can see it right here, which is good. Alright, now underneath this, what we want to do is we want to create another div. So let's say div class name md width of 96. I want to do a div class name of text 111019. I want to say font medium, leading 10. Not leading 10, leading normal. Text XL. On a medium sized screen, we'll do text 4XL. Then I want to say interactive videos, improve async collaboration. All right, you can kind of see it coming together nicely right here. Then what I want to do is I want to say another div underneath, say class name md text XL text 6C6684 leading 8 md leading 10 font light pt of 6. Awesome. Now I'm going to go and copy and paste the text again, which is going to be right here. So I'm going to go do this, and then I'm going to break it up so you guys can see it. So achieve your goals faster when you add text, CTAs, I guess call to actions, comments and emojis to your video, transcripts and captions in 50 plus languages, so on and so forth. So yeah. All right, cool. Now underneath this div, I want to go and create a button. So I'm going to say button. Class name, I'm going to say md text lg, and then I'm going to say MD6. Give me a sec, guys. Alright, so this is where we left off, right here. So styling this button, I'm going to go back. I'm going to say MT6 rounded 40 pixels. Say text, this color right here, font medium. On MD, I want the padding wide to be 6, PY 6, BG, no, it's not an equal sign, it's a dash, that color, and then I want to say hover, scale 110, hover, shadow indigo 500, transition all, duration 300, shadow MD. Cool, so let's put some text now, and I'm going to close the button. And then inside the button, I'm going to say connect over video. Now let's scroll down, let's see what this looks like. Okay, so we got it right here. These should be a little bit more spaced out. I will work on that in a second. But let's just continue styling. So I'm just going to save this. Alright. Now I'm going to go ahead and underneath this div, and then this div, I'm going to open up another div. I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name. And then I'm going to have MB10, MD, MB0, order 1, MT10, P10, MD items center, and then I'm going to have a BG of EFF0FF, and then I'm going to have a rounded of 60 pixels. Pixels, I cannot type right now, pixels, it needs to be an X, and then I need to close that. So I have that, and now I'm going to put my image. So I'm going to put the same image I've been using this whole time. So I'm going to go to the very top, and I'm going to say copy this. So inside of this right here, again, I'll make this column so you guys can see it. Right here, I'm going to paste my image like that. And now, once I scroll down, I should be able to see my image. All right. Yeah, just like that. Okay, cool. Let's see what this looks like now. Yeah, and when you expand it, it looks good too. Perfect. Awesome. So let's go ahead, let's continue. So underneath this image right here, I want to do some more divs. So I'm going to do underneath this div, and then underneath this div, I want to say another div. So just one above the last one, I want to say class name PT10, MD flex, items center, justify center, div again. I'm going to say class name, MD of width 2/5, BG number sign B2B 3F1. Then I want to say rounded 60 pixels. And then I'm going to have an MD of P20. Then I'm going to say image. And then I'm literally just going to copy and paste the same image here. So, all right. And now underneath this div here, I want to open up another div. So I want to say div, class name PT of 20, MD ML 20, MD of width 1/3, div, class name flex gap 6, another div, say class name hidden, BG number sign D1 F7. I'm going to say width 14, height 14, a rounded full MD flex items center justify center. I will make this like that so you guys can see. Cool. Now underneath this one, I'm going to put the actual icon. So I'm going to say mouse pointer square dashed, just like that. Cool. Have that there now. And let's see, this is going to be hidden on small screens, but okay, we can see kind of coming together like that. Dun, 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 dun. Now, outside of this div right here, I want to create another div. I want to say div class name width full MD width of 96. Say another div class name text 111 019. I'm going to do our font medium, leading of normal. We're going to have a text of 4XL on medium-sized screens, 4XL, and then text 2XL on anything else. And now we're going to say add a personal touch to your videos. And then underneath this div, we're going to have another div. And I'm going to say class name MD of text XL text 6C 6684 leading of 8 MD of leading 10 font light PT6 from Google Workspace to Slack. There we go. So I'm going to see if you guys can see that text right there. That's going to be the text I'm going to put. And we should now kind of see it coming together. So let's go to the bottom. And this is it right here. Okay, that looks pretty good. And now what we can do is we can actually just copy and paste our button from above. So this button. And then let's paste it down below. So underneath this div right here, we can go ahead and put our button. And let's delete the extra space. Let's see. Okay, that should be a bit easier for you guys to read. And then instead of connect over video, we can do start sharing. Awesome, that looks good. Now let's go to the full screen, and this is what it looks like. Awesome. So this is what we wanted to create, and this is what we created. So that looks pretty good to me. Awesome. Now let's continue by building out the next component, which is going to be, what I want to actually do is I want to put a padding inside of this image, if there isn't already one. Let me quickly go check. Padding 10. This one does have a padding 10. Interesting. Alright. Well, okay. That looks fine. So the next part of what we want to build is we want to build out this kind of card right here, which says keep your content safe. So we can go ahead and do that right now. So let's go back into our code. Again, I'll move this to the side. And let's create a new component. So inside of our components, this is our fourth section. We're going to go and now create our fifth. So click on, or right click and click new file and then say fifth section .tsx. I'm going to close it. I'm going to say import. I'm going to say import here. Import button. Just like that. And then I'm going to say sfc. Say fifth section. Let's do div. Say hi. And then let's go back into our page.tsx And then underneath our fourth section, let's import it. So we'll say fifth section, and all of these should be the exact same because they're at the same level of the folder. All right, so let's go back into our fifth section, and let's say div class name md width 5/6. We're going to have an mx of auto to center it in the middle of the screen. We're going to say bg number sign EFF 0FF. We're going to have an MD of rounded 80 pixels. And then we're going to have an MD of P20, PT of 10, items center, justify center. Again, let's do this so it's easier to read. Awesome. Okay, so now underneath that we can go and put our text. So I'm going to say div. Make sure we have a closing div to match. Then I'm going to say class name, text, number sign 2b1, c50. Say mx auto, text center, flex, justify center. And again, let's scroll to the bottom so we can see what's going on. You can kind of see it coming together right here. Text justify center. Let's put text 3XL. Or let's do item center first. Items center. Let's do text 3XL. For medium-sized screens or larger, I want to do text 6XL. Padding Y of 10. Font medium. Alright, and I will break this up again so you guys can see it. Let me know if this is easier for you guys when you're watching the videos to see the styling. I think it is personally, so that's why I'm doing this, but yeah. Alright, now what we want to do is we want to say keep your content safe. And we have the text right there. Now underneath this div, let's create another div. Let's say class name, text XL, medium width of 2/3, medium of text 3XL. We're going to have a text color of 3D2, E7C, leading relaxed. So we're going to make it a little bit more spaced out vertically. Font light, justify center. Again, I'm going to keep breaking this up. Give me a sec. Justify center, text center, a width of 4/5, and then I'm going to have an MX of auto. Again, just to put it in the middle. So now let's put the actual text. So I'm going to say enterprise. I'm just going to copy and paste it. So pretty much it's right here. I'm just going to take this and I'm going to paste it right here. Alright, and we have this error that we had previously, which is fine. We know how to fix it. So I'm just going to break this up so you guys can see it. Alrighty. So that should be that. So again, we'll go and say and sign APOS semicolon, and it's going to go away now. So if I go back to our project, you can see we have the exact text right there. Cool. Now we want to create this button. This button's going to be a little bit different, so I won't copy and paste the other one. Now, underneath this text, I want to create another text here. So, or not another text, but another div. Class name, item center, justify center, flex, padding Y of 10. I'm going to use the button that we imported. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to put this on the same level. So I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to say MD of text XL, padding Y of 6, font light, rounded of not 60 pixels, but 40 pixels. Border for, we're going to do a border of indigo 400 divided by 90 / 90. I'm going to do an MD of padding 8. I'm going to have a background color of E565 ADD. I'm going to do hover scale 110, and I'm going to do hover shadow indigo 500, transition all duration 300, and shadow MD. And then underneath, I'm going to say, instead of maybe get started, we'll do learn more. Delete that right there, and we should have fully functioning button right here. Awesome. That's that, and then let's see what this looks like on a larger screen. Perfect. Those look identical to me. Awesome. Now let's go ahead and let's create this right here. Go back to mobile view. Now underneath this one, I want to go and create a new component called our 6th section. So let's do that. Create a new file, call this 6th section.tsx. All right. So now I'm going to say import image from next image. I say import button, the same way we've been doing this entire project. And then I'm going to say SFC, I say 6th section div. And I guess like we can maybe take a bit of a break here and talk about the naming convention of my components. So you could technically call this whatever like thing you want, but it just makes a lot of sense to me as I'm building to kind of go in order like that, from obviously top to bottom, and then just kind of have the sections represent where they are on or how they're going to be laid out. You could call this like explore components or something like that, but I really wasn't sure what else to kind of call it, so that's why I kind of kept it like that. But yeah, you guys can call this whatever, like, yeah, if you guys have better names or something, just call it that instead. But this just makes a lot of sense, and I know where they are or where they're going to be, so that's pretty good. All right, give me a sec and we will code this out. Okay, so let's continue. We are building out this portion right here. First things we want to do is we want to say div, do a class name, py20, px of 10, do div, class name, text, 2b1, c50, text, center, justify center, items, center, text 4xl, text 6xl if it's a medium. So we'll do MD text 6xl. And then I'm going to say font medium. Before I do that, I'm going to break this up. Font medium, MD padding bottom 20, and then if it is not a medium-sized screen, I want to do a margin bottom of 10. Now here, I want to say video messaging for all use cases. Now underneath this div, I want to go ahead and create another div. I'm going to say class name, MD flex, items center, justify center, MD space X20, space Y of 10, and then if it's a medium-sized screen, I want the space Y to be 0. Div, class name, BG, number sign E8, F5E3. I'm going to do a rounded 40 pixels. I'm going to do a medium-sized screen. I want the width to be 80. I want the padding to be 10. And then I want there to be a hover animation. So hover, scale, and I don't want it to be as big as the previous one that we do for the button. So I'm going to do 105 instead of 110. Hover, shadow, XL. See, we're able to see this or not, it's fine. Here we're going to do image, and we're going to say src, just like that. Image, this can be that. Class name can be rounded XL, a height of 40, and then a width of 80. So here what I'm going to do, I'm going to close the class name, and then I'm going to close out the image tag. So now if I go back and I refresh this, we actually have to import this component. So go to our page.tsx, and then underneath our fifth section, let's import it. So we'll say section, and it should appear now. And it does just like that. So again, you guys can, for the final project, I went ahead and I changed what the images actually are here. So I'm just going to import those now. But again, just head to this website and then pretty much just download any of these that you think look good. So I'm going to do, I'm going to import this one right here. Give me a sec. So wherever I have this one's sales SVG. I'm going to go back to my components. So wherever my sixth section was, and I am going to, instead of this, I want to say sales SVG. I'm going to head back, and I now have the image that I want right here. All right. Now underneath this one, I want to go and say div, class name, text, 2XL, items center, justify center, flex, PT of 10, and I want to have a kind of like a dark green, so text, number sign, 2224229. Then I want to say sales. I want to do div again. Say class name, text, F8EDFB. I want to do rounded 40 pixels. I want to say MD of width to be 80. I want there to be a padding of 10. And then same thing here, I want to do a hover scale 105, hover shadow XL. Okay, now let's put our text. So I'm going to say sell more effectively with video messaging that is easy to create and share. And I'm still not. Oh. So the issue I have right now is, I believe this color needs to be, let me change this color real quick. So I'm going to do 315 B39. Okay, that's all it was there. I just had the wrong hex code. And I want to say sales. Okay, I am actually, okay, let me just completely delete this class right here. I have messed this up. So I want to say text center leading 8, space it out a little bit, PT4, and I want to have a height of 24. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. And I spelled messaging wrong here, so fix that. Alrighty, that looks identical, which is good. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to do this one, engineering. So what I can do is I can pretty much just copy and paste this right here, and I can do this again. So where it says this right here, right above the image, I want to take that div and I want to grab it. So if you click on the div, it will highlight which one like what is the relationship to that div. So it closes here. So I'm just going to take that, copy that, and then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to paste it just below. So right here, take this, go underneath it, space it out, and then paste it. And then now you're going to see I have 2. So that's good. And what we can do is we can just change the color. So here I'm going to do F8 EDFB, and now you have the other one. And then inside of this one, I'm going to call this one engineering. And again, if you guys want to go ahead and change images, you can. I'm just going to keep it consistent with the same one throughout, just for now. And then for the text, I'm going to do text 45053A. And then for the text underneath, I'm going to say this hex code right here, 681B58. Cool. Now I'm going to do the same thing again. So I'm going to click on this. It's going to highlight, tells me which one I need to go up until. Go underneath, paste it, and now I have another one. So this one's going to be customer support. Oh, spelled that wrong. Customer support. And then I'm going to change the color as well. So this one's going to be E3 F3 FF. Have kind of like a nice blue there. And then I'm going to have this hex code for the color. So 1B224B. Kind of like a dark navy blue. And then here I'm going to say text 1F35 7F. Nice. And then we can do this one more time for the final component. So same thing, click on it, copy and paste it. Now I'm going to do EFF, 0FF, and then I'm going to say here, do 2B, 1C50, and then I'm going to put the same color here as well, so 2B, 1C50. Awesome. So we have the exact same thing. All you have to do to make this different is just change the images, but the rest of it is the exact same. All right. For text, we can just take some time, I guess, and copy. So for this one, for the engineering, I'm going to go all to the top and then put that there. For the customer support, looks like that's just the text. So And yeah, you guys can kind of go take it from there as well. Now if we expand this out, nice. We have 4 exact same cards that resize when you're on a small screen. Cool. So it looks like everything's working perfectly. We can now go ahead and render the next part, which is this little button right here where it says see all use cases. So underneath our last div that we just created, we want to go ahead and so show you outside of this div right here. So this, I guess, one above the bottom, create another div, and I want to say class name flex items center, justify center. So this is going to put it in the middle of our screen and do padding top of 20. And then I'm going to use the button component from Shadscene UI. I'm going to say class name text LG MT6. I'm going to do a rounded of 40 pixels. Do text, that hex code right there, 4B4 to AD. Font medium, padding of 6. And then a background color of EFF 0FF. We do hover, scale 110, hover, shadow, indigo 500, transition all, duration 300, and then shadow MD as well. Cool. And then we can say see all, or let's make sure we close our button properly. So like this, and say see all use cases. Cool. Now we should have our button. Let's go to the very bottom. And it's right there. Nice. So that kind of concludes that section. Now let's go ahead and let's do this one. Alrighty. So we're going to do this one right here. Let's go back into our components. Let's create a new one. It's called 7th section .tsx. Let's do sfc 7th section tab. I'm going to say hi again, and then I'm going to go import it right away. So in our page.tsx, I'm going to say 7th section. Now I want to go ahead and do that. So let's build out this component. So we're going to need a check mark from Lucid React, so we can just import that. So we're going to say import check from Lucid React, just like that. We'll say class name px of 10. We'll do another div inside of this one. Say class name text. Do the number sign. We'll do 2b1c 50. Do a width of full. We'll do a text center. We're going to do flex, justify center, items center, text 4XL, MD text 6XL. We're going to do font medium. I'm going to break this up in a second here so you guys can see. Padding bottom of 20. Do this. Alright, now we can go ahead and put our text. So I'm going to say powerful features for easy custom recordings. All right, let's go back to, let's see if we can see it, and we can right here, nice. And then underneath this div, I want to go and create another div. So I want to say div class name flex call, items center, justify center. I'm going to create another div inside of this one. I'm going to say class name. On a medium-sized screen, I want this to be a flex. Then I want to create another div inside of this. I'm going to say class name, space y of 10. Inside of this div, I want to create another div. And then I want to say class name, flex, items center. We'll do gap 4. Then I want to do div, class name, height of 10, width of 10, bg, EFF, 0FF, items center, justify center, do flex, do rounded full. So our check mark kind of has like a background color behind it, as well as it is consistent with what we have in other styling. And then we want to display our check. So check class name, text3xl, and this is perfect. So let's go ahead and see if we can see that. Awesome. So you can see it kind of at the bottom here. Now we want to go ahead and put another, so this is going to be a span. Span's going to have a class name saying text.xl, and then we're going to say screen and camera recording. So we should have the text just like that, and we do. Cool. So now what I want to do is I want to copy paste this a bunch of times over again. So from here to here, I'm going to show you. So right here, I'm going to copy paste this like 8 more times. So let's actually see how many times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we can copy paste this 7 more times. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alrighty, so you should have this now. And let's see, we're not getting the resizing, which is odd. It's gap 4. Okay, so I see how I did this. So let me go back. So we don't want to do it like just like that. We want to create, so just make sure you have 1, 2, 3, 4. So make sure you have 4. And then I want to kind of show you what it is. So pretty much what's happening here is I'm having 2 sets of columns. And what's going to happen is when you're on a small screen, it's going to be, instead of a column like right here, which is going to be the first one, and then the second one, we want to have it to be like the first one on top, and then the second one when it's inside of a phone. So that's what I did here. So I'm going to show you how I broke it up. So you have 4 like this. So you're going to see 4 are going to be like right here. And then as we scroll, or as we get smaller, you're going to see how it goes from being a flex row to being a flex call. So you see how that breakpoint just happened right there? That's exactly what we want to do. So let's do that. So we have our 4 texts. Let's make sure we have the right text so it doesn't get too confusing. So I'm going to say trim and stitch video clips. So just like this. Then I'm going to have custom background. And then I'm going to say transcriptions and closed captions. Alright, so we now have the same thing here. Now what I want to do is I want to create another one, but this one has to have a extra kind of couple classes. So outside of this div right here, where we have, so I'm going to click on it, it's going to highlight. So if you click on, not this one, but this one right here, it's going to highlight this one. What I want to do is I want to create another div underneath of it. So right here, so basically 3 from the bottom. I want to go ahead and say div, class name, PT of 10. On medium-sized screens, I want there to be no padding top. then I want the space wide to be 10. And then I want to do, on medium-sized screens, I want there to be a margin left of 40. Then I want to do div, so class name, flex, items, center, justify center. And then I want to say, not justify center, sorry, so flex item center. And then I want to do gap 4. And then I can pretty much just go back to copying and pasting everything else I had. So instead of writing this, I will click on this one, and I'm going to paste it underneath. Nice. And then same thing again. I'm going to do underneath here. So I'm trying to. So you can see how now, if I go ahead, you can see how it appears on this side. But then if I go to a small screen, it just appears right underneath. Okay, so here, and then I'm going to do another div, and then I'm going to paste that again, and we should now have, I believe 7 or 8. Yeah, so we have 7 of them right there with the exact thing that we need. So let me just copy and paste this text. So I want to say easy sharing and embedding. Then I'm going to do download and upload. Video privacy controls. And then I'm going to do another one. I'm going to copy and paste this again. We're going to do video and viewer insights here. Cool. So we did that. Now what I want to do is outside of the div, this, so if I close everything out, let me see. So this div should take me to here. Nice. And then this one where it says flex, outside of this div, I want to create another div. So 2 from the bottom. I want to go ahead and I want to say div, class name, underline, PT of 20, font medium. I'm going to say see all features. See all features. Now if we go back to our project, we can see that we have it see all features. And then if I go to a full-size screen, you can see it's right here as well. Awesome. So this is what we just created. That's really good. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to create this section underneath right here where we have this sort of thing going on here. Okay, let's do that. Dun, 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 dun. So go back into our components, create a new component, and we're going to call it our 8th section. So 8th section .tsx. Give me 1 sec here. Alrighty, so we have that. Now I'm going to say SFC, say EIGHTH section div hide. Let's go right away so we can see the changes happening as we develop. I'm going to import the component we just made, and then if we go back to our project, scroll to the very bottom, we're going to see hi again. Awesome, so let's click back into it, and then we can go and say, let's close this out, say div, class name, px10, we're going to say another div, so we get rid of the hi here, say div, class name, text, 2b1c50, close off the bracket, say width full, I'm going to say text center, justify center, items center, text 4XL, MD text 6XL. Again, I'm going to break this up so you guys can see it. All right, we're gonna do font medium and then padding bottom of 20 as well. So font medium, and then we're gonna do padding bottom 20. Now I'm gonna say powerful features for easy custom recordings. Underneath this div here, I'm going to create another div. Say div. No, not div, but div. Class name, flex call, items center, justify center. Do another div here. Do the same thing. Class name on a medium-sized screen. I want this to be a flex. And then I want to create a div inside of this one. Say class name. It's going to be space y of 0. So when we are on our phones, you're going to see how these stack again. Same property that we just did in the last component. So I'm going to do space y 0. And then I'm going to say div class name flex item center gap 4. Actually, if I'm not mistaken, give me one sec here. Oh my goodness, I've been I was looking at the component we just made. Let me see what we have. Yeah, okay. Let me just let's just restart this whole thing actually. Yeah, so take the div and then delete it. Sorry about that. Sorry, I didn't switch out of the newest component. So div, then close the name div. So I'm going to say div class name padding wise. Sorry about that. Item center. I'm going to do justify center flex. I was going to say, I was like, why are these like styles the exact same? It's all good though. I'm going to say div class name MD width of 5/6, MD rounded 80 pixels, 80 pixels, BG of 2B 1C 1C50, and then I want to say items center justify center flex. Then I'm going to say div class name. I'm going to do MD of padding Y 40, PT of 10. Div again, do class name, medium size screen flex, MD PX 20, MD space X 20, MD space Y of 0. Div, do that, like move this to the side. Class name of text white. Do flex. Do space Y of 10. Do another div again. I'm going to say class name flex call. Items center. Justify center, and then flex. Then I'm going to say div, say class name, say text, the size is going to be an MD, and then I'm going to say from our blog. Underneath that one, I'm going to create another div, say class name, MD, text 7XL. On anything else, I want it to be a 4XL with 3/4, and then I want this to be in the middle as well. Text center, say how to use async video messaging to improve communication. Okay, Now, outside of that div, I want to go beneath that one and say div class name md flex. There to be an md of space x10 space y10. And then on a medium size screen, I want the space y to be 0. Items center justify center. A padding x of 10. And then on medium size screen, I want it to be a padding x of 20. Just give me a sec. Alrighty, so MD px of 20. Cool. Now underneath this div, I want to create another div. So I'm going to say div, say class name MD of width 1/2 to BG. I'm going to do a number sign and say 9F9 to EC. Close it. And then I'm going to say rounded 60 pixels. P10. Medium size screen is P20. Again, it's going to go off the screen, so I'm going to break it up. P20, I want there to be a space Y of 10. Then I want there to be an items center. Let me do it like this, items center. Do justify center. Then I want to do flex call. Okay. Then underneath this one, I want to go and create another div. So I'm going to say div class name text 3XL MD text. And we can just keep it text 3XL for all the sizes, so that's fine. Then I want to say when to choose. So I'm writing out this component right here. So I'm just gonna go back. I'm just gonna copy and paste it. So we scroll to our component. We're gonna see it right here. It looks good. And then I want to put p tag underneath. Class name leading 10. Items center flex justify center. And then I'm going to put the text that I have. So this right here, copy and paste it. And then I'm going to break it up here, so you guys can see it. If I go back, it looks pretty good to me. Then the next thing I'm going to do underneath this p tag is I want to put another div. So, and then inside that div, I'm going to say class flex space x 10. And then I'm going to write a div, or I'm just going to write a span instead. So it's going to read the article. Cool. And then underneath that one, I'm going to put another div, or not a div, but I'm going to say arrow right. So arrow right, I'm importing it from Lucid React. It was up here as well. Now let's go ahead and check it out. So you got the arrow right there. Nice. All right, now the next thing I want to do is I want to make another one. So underneath this arrow right, I'm gonna just go ahead and save this so I get rid of all the extra space. So underneath this one, and then this one right here, I want to create another div. Say div class name medium, going to be width 1/2, BG, going to be number sign 9F9 to EC, and then I want to say rounded 60 pixels. padding 10. I'm going to do a MD of space. So the MD is going to be padding 20. Sorry about that. P20 space Y10 items center. And then I'm going to do justify center. I'm going to break this up. Item center, justify center, flex call. And then inside that div, I'm going to create another div. Say class name, text 3XL. And then I'm going to say 7 tips for overcoming zoom fatigue or camera fatigue. Sure. That works for me. And then underneath that, I'm going to write a p tag. So class name, I'm going to say leading 10. So I'm going to space them out a little bit more. There's going to be an MD of H40 items center. I'm going to do flex. I'm going to do justify center. And then I'm going to copy and paste the text again. So right here. So let's see. Okay, this should be able to see it on the screen there. That's good like that. Awesome. So now if we go back to our project, let's see what we got going on. All right, so I think something that we're missing, so we're missing two things for sure, but let's go at them one by one. Now what we want to say is underneath the p tag, I want to say div. So div class name, and then I'm going to say flex space x10, and then I'm going to say span again, and then arrow right. So pretty much the exact same thing we just put right here, or literally the exact same thing. Now underneath that arrow right, and then 2 divs underneath. Let's see if this saves. Okay, cool. Made everything smaller. So 1, 2, 3. I want to go and create another div underneath. So I'm going to say div class name padding bottom of 20, and then I want to say button. So import button. Do class name. Do text MD. Font light, not medium. I want light. I want there to be a width of 40, rounded 40 pixels. 40 pixels. Border 4. Then I'm going to say border indigo 400 divided by 90. I'm going to say padding of 8. BG 565 AED. 565 AED. Then we do the hover scale 110. Hover shadow indigo 300. Transition all duration 300. Shadow MD. Okay, very nice. Then I want to close the button. So I'm going to say explore our blog. Alrighty, let's see what this looks like now. Okay, looks pretty good to me. All we gotta do is space everything out. So let's figure out why this is not being spaced out properly. I think I can kind of tell why. So I go to the very top here. So right here, oh, we missed a style link. So right here, I want to say space Y10. So not just space everything out. That was the one style that we missed. So make sure where it says from our blog, the div above it, make sure you have space Y10. And now if we go to a full size screen, this is what it looks like. So we just made all these components, made this one, made this, made this. Now we just did that one. All right, so it looks pretty good to me. Now we can go ahead and continue. So we can build out this component right here, which is this video. And then we have testimonials right here. Alrighty. Okay, so underneath this one, what we can go ahead and do is create a new section. So I'm going to call it, we can call it our 10th section, or our 9th section, I should say. So go into our components, and I'm going to say 9th section .tsx. Close it. SFC 9th section. Div hi. Go back into our page.tsx, and then underneath 8th we can put our 9th. Alrighty. Now what we want to go ahead and do is say import external link from Lucid React, just like that, and then we can go ahead and style this. So we can say class name, class name flex. Again, I'll move this to the side so you guys can see. So underneath this one, where it says hi, we're going to say hi items center, justify center. I'm going to get rid of this hi here, it's throwing me off. Class name, MD, width 5/6. I'm going to say MD of rounded 80 pixels. Then I'm going to have a background color of 111019. We do items center, justify center, flex, div, class name MD PY 40, padding Y of 20, flex call. Alrighty, let's see. Okay, can't see anything yet, that's fine. Then I want to say div, say class name flex, do text white, flex call, justify center, items center, space Y10, and then I do another div inside of that one, say class name text 4XL, MD text 7XL, and then text center. Now we can go ahead and put actual text. So we're going to say bird for enterprise. So you can see it kind of appearing. Okay, bird for enterprise, that's good. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to go underneath this div, and I want to say div class name text XL text B or number sign BBB 6C6 MD text 3XL text center, padding X of 10, medium is going to be a width of 1/2. I say font light, and then I'm going to copy paste this text. So break it up so you guys can see a bit better. Organize async videos at scale. So that is what I wrote. Let's see what that looks like. Looks pretty good to me. Now underneath that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say another div. So I'm going to say div class name. This one's actually not going to have a class name, so we can just close it. And then we're going to have another class. So inside of this div, we're going to have a class name. So class name, we're going to need a lot here. So we're going to say flex, text MD, font light, rounded, 40 pixels, border 4, border indigo, 400 divided by 90, do px 8, py 4, bg 565 add, hover scale 110. Where was that? Hover shadow indigo 500. So we're going to transition all, duration 300, and then a shadow of D. Okay, so you kind of see it happening right here. Then inside of this one, I want to go and I want to say div, make sure we have a closing div, class name, flex gap 2. I'm going to say external link, which is the emoji that we just imported. So I need class name, text sm, and then I say text white as well. And then I want to say div, and then this one's just going to say learn more. We'll do lowercase on the more. Okay, let's see what it looks like. That looks really good. Now, underneath this, I want to go, I'm just going to save this. So, all right, awesome. Now, what I want to do is 1, 2, 3, 4 divs underneath the learn more. I want to display the video. So, video, and then I'm going to say class name, width 2/3, mt20, rounded 40 pixels, mx auto, shadow, indigo 400, and then I'm going to say shadow XL or shadow 2XL, and then outside this class name I'm going to say auto play muted loop. Source is going to be our video that we have in our landing page. So we can say source, say videos. Let's see, we can just close, we can delete this for now. Let's go to our very first component where our video is. So here, this video. So just take this, copy and paste it. All right, let's see what this looks like. Perfect, that looks good to me. Alrighty, now let's go ahead and let's build out the next component, which is going to be these cards that we're going to use all throughout our project. So this is going to be an important one. All right. So let's go do that now. So let's go ahead and create our testimonial section. So that's going to be this right here. So let's go into our components and let's create a new file and let's call it testimonials.tsx. Testimonials.tsx. Or we could stay consistent with what we already have and just say the 10th section. I think that's probably better. 10th section.tsx. We're going to say SFC, and we're going to say 10th section. We're going to say div, say hi, go back into our page.tsx, and then we're going to say 10th section. Okay, now let's refresh, and then it says hi at the bottom there. Cool. Let's go back into it, and let's say at the very top, we're going to need use client. Then we're going to say import React from React, import image from next image. Here we're going to need to install a package. So let's open up a terminal. It's right here. It's a npmi react slick. This is the package that we're going to be using. So npmi react slick. Make it full screen so you guys can see. You guys can see that they get 778,000 weekly downloads, so they're huge. And we're going to be using it for this part of the tutorial. Okay, cool. Now we're going to say enter. All right, cool. And now we are going to say import slider from React Slick. Then it's going to say cannot find declaration file or module React Slick. Make sure to run this command. So take this, copy it, and then paste it into the terminal. All right, and you should have seen that it went away, which is good. Now we can go ahead and we can say import use media query, like this, from React Responsive. This is also a package that we don't have. So I'm going to say, let's search it up again. I'm going to say npmi React Responsive. All right, and we're going. This one has 500,000 weekly downloads, so this is what we're going to be using. So go ahead, copy and paste it. Awesome. Now we have both the packages that we need, so we can close this one also. Let's go back to our project, and then let's say import slick-carousel, like this, and then also this. Cool. Now let's go ahead and let's create two consts. So const is medium screen. We're going to say equals like this. So before we do that, I want to say min width is going to be 768 pixels. The max width is going to be 1023. And then we're going to say const is small screen. So const is small screen, like that. Cool. Now we're going to say const settings equal to dots. I want the dots to show, so I'm going to say dots equal to true. I'm going to say the speed is going to be set to 500. This is not supposed. It's supposed to be like this. True. And then I'm going to say speed 500. Getting some errors, so we'll say slides to show. Your 1.67. Okay, let me just see why we're getting these. Make sure we have a comma here after each of them. That was what the error was. So we'll say slides to scroll. Again, make sure you have a comma after every one. Put the spaces out so you guys can see it a bit better. And then I'm going to say auto play speed. Auto play speed is going to be set to 2000. We're going to have pause on hover, so if people do pause, or if people do hover, they'll be able to read it without continuing to scroll. So we'll say hover, and we'll say true. Pause on focus. And then the class name is going to be widthful. Awesome, so this is the settings right here. Then I'm going to say if it is a medium-sized screen, I want the settings dot slides to show to be 1.67. If it is not, let's say else if is small screen, I want the settings to show to be 1. Cool. Now underneath this, I want to go ahead and I want to actually give out my styles. So we're getting an error here, says cannot resolve. Let's make sure I have this imported correctly. So import slick carousel / slick. This is correct. Alright, let's just continue to style. I think this will go away in a second. So I'm going to say div, let's say class name, padding y of 20, medium padding bottom of 20. I'm going to say flex call, item center, justify center, padding bottom of 32. Then here I want to say my slider, so slider, do settings like this. I want to spread, so do ... And then I want to say class name is equal to widthful. Alright, now let's so what I want to do next is I want to do a React fragment like that, and then I want to put a div. So I want to say div class name bg e3 f3 ff rounded 60 pixels. On a medium-sized screen, I want it to be a little bit bigger, or I want it to be a little bit more rounded, so 80 pixels. Padding of 10. MD padding of 20. Flex call. And then we're going to do item center. So I'm going to space this out. Flex call, I'm going to do MD items center. Do a space Y of 10, margin bottom of 10, and then I want to do an MX of 6. Okay. Now I want to do another div inside this one. So div. This one's not going to have a class name, but I'm going to put an image. And then here we are going to do our logos again. So I'm going to say, just put something like this for now. Alt. And then we can just do this. So I'm just going to close this off. All right. And then I'm going to put this div tag. Should be like this. Okay. Can't resolve from React responsive. Okay, give me 1 second. Actually, Don't know why this would not be working like that. Put this, let's try that. All right, give me a second to figure this out because we won't be able to see anything as we're developing. Okay, so the one thing that you have to do is you have to run this command, npm install react slick slick carousel. This was the one that I forgot to do. Make sure you do this and then your error will go away and then you'll be able to see this point right on. So, alrighty, let's continue. Now, the next part of what we want to do is we want to change this images to actually be a logo instead. So we already have a bunch of logos, so I'm going to go ahead and pick any of them. So I'm going to move this to the side here. So instead of the images folder, I'm going to put logos, and then I'm going to say Logoipsum, and then I'll just pick a random one here. Let's do 298. Okay, that's way too big. Let's see what this one looks like, 22. Okay, I'm gonna do this is for my logo, and then I'm gonna change this to be width 40. So it's a lot smaller. And then for the alt, I'm just gonna call it logo instead. And then yeah, like this is good. I'll change this to back to 500. Alrighty, so we're good. So this is the logo I'm using. I'm just using the same logo all throughout. Alright, so let me close this out now. And then underneath this div, I want to go ahead and I want to create another div, which is going to be the actual text. So I'm going to say div, class name, text LG, font medium, say MD text 3XL, say text, I'm going to do number sign 1B, 224B, MD text center, MD width 3/5, and then here I want to do a quote, so I'm going to do and quote, say, and then we're just going to copy and paste the text. So right here, let's see if it will allow me. It won't allow me. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to copy and paste it from the project. All right, and then I'm going to copy and paste this part, this quote again. Alrighty, so, and then I don't want an extra space. So if you do more spaces, it won't actually do anything to the, so if I do one space, it will show that. Okay, I don't want that, I want it like this. So that's good, and now once I go to a bigger size screen, you're gonna see this is pretty crazy looking, but it's fine. So that's pretty good. Let's refresh. Everything looks pretty good. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Alrighty, so we can continue from there. Now, the next thing I want to do is underneath this one, I want to create now this is going to be creating the actual profile here on the side. So underneath this one, I'm going to create another div. Say div, class name, flex, item center, MD, justify center, space x4, MD space x0. Then I'm going to say div, class name, h10, width 12, MD width of 20, and then MD a height of 10. Then I'm going to say image. Then we're going to do the src thing again. So alt, change this to 500. The height is going to be 500. And then we're going to do a class name. So I'm going to do rounded full, object cover, h full md of height 10 or 12, and then we're going to do a width of 12. Okay, let's see what this looks like. All right, we're getting something going here. And now what I want to do is I actually want to go back into Undraw and get the image I was using. So go back to Undraw, browse now, and then I want to go ahead and find one of the developer. So pick profile is actually probably a better one. So I'm just going to do that instead. So I'm going to download this, and then I'm going to import into my project. So here, so downloads profile picture. See profile picture. Right here, rename this to Undraw 3. Okay, now I'm going to go into my project and I'm going to drag and drop that into here. So where this images is, I'm going to drag it. Okay, and I'm also just going to delete all these because I don't need them right now. So delete these. Okay, let's see where our, let's drag and drop. I might have accidentally deleted it, but we're good. So let's do Undraw 3. And okay, cool. So that looks a lot better. Nice. So the next thing I want to do is I want to put the actual text. So to go back to this, I'm going to say div class name text 1f 3f 7f. Then I'm going to say div class name font medium. Say Alex. I'm just gonna make up a name here. Berman, sure, that works. And then I'm going to say div class name, and then let's see what I put here. Should did everything correctly. What do we got here? Hydration error. Expected a div. Okay, so we will fix that in a second. All right, that looks good. Chief Marketing Officer. All right, now let's go ahead and let's see what else we need to do. So the next thing is going to be, let's close this up. Let's save this so it looks a little bit more organized. Okay. I think our error went away miraculously. So I'm not actually sure why this is repeating, to be honest with you. Dun, 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 dun. Padding Y, padding bottom, flex call, padding bottom 32. Okay. I feel like it's gonna have an issue here, to be honest. Flex call. Dun, 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 dun. So I'm just gonna copy paste this. Give me a sec. See if that do anything. No, I didn't do anything. Okay. anyways, let's just continue developing. But yeah, pretty much, it's pretty weird. I'll figure it out in a second. But it should be going in a row, but it does not. So let me just quickly check this. Interesting. All right, well, whatever. Anyways, what we have to do next is we just have to copy and paste this a bunch more times. So go ahead and where I have this React fragment, go all the way down to the next React fragment where it closes. Again, if you click on it, I don't think it'll, it won't show up, but just for me, it's 35 here. Go all the way down to 75. And then you gotta repeat this a bunch more times. So do that like that, do that again, like that, pretty much however many times you want. And you'll see, okay, cool. So pretty much all we had to do there was we actually just had to copy and paste more like testimonials, I guess you could call them, and then it switches to how we want it to look. So yeah, so just make sure you now have a React slider effect, like with testimonials and stuff like that. And then once we go down to small screen, it's just one, and we've configured that here in our settings right here. So if you want to change this, so on a small screen you want there to be more screens appearing, change it to 1.5, and you'll see that it kind of gets bumped to the side. So for me, I'm just going to go back to 1, and then same thing if you want more than 1.67 to appear on medium-sized screens, you can change this to like 1.9. And let's see what that looks like. It's a little bit bigger, but yeah, so keep it. I'm going to go back to how I had it. But yeah, I just kind of want to show you the changes that you can make. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and just change the colors of each of these because, I mean, we're not going to have the same one every single time. So let's just go and do that. So how I'm going to do it, it's going to be pretty easy. What you can do is you can hover on this hex code and then you can just like go click down, and then once you click on it, you will see that you get a different color. So that's pretty dark. I'm going to take it off that, but whatever this was, it's going to change it to that, and then it's going to become like a purple. Then I'm going to go down again. Here, all I'm doing is I'm changing what's on the right. I'm just bringing it up, and then it's going to find me a similar color, or I guess you could say like, yeah, similar color, but just similar, similar style color, I should say. Then I'm going to go to, let's say that's orange. Get that, which is nice. And then go to the very bottom again. And then I'm going to change the color, let's say it's like a yellow. And then as I scroll, you'll see it's infinitely, which is very nice. So once you get to the end, you go right back to the beginning. And then if you go from the beginning to the left, you can go ahead and go the other way. Cool, so that's what it looks like. Looks really good. And yeah, nice. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and let's see what else we have in this component. Don't have anything else, which is nice. So we can go ahead and build out this card right here. And then we can do our section here and then our footer. So what we want to do is we want to go ahead into our 10th section and we want to create, this is going to be a global component, so we're going to go ahead and put our components folder, so just close everything out for now, and then go into our components, go into UI, and then we're going to call this, I just want to be sure with what we're calling it. Give me a sec. It's going to be our bottom card. So go to UI, click new file, and then say bottom card.tsx. Then we are going to say, so it's going to be in your components, UI, bottom card. So I'm going to say sfc, bottom card. I'm going to say div. I'm just going to say hi. And then I'm also going to put the icon that we're going to be using. So let's put this to the side so we can see as we're developing. I want to say import. I'm going to say download from Lucid React. And then I want to say class name, padding bottom of 40, px of 10. I want to say div. Class name is going to be border, p10, items, center, justify, center, md, size screens or larger, I want it to be a flex. md is going to be width is 2/3. It's going to be mx auto to put everything in the middle. On medium-sized screens, I want the padding to be 20. I want it to be a rounded of 60 pixels. Okay, nice. Then I want to, let's just keep going this way. Rounded pixels of 60, but if it's a medium-sized screen, I want the rounded pixels to be 80. And then I want to say MD justify between. Alright, so that's the whole class. And then underneath this one, I want to say another div. So div, say class name, say text 2XL. On medium-sized screens, I want the text to be 5XL. And then I'm going to say items center. And then I'm going to say font medium, a little bit bolder. We do flex, text center px6. I'm going to say bird works wherever you do. Alright, now underneath here I want to go ahead and I want to do another div, so div class name flex, div again, class name mt6, and then let's do text white, mx auto, width 60, justify between, make sure we spell between correctly, between padding y of 6, font light, rounded to 40 pixels. We're going to do border of 4. The border indigo is going to be 400 divided by 90. MD is going to be padding y6. We're going to have a background color of 565 ADD. We're going to have a hover. So hover, do scale 110, transition all, duration 300, shadow MD. Okay. Now underneath this div, I want to create another div. So class name, flex, items, center, justify, center, gap 4, MD, justify, between, and then a padding X of 6. Now here I want to say the download icon that we just imported at the beginning, class name to MD width of 6, and then MD height of 6, and then we're going to do a height of 4, a width of 4 on anything else, and then we're going to put our actual text. So class name MD text LG, and then if it's not that, we're going to do an SM, and then it's going to say get bird for free. Alright, now let's click save, and if we go ahead, this is going to be the entire component, so let's go import this component into our screen. So go back into your landing page, go to your page.tsx. Underneath your 10th section, we're going to import the bottom card like that. So I'm importing the bottom card from @/components/UI/bottom card. And now if I go to the very bottom, you're going to see we have our card. Nice. And then if I go to a full size screen, we have this right here. That's very good. Now we want to go ahead and build out this component right here. So let's do that. So at the same level of the component that we just created our bottom card, let's go and let's create our bottom section. So go back into your components /UI, create a new file, call it bottom section.tsx, and then let's create that. So let's say close this. So I'll say sfc bottom section. And I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say section, and then I'm going to do class name flex call. I'm going to do md of flex padding 10. If it is a medium sized screen, we're going to do a padding y of 20. Do md items center, md justify center. We're going to do a bg of eff 0ff. Now let me do this. And now I guess what we could do is we just go right back into our component and just import it so we can see it. So underneath our bottom card, let's import our bottom section. So these two are at the same level, you can see. Bottom card and bottom section. And you can kind of see it being developed right here. So let's go into our bottom section. Then let's start styling this thing. So div, say class name, md flex, do md space x28, md px0, md py0, or py20, and then we're going to say div class name flex call space y6 flex text. I'm going to say 3d2 e7c. Oh, e7c. Then I'm going to say div again, class name pt10. Let's say product, and I'm going to change this to all caps, so product, like that. Then I'm going to say div, so I'm going to say class name font light space y4, and then I'm going to say text sm. Now inside of this div, I'm going to say div, so class name. We actually don't even need any class names on any of these, so you just say home, like that, home, and then we're going to say, I'm just going to copy and paste this a bunch more times. So home, so we're going to say home, and then we're going to say product, then we're going to say what's new, so we know what strategy we want to use for this. We're going to say and apos space what's new. Then I'm going to do a pricing. Then I'm going to do a premium. And then we can get rid of the two at the bottom here. Don't need them. All right. Then what we can do is underneath this div right here, we can go ahead and say div. Let's see if we can see this. Should we begin to start seeing some stuff? All right, you can kind of see it forming along right here, which is nice. So here in this div, I want to go ahead, I want to say class name, say flex call, so you say space y6, flex, and then I'm going to do text 3d2 e7c, again, same color, say div, class name pt10, use cases, then I want to say div, So let's say class name, font light, space Y4. So Y4, text SM. And then we can go ahead and copy and paste this exactly. So I'm going to copy and paste all these, and then I'm going to make sure that it's in here as well. So instead of the same exact one, I'll do company. This one will say leadership. This one, we can get rid of this one and say customers. And these can all be pages to whatever kind of website you guys are making. This would say diversity. Yeah, and so on and so forth. Then the next thing I want to do is I just want to pretty much just copy and paste this again. So right here, I want to go ahead and do this. So instead of use cases, this one's going to say for business, all caps. I'm going to say project management. I'm going to say goal management. Then we're going to say increase productivity. Productivity. And then we're going to do work management. We can do maybe another one, which is project planning. So div do project planning. And yeah, you guys can put whatever else you guys want. We're literally just putting text like this at the bottom here. So, all right. Then underneath this one, we're gonna go ahead and do another one. So let's go and take this, go underneath again, and then it's saying for business, let's say downloads. And then, yeah, I'm not going to change the text for every single one every single time, but you guys can kind of see the pattern here. So this will say help, we'll say forum, this will say support, and then yeah, so we're gonna continue. So let's copy and paste this again. So this is going to be a smaller one. This one is going to say resources, and then we're going to have another one which is going to be company. But you guys can again change it to be whatever else you want, and then of course change text to match whatever you guys have for pages. But yeah, I mean that's the entire section right there. And then once we go back into our medium size view, it did not work for some reason. Let's see why not. Should have resized. So text SM. Let's go all the way to the top. Should have resized. So I'm just gonna refresh, see if maybe it was a caching error. Should have worked. Okay, for some reason this is hard stuck. Let me see. I'm gonna go back to this. MD flex space X28. I'm not sure why this is not closing. Give me a second to figure this out. Flex call. Oh, I think we're missing a div here. So let's go. This is actually a good teaching moment. So pretty much once you from here to here, we're missing a div. So there needs to be a div right here. And then let's see what this says now. This should work. So we have everything. Nice. And then let's go. All right, cool. Yeah, so that's all it is. We were forgetting to close a div, but we created the exact thing we wanted, which is good. Cool. That looks good to me. Alrighty, so from there, let's continue. building out the next component, which is going to actually be one of the easiest ones, which is going to be our footer, which is going to be this right here. So let's go back into this, and then at the same level of our UI, I should say our button card and bottom section, we should say footer.tsx. Then inside of this, we want to go ahead and say sfc footer, say div, we can go ahead and just do our section inside of this one. So we're going to say class name, md flex call, md py10, md justify between. Then I'm going to say div, class name, padding of 10, space y of 10. On a medium-sized screen or larger, I want there to be no space y, so space y0. md text center, md flex, and we're going to do justify between, md padding x of 80. And then we will also do an md of space x20, md space x20. Now here, I want to go ahead and I want to say div class name. Actually, this one's not going to have a class name, so we don't need to put it. I'm going to say at. Where's the at sign here? Give me a sec. Above the 2 for me, 2024. Say bird, and then I'm going to say Inc. All rights reserved. All right, cool. Then I'm going to say div, and then I am going to put the globe icon. So import globe from Lucid React, just like that. Class name, I'm going to do a height of 6 and then a width of 6. Close the globe, and then underneath that I'm going to say div, I'm going to say terms and conditions. All right, let's go back. Terms and conditions. Then I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name, flex, items, center. I'm going to say justify center, space x2. And then here I'm going to have all of our social icons. So these again can actually point to your own personal website, but I've just left them blank here. But yeah, so I'm going to do BG, black, do a P of 2, I'm going to do a rounded full, and then I'm going to say Twitter from Lucid React, again just like that. Twitter, class name, height 6, width 6, text white, and then you can go ahead and repeat this a bunch of times. So let's say you have a Twitter, let's copy and paste this again, paste this again, paste this again. So we'll do Twitter, do a Facebook, we'll do an Instagram if you have one, and then we'll do maybe a LinkedIn or something. LinkedIn. Okay, cool. So that's that. Now we can go back into our go to our page.tsx and let's put our footer. Import the footer. Let's scroll to the very bottom, and it is right there. So for some odd reason, this should be, yeah, okay, so we did exactly the same. Nice. And instead I'm gonna just copy and paste this text, but yeah, I just like that better than the at sign. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that looks good to me. And then I think the one thing that we're missing is a YouTube. So I will do a YouTube, why not? So I'm going to say YouTube. And now we have the exact same thing. Okay, so I think with that being said, that concludes our first page of the tutorial. I know it was super long, but we got to do that if we want to make really good websites, right? So this is going to be the end of the landing page. Let me know if you guys have any questions in the comments section down below, but we're now going to go on to be building out this team alignment page next. All right, cool. Okay, so the first thing that we're going to want to go ahead and do is I'm going to reopen this here. Alrighty. So let's go ahead and create a new page. We are going to call it team alignment. So go into your app, create a new folder, and then say team alignment. And then let's say page.tsx. And then we're going to say SFC team alignment. I'm going to say div, put a closing div, and then we can just say hi. And now once we go ahead and click our use cases, or if we go to the full screen size, click team alignment, we're going to see our hi right here. Nice. Next thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and import our navbar because we're going to be using the same navbar all throughout. Except for one other part in the tutorial, but I'll show you when we get there what we're going to do. So let's import our navbar like this, and we're now going, it's going to pop up. So, okay, we've got our navbar right here. The next thing we want to do is we want to create a components folder, underscore components. And then inside of our components, we want to create our first component, which is going to be first section.tsx. Let me rename that TSX. We're going to say SFC first section div hi. Go back into our page.tsx, and then we can say first section. So make sure when you're importing it, it's going to come from /_ components, because we just want it to be the next one up in our folder structure and not what this first section is going to be up here. So I can show you the difference between the two. So you have this one, and then we have another type of first section. So first section. Delete this. I'm going to show you what the other one looks like. So make sure you do not have this one. So do you see how it's // landing page? That's because it belongs to that specific folder, and we don't want to have that. So make sure you have /_ components first section, and then we can import it right here. And then it's going to say hi. Nice. So what we want to do is we want to click into this, and I want to go ahead and import some icons. So I'm going to say import check from Lucid React, as well as the download. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say class name. On medium-sized screens, I want there to be a padding Y of 20. Then I want to say class name. It's going to be MD text center. I'm going to close this here so you guys can see it. So text center, and then I'm going to have a space Y of 4, and then a padding X of 10. I'm going to say MD, or I'm going to say class name, MD text 3XL. Move this aside a little bit. Text XL, text 3D2 E7C, and then I want to say font medium. Bird for team alignment. Now we see the text right here, and then once we go to our full size screen, it goes in the middle. Nice. Underneath this div, I want to say div class name text 5XL. On medium size screens, I want it to be 7XL. Flex MD, I want this to say justify center. And then I want to say font medium MD PY of 2. Now underneath this one, I want to say move fast and stay connected. That looks good. So this is the Loom official website, and this is what we're creating here. So they look pretty identical. Now I'm going to open up our website, which we were creating. And I'm going to go to team alignment. So this is what we're building here. Then I'm going to say underneath this one, I'm going to have more text. So I'm going to say P. Say class name text XL. So I should make this in a column. Text XL. MD text 3XL. I want to say font light. Medium size screen, I want the width to be 1/2. Medium size screen, I want this to be in the center. And then I want this to be text 3B394E. And then I want to say leading normal. Just like that. And then I'm going to copy paste this text right here. So let me move this to center so you guys can see. Use Bird to record asynchronous videos that help your team stay aligned and move faster. That's the text. Dun, 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 dun. Looks like we are missing. Looks like we're missing a styling here. Let's see what that is. Dun, 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 dun. But let's just continue nonetheless. We will address it at the end. Class name, flex, gap 4, MD, justify, center, PT10. Then it's a div, class name, flex. I'm gonna say div, class name. Put this in a column. There's gonna be a lot of styling here. So I'm gonna say text, white, MD width of 60. I want this to say justify between, text, MD, font light, rounded 40 pixels, border 4, then border indigo 400 divided by 90, padding Y of 4, MD padding Y of 6. Going to have a BG of this color right here, 565 ADD. I'm going to have a hover scale 110, transition all, duration 300, shadow MD, and then another hover effect. Okay, now I want to go underneath here, and I want to put another div, so div. So class name, flex, items, center, justify center, gap 4, MD, justify between, padding X of 6. Then I'm going to have a download icon that we just imported at the beginning of the component. Class name, just like that. Div, class name, medium size screen, text LG. If not, it's going to be text SM. It's going to say get bird for free. And then I'm going to make sure there's a closing div here. Actually, we don't need a closing div there. Let's see what this looks like. Alrighty, looks pretty good. Now let's address why this is not properly. You see how this is going a little too far? We need to figure out why that is. So, get the space Y4, text XL, 5XL, MD justifies center. 1/2. Let's see what this would be if it was interesting. Okay, we can leave this for now, but I am definitely interested in why this is looking like that. Let's just do width. Let's do width 1/3. Okay, so let's do 5/6. Okay, even that looks crazy. Do px10. Let's see what this looks like. No, that looks also pretty crazy. All right, well, whatever. I guess we're just gonna have to live with this. This text right here is just a little bit different. All right, whatever. Now let's go ahead and let's continue building out the this video right here. So underneath where it says get bird for free, actually I'm going to save this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We want to go ahead and create another div, and this one's going to say, well, this is where we're going to have our video. So pt10, md pt20. I think I know what the actual error is now. So the reason why this text is, you can see how it's slightly different, where that is now on the second line, is because we don't actually have our a sidebar right here. So we have to account for that. Pretty much, yeah. So I'll go back. So use cases, team alignment. You'll see how there's no sidebar. That's the difference in the styling. So we'll have a sidebar in a second, so it will look exactly the same. But yeah. So I'll switch these back. And then, so underneath here, I want to put our video. So we already have done our video a couple times. So let's go back to our first section. So first section inside of our landing page, or anywhere else where we really have the video, go ahead and just copy and paste it. Just go back into our first section, and then you can just paste like that. And then we have our video. Awesome. So we can go ahead and delete this right here, this div. Then I want to say, it's going to refresh here, it's fine. See what this looks like on the big screen. So it looks pretty good. The only difference is here, this is a lot smaller, so we're going to style that. So go ahead, and where this class name is, you can go ahead and say delete all the classes and then do rounded 20 pixels. Then I want to say MD rounded 80 pixels. And then I want to say shadow indigo 400. Do shadow XL. And then I want to do medium size screens of width 2/3, as well as MX auto. So let's see what this looks like. And it looks like that. Nice. Then I want to go ahead and put some text. So underneath, let's delete some divs here, or some space I should say. Save. So underneath this div right here, I want to go ahead and put another div. Then I want to say class name, text 4XL, do a medium size screen of text 7XL, flex, do MD justify center, font medium, do PT of 20, and then I'm going to do an MD PT of 28, and I'm going to do padding bottom of 10, MD of padding bottom to be 20 as well. Now underneath here, I want to say Y teams, you can say Y teams align, Y teams love bird, sure, why not? Pretty much, I'm just putting any text that somebody might read, but again, it's relative to the team alignment page. So I'm going to say Y teams love bird for team alignment. Let's just put that. Okay, so we have our title here, and then we go into a full size screen. This looks pretty good. So Y teams use bird is what I had in the other one. This is just going to be a little bit longer. So I'll shorten this and I'll say why teams love bird to, I don't even know, why teams align better, I don't know, why teams align with bird, sure, that works for me. All right, then underneath this one, I'm going to put another div and I'm going to say class name, MD, justify center, I'm going to say flex. I'm going to put another div inside of this one. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say flex call, space Y6, padding bottom of 20. Put another div inside of this one. I'm going to say class name, do flex, gap 6, items, center. Then I'm going to put another div inside this one. So I'm going to say, make sure I have a closing div to match it. So I'm going to say class name, BG number 3, I'm going to say E8, F5, E3. I'm going to say width of 12, a height of 12, items center, justify center, flex, rounded full. And then I'm going to put my check icon. So check, class name, text, you can do 4XL. And then close it. And then let's see what this looks like. So I'm going to give this a second to load here. Alrighty, so we have our icon. And this is what we are building right here. Then underneath this one, I want to go ahead and I want to put another div. I'm going to say class name, text, XL. I have the text 224,229. So it's kind of like a dark green. Then I'm going to say font light. And then I'm going to put the text. So I'm saying to record presentations. Again, you guys can make the text anything else you guys want. And it's going to appear right there. Nice. And then we go full screen. Looks like that as well. Awesome. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to copy and paste this a bunch of times. So I'm going to space these out so you guys can see it. So pretty much what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy right here, go underneath it, paste it, do it one more time, and then we're going to have 3 of them. And then I'm just going to change the text. So I'm going to say to deliver deliver better feedback. And then I'm going to say to share knowledge. Alrighty. That concludes this section, and this is what it looks like. Alrighty. Now let's go ahead and let's continue building up the second section. So I'm going to go create a, if I'm actually not mistaken, keep your teams aligned. So let's go back into our team alignment components, create a new file, call it second section.tsx. I'm going to say sfc, second section, say div, we're just going to say hi. This one's going to have a lot of styling, so let's just get this prepared. And again, I'm importing from /_components. Make sure you don't mess up and import the wrong second section. And now if I go to the very bottom, you're going to see it says hi right here, which is good. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's do that now. Okay, let's click into our second section. And let's go to the very top and import our image. So import image from next image. And now we're going to say another div inside of this. We say class name, items center, justify center, flex, md space x20. I say div, class name, width full, bg, eff, 0ff, like that. And then I'm going to have another div, class name, md py40, padding y of 16. I say div, class name, md flex, px10, md px20, md gap 20, md space y0, flex, row reverse, and then I'm going to say div, class name, text 2xl, md text 4xl, items center, flex, width full, md width is going to be 1/2, order 2, and then if it's on a medium-sized screen, it's going to be order 1. So pretty much what I'm doing here is, again, you'll see this. I'm going to have text here on the right-hand side, but I'm on a small screen. I want the text to be above the image. So you see how it kind of switched like that. I will kind of show you again. So right there, it switches from going from the image being on the left to being underneath. Alrighty, and we've already done this previously in another component, so this should not be kind of a surprise. Then underneath this one, I want to say div, class name, text 2xl, not text 2xl, sorry, we did that in the class above. Do flex, this one's going to be just a straight div, and then this one's going to be a div again. It's going to say class name space y10, and then underneath this one, I'm going to say div, class name, space y1. I'm actually just going to go ahead and delete this div here. We don't need it, so just do that. Like this, space y1. I'm going to do md text md. Then I'm going to say div, class name, text, it's going to be this color, 2b1c, 50. I'm going to do font medium. Then I'm going to say md leading normal. Do md text 4xl. And then I'm going to say keep. I'll just copy and paste this right here. So just like that. I'm going to refresh this here. And I have it right here. Nice. Then underneath this div, I want to create another div. And again, I will slide so you guys can see it. Go say div again. I'm going to say, let's, okay, let's do div right here. Say class name, pt4, text sm, md I want the text to be a bit bigger, so text MD, and then I do text 3D2 E7C, leading 6, and then I want to do leading 10 for a medium-sized screen. So it's going to be a little bit more spaced out vertically. And again, let me break this all up so you guys can see it. All right, and now I'm going to say font, going to be font light. And then I'm going to say medium-sized screen, the width is going to be only 80%, so 4/5. Alrighty. And if you guys can remember from our, I guess our first section here, is now, it used to be on this side, it's gone now, and that's because we have a sidebar. So that's also good. And then now let's build out the text. So here, I want to go ahead and I want to actually copy and paste the text again. So I go here, and I'm going to paste that. I'm going to break this up so you guys can see it. Using Bird, you can ask questions, share ideas, and exchange knowledge without time zones or busy calendars getting in the way. And then yeah, so again, underneath this one, we can go ahead and put another div. So we can say div class name space y1, do div class name text 2b1c50, and then I'm going to say text sm, going to be on medium size screens. I want the text to be XL, font medium, and then I'm going to say the leading is going to be a normal. Then I'm going to say share ideas in high resolution. Let's go back. All right. Then underneath this one, I want to go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say class name text sm. On medium size screens, I want the text to be MD. Text 3D2 E7C. Going to be a padding top of 1. The leading is going to be 6. And then on medium size screen, the leading is going to be 10. So spacing it out on the y-axis. So we're going to say font light. MD is going to be width 4/5. Alrighty, and let's copy and paste the text again. So speak to your vision while sharing your design as you record your screen, camera, or both with Bird. Okay, break this up so you guys can see it. Alrighty, that's that. Let's go back. That looks pretty good. Then underneath this one, I want to go ahead and do another copy and paste. So it's going to take from here, and I'm going to copy and paste this again. So underneath, paste it. One more time, paste it. So right here, paste that. And then I'm going to do it one more time. So wait, 1, 2, 3. Actually, 3 should be fine. So 1, 2, and 3. Let's see what this looks like. Alrighty. And then here, we got 3 as well. So 3 of these. Nice. Now let's go ahead and let's go and do that. So let's change the text. So here, so we have this one. I'm going to go and copy and paste, add context to your concept. So here where we have share ideas, that's going to be the first one. This is the second one here. And then I'm going to copy and paste this. I'm going to break this up. Alrighty, and then underneath I'm going to say, send your videos with a link. And that is going to be the next one. All right, cool. Now we can go ahead and do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I'm going to save this. So 6 divs closed. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to do a div right here. I'm going to say div, say class name, medium size screens. I want the width to be 1/2. I want the margin bottom to be 10. And then on medium size screens, I want the margin bottom to be 0. Order 1, so it's going to be on the left first. And then MD, the padding is going to be 0. And then it's going to have a margin top of 10. Looks like we have this A right here, so let's go ahead and fix that. So APOS space, not space, but semicolon. And let's see what this looks like. All right, awesome. We can go and say image. And then I'm going to say the image that we've been using the entire time. So alt image, the width is going to be that, height is going to be that. And then we're going to do the class name. So it's going to say object cover. And then it's going to be MD rounded 60 pixels. I actually don't think this will matter because it's an SVG, but we'll do rounded 40 pixels. And then we're going to do width full as well. Full, and then padding 10 as well. So let's close the image, let's see what this looks like. Alrighty, we got that. And then once we go to a full size screen, okay, this looks pretty insane. So let's figure out why this is like that. Dun, 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 dun. So that's fine. I think what we can do is, let me just close this. I think I might have done an extra div too many. Let's see now. Okay, yeah, so that was what it was. So pretty much I had gone 6 closed divs. Just do 5 instead. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then go ahead and put your div like this. So you need to be operating outside of this div right here. So make sure it's inside of this div, and then you're going to see it's right here. So make sure you have that. Alrighty, that is this component done. Now let's go ahead and let's build out what do we need to do next. This right here. So create a new component, call it third section. .tsx sfc third section. Do div, say hi, and then we can go ahead and import some stuff. So let's import right into our page.tsx. So I'm going to say third section like that, and now it's there at the bottom. Okay, let's go back into developing. So here I want to go ahead and I want to say class name, and I'm going to do bg e3 f2 ff. I'm going to say mx auto, and then I'm going to say div class name padding y of 10 md py not py but p40, and then I'm going to say div class name md flex padding x of 10 md space y0 md space x20. I'm going to close this so you guys can see it. 20, and then I'm going to say items center. Then I'm going to say div class name going to be flex space x10 div class name space y is going to be 10, and then I'm going to say div again, so class name space y1, text is going to be md. Then I'm going to say class name text 1C2850, close that, say font medium, leading is going to be normal, and then I'm going to say text 3XL. On medium-sized screens I want it to be 4XL, and then padding bottom to be 4. Say get your message across. Underneath that div I want to create another div. I'm going to say class name text XL text, I'm going to say 1F3575. The leading is going to be 8, and it's going to be a font light. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this text. Alrighty, that's good. And then underneath this div, I want to, let's just save everything so it's tight. And now underneath here, I want to say div class name space y1, say class name text 1C. Pretty much what you can do is just copy and paste this right here. So copy and paste this, and then paste that. And I want to get rid of, instead of the leading, I want to say text XL, font, I already have text XL, let's do font medium, and then leading is going to be normal. And then I want to say, again, share ideas in high resolution. All right, looks good. Okay, we'll go underneath that div right here, and we will say div class name. It's going to say, go ahead and, so text SM. On medium-sized screens, the text is going to be MD. I'm going to say text 1F3F7F. Leading is going to be 6. MD is going to be leading 10. And then I'm going to say font light. And then I'm going to copy paste this text again. Okay. Alrighty, that looks good. Now what we can do is we can go ahead and copy paste this a bunch more times over again. So where it says right here, space 1, space Y1 to wherever the div closes, go ahead and paste that, and then paste that again. Just like that. Alright, that's good. And then we can just change the text as we need. So add context to your concept. And then let's put this right here. And then let's go to send your video with a link. And let's copy and paste this. Okay. Looks good. And then we can go ahead and put a image. So let's go to where we have, so let's save this first. 1, 2, 3, 4 should be right here. I want to go ahead and put our div where I'm going to put my image. So I'm going to say div class name LG width 1/2 PT 10, MD is going to be PT of 0. And then I'm going to say image. And then let's just do the image that we've been doing this entire time. So go back into our second section, and I'm just going to copy and paste that. We're having a bit of an issue with this needs to have a closing div, I believe. I'm not exactly sure why this is does not support. Okay, let's delete this. Okay, so let's delete that again. Let's try this. Does not support attributes because it does not have a props. Okay, I'm just gonna delete that. Let's try this. Let's say, oh, I think I know what it was. It wasn't complete. So I'm gonna say, let's go back to our second section, and let's copy and paste this here. If I'm not mistaken, we have a source withdraw. Let's say props. What the heck? I've never seen this before. Okay, I'll just retype this out. So image, I'm gonna say src, and for images, let's go back to our first section. Do we have an image that we can use? This is craziness. I've never seen this before. Okay, say images. Let's do undraw. Let's do that, sure. Alt, width, height, and then let's close that. This is super bizarre. I'm gonna go ahead, and it does not have a props property. What does this even mean? I'm gonna go ahead and try to figure this out. Okay, so this was a pretty foolish mistake, but pretty much I just forgot to import image. So make sure you do that. Import image from next image, and then it's gonna go away. Alrighty, and then looks like we have this again, so we can say and APOS. Let's give this a second to actually reload. I'm gonna refresh my screen, and Sora looks like I'm bugged out right now. This is pretty common to happen in development, but then I'm gonna change this. Okay, so it looks like we're back to normal now. So instead of this, looks like I have a phone. So let's change it back to that one. I'm gonna say, let's say undraw 2. All right, and we got our phone. And again, you guys can always change images to be whatever else you want. So that's that. Nice. And let's continue with this part right here, accelerate the flow of information. So let's do our fourth section. Let's go into our team alignment, create a new component, new file called fourth section.tsx, and then I'm going to say sfc fourth section. I'm going to say div, say hi, and then I'm going to import it right away. Alrighty, this is going to be a pretty small one, so I'm going to make sure not to forget the to import the image here. I'm going to say import image from next image. I'm going to close this out, and then I'm going to say, so I'm going to say class name mdpy of 10, div class name px of 10, md is going to be text center, and then I'm going to have a space y of 4. Then I'm going to say class name, it's going to be text 3XL. On medium-sized screens, I'm going to have a 7XL. On medium-sized screens, I'm also going to do justify center, and then font medium, as well as PT20. Then I'm going to say accelerate. This is the text I'm going to use right here. Gonna go back. You can see it right here. And then underneath this div, I'm going to create another div. So this instead is going to be a p tag, class name, text XL, MD text 3XL, font light. I'm going to say MD width is going to be 3/4, so 75%. And then MD MX auto text is going to be 3B394E. And then I'm going to say leading is normal. Then let's copy and paste the text again. Okay. So this is saying we're gonna get, this is, could be confused with the, which is more used. Okay. Let's try what this is saying. Okay, that did not work. Anyways, 2x faster. Okay. Now let's import our image. And let's say underneath this p tag, let's say div, class name, padding y of 10, MD is going to be padding top of 20, and then we're going to put our image. So for this one, let's just do the same thing, but this one's going to have a little bit more styling. So width is going to be 1920, height is going to be 1080, class name is going to be object cover. It's going to be a rounded of 30 pixels. Again, this really won't matter because it's an SVG, but it's just good to have once you guys swap out into your own images. So MD is going to be rounded 60 pixels. And then MD is going to be width is 3/4. And then this is going to say MD MX auto. And then width is going to be full. And then this is going to be a padding of 20. And then let's close this image tag like that. Alrighty, now let's go see what it looks like. So we don't have this images, so let's change it to what we were currently using. I want to use a different image. We've been using the same one over again. Let's try on draw 3. What does that look like? Okay, that's the profile one. All right, that looks pretty good. That's the one I was using. So pretty much this is the one I downloaded and I showed you guys. But yeah, go ahead, head to undraw and then just grab any image. And that's the one I'm using also in my final version. So yeah, if you want to use that one. Alright, now that is this. So we've got images are looking nice. Everything's looking pretty sleek. One thing I want to do is I'll maybe want to add some padding to this image because it's a little big, to be honest. Let's try. Okay, so let's go in the opposite way. Let's do 40. Oh, it's too small now. Let's do 28 instead. Okay, still way too small. I want to do MD of padding 28. Let's try that. Okay, it's still massive, but anyways, you get the point. It's an image and it's a graphic and it takes up the whole screen, which is what we want. So I'm gonna leave that so you guys can continue to style it however else you want. But yeah, that's good for me. All right, now let's go ahead and continue. So underneath this one right here, which is what we just created, I want to go ahead and build out the next component. So I'll switch it back to 20, so it's just the exact same. All right, let's go create our 5th section. So let's do, I think one thing that we forgot to do is the actual features. Yeah, we forgot to do this one. That was an oversight by me, but Yeah, let's do this features one right here. So I'm gonna call it features in this case. So I'm gonna do features.tsx, and I'm going to say, I'm gonna import a lot of icons right here. So I'm gonna say import, do lock, message circle, mouse pointer, square, pencil, line. And then I'm going to import it from Lucid React. Okay, and then I'm going to say SFC, call it features. And underneath this one, I'm going to say, this has to be capitalized, so do capital F here, capital F here. Let's do class name, padding Y of 20. And then let's do div, class name, text, center, text 4XL. Medium size screen is going to be 6XL. Font medium, and then padding bottom of 16. And then let's say features. Class name, going to be MD of flex, px10, MD, the px is going to be 0. I have a space y of 0. I'm going to do items center, as well as justify center. So do this, justify center, MD space x10, 10, and then underneath this one, I'm going to create another div. So div, class name, MD, width is going to be 1/6. The space is going to be y4, and then I'm going to have another div inside this one. So it's going to be class name, flex, item center, gap 6, and then I'm going to put our icons in here. So class name, I'm going to put BG, let's do BG black, H12, width 12, rounded is going to be full, and then I'm going to say items center, justify center, and then I'm also going to say flex. I'm going to say mouse pointer, mouse pointer square, and then I'm going to do this right here, class name, text white, H6 width 6. And then outside this div, I'm going to say div, class name, text XL, font medium, say calls to action. Alrighty. Now underneath here, I'm going to say the actual text. So let me kind of show you what I'm writing here. So I'm building out this calls to action, and then underneath this div, as well as this div, I want to create another div, and I'm going to say div, class name, width is going to be full, and the height is going to be 20, and I'm going to say add links to design files and other resources for viewers to reference. Alrighty, now we of course don't see anything below, so let's go import this. What I want to do is I want to import the features into our page.tsx just beneath the second section. So right here, I'm going to say features, just like that. And again, it's coming from the same level. So / components, features. And now once I go back to my page, I should see I have it here. Awesome. So I'm going to go back to the small screen. And this is what it looks like that. Here, I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this a bunch more times. So let's go click back into our features. And where we have this width 1/6, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste it. So from here to here, it gets highlighted. I'm going to go, first I'll save it so that you guys can see a bit better. So here, all the way down to here, I'm going to copy and paste this. So twice, 3 times, as well as the 4th time. And you're going to see I now have all of these, and I'm going to change these real quick. So first thing I want to do is I want to change this icon, or the second one, to be the pencil line that we've imported. Then I want to change that text to saying drawing tools. And then I want to say emphasize, I'll just copy and paste the text right here. Like this. And then I want to say this text right here, so rich reactions. So rich reactions, and then I'm going to put, yeah, okay, so the text is the same here, it doesn't necessarily matter. I'm going to say content security, and then I'm going to put the lock icon, and then this one's going to be the message circle. So message circle, and then I'm going to change it to this. Okay, cool. So we just did this one pretty quickly, which is good. We can go ahead and continue building out. So underneath the 4th section, I want to create a 5th section. So let's do this 5th section .tsx, and then I want to say sfc 5th section. So before I do that, I want to import the image so I don't forget. Import image from next image, sfc 5th section. Alrighty. And before we do that, let's just check what this looks like. And it is the exact same. So we got that. This is the finished version right here, and then this is what we have. So nice. I'm gonna go back to the test website. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, so underneath here we can go and put or build our 5th section. So I'm gonna say VG FF EDEC. I'm gonna say MX Auto. Say class name padding Y of 4, and then I'm gonna say class name MD of flex. I'm gonna say MD of space Y0. Items center, MD is going to be padding of 40, and then I'm going to say class name MD of order 1, MD of PR 0. Then I'm going to say class name flex call space Y10. I'm going to say MD is going to be flex row. I have MD of items center. Item center, and then I'm also going to have an MD of space X40. Then underneath this one, I'm going to say I'm going to be putting my image. So I'm just going to prepare. I'm going to say order 2, MD order 1, width full, and then MD is going to be width 1/2. Here I can go ahead and put the image. So image like that, and I'm gonna go ahead and just copy and paste the image of what I did in my 4th section. Right, no, not this one. Let's go to the 3rd section, and let's just copy and paste this like that. So let's go back to the 5th section, and let's just copy and paste this. Alrighty, and let's import it so that we can see it while we're developing. So page.tsx, underneath, let's import our 5th section. And okay, we have our image right here. And let's go back to our team alignment. Okay, cool. So 5th section, we'll click back into it and we will say, click save. And I want to put another div right here. So div class name order1 md order2 md flex1 px of 10. I'm also going to say on medium-sized screens I want there to be no padding x, space y10, div class name space y1, and then I'm going to say text md, and then I'm going to say class name text $6 f1 f1d. I'm going to say font medium. I'm going to say a leading of normal. I'm going to say text 2xl, and I'm going to close this so you guys can see it. Text 2xl on medium-sized screens, I want it to be a bit bigger, so text 4xl, and then I want the padding bottom to be 4. Alrighty, now we can go ahead and actually write out our text. So I'm going to say get your message across. Okay, then I want to go ahead and give me a sec. Get your message across. Okay, so I'm going to put that's right there. And this one is very similar to what we did with the blue section right here, except we've just made the title a bit different. So after that, we can pretty much just copy and paste. So do this, and then I'm going to say text MD, and I'm going to say text. We're going to do, again, the same color here, so 6F1, 6F1, F1D, MD of leading, 8, and then I'm going to say font light. And now I'm going to copy and paste the text. So right here. Alrighty. So that is that. And oh, I did not mean to do that. Going to the very bottom here. Dun, 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 dun. And then we can go ahead and do the space Y again. So I'm going to do this. So underneath this div right here, again, I'll save this. Okay, so underneath this div and then this div here, we can say div class name space y1, and then I'm going to put another div, say class name text, and then actually to save some time, I'll do the text right here. I'll write this text. This is going to be the color, so 6F1 F1D, and then I'm going to say text XL font medium leading normal, and then I'm going to say share ideas in high resolution, and then I'm going to say div class name text SM MD. It's going to be text MD. Leading is 6, and then MD, the leading is going to be 10, and then font light. So leading 10, font light. And I'm going to just copy and paste the text here. So share ideas right here. So right here, I'm going to say like this. Alrighty, and now I'm going to do this one more time. So I'm going to copy and paste this where it says space 1 or space Y1. I'm going to go ahead and say that. So we now have 2, and that looks good to me. I want to go and I'm just going to change the text to this. Alrighty, and let's leave that. Alrighty, so that's this component done. And then we can go ahead and we can now do our quote. So underneath this right here, there's a quote, so we can go ahead and do that. So let's import, let's create a component. It's called quote. So quote.tsx. And then here I want to say let's close this again. Say import image from the next image. I'm going to say sfc quote. I'm going to say div. And then I'm going to say class name py of 10. And then I'm going to say class name of rounded 80 pixels. Padding of 10. I'm going to have an MD of P20, flex, and then flex call, items center, and do space Y10. And then underneath this one, we're going to say div. Actually, not a div, it's going to be our image. So I'm going to say, again, let's copy and paste the image that we're using for our logo. So we can say image src, and then instead of saying images, it's going to be let's see where we have our logos, like this. So I'm just going to copy and paste this. So this is from the 10th section of the landing page. I'm going to go back into the quote of the team alignment, and I'm just going to copy and paste this just like that. And let's go ahead and write some more text. So if I'm not mistaken, actually, we could, let's check out what we got going on here. So the quote is right, should be towards the bottom. Okay, so it's pretty much this, except instead of being a carousel, it's just going to be one quote. So that's what's going on. All right. Then what we want to do is we want to pretty much just copy all of the other related stuff. So let's go to our 10th section so we can save ourselves some time. And then pretty much this right here is all going to be the same. So we can take from here down. I'm going to go to, let's go to this portion right here. And let's copy and paste this. So I'm going to go back into our team alignment, go to the quote, and then just right where underneath our padding Y of 10, just go ahead and paste that. Let's see what this looks like now. Let's go back into our team alignment page. And we haven't actually imported it, so we're not going to see it, so let's do that. So we'll go to our page.tsx, and then underneath we can import our quote. So it looks like we have a bit of an error here, so let's figure this out. We have an extra div, and that's pretty much what it was. So remove one div, closing div, I might add, and then let's go back into this, and let's import the quote. Alrighty, now we should be able to see something. So underneath, okay, we have a blue one, and what we want to do is we want to change that to be a little bit different. So let's go back into the quote here, and you can pretty much just go ahead and change this up here. So delete all this class name stuff right here and say this. So we'll do rounded, we'll do 80 pixels. Pixels like that. Padding 10, MD, I want a padding of 20. And then I'm going to say flex call, items center, and then space Y of 10. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, looks pretty good. I'm gonna make this a column so you guys can see it a bit better. Space Y of 10, and you now have the exact quote that we created. So again, the other thing that we want to do is we want to change this text right here. So where we have this text right here, let's change this up a bit. So we're gonna say delete all this right here and say MD text 3XL font medium, and say medium size screens, width 3/5, and then we're going to say text center. Okay, and with that being said, I think that kind of does everything that we needed to do. And I guess what you could do is you could delete the profile here, profile picture, but I kind of like it. It kind of provides a little bit of an identity to the quote. So we don't have it here in our kind of final copy, but what we do have is a different text. So we can just change that to this. So I'm going to say text, maybe 6C6684. All right, and then if you want to go ahead and remove the image, you can just do this like that. And then if that is still not enough, we can just say text center. All right, and then you have now the exact same thing. Cool, so that is that. Pretty much that. Alrighty, so let's go back to a full-size screen, and this is what it looks like. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to create a kind of like an explore thing. So these cards right here, and I want to do that. So let's go to our components and let's create another one. It's called explore, explore.tsx. And then I'm going to say import image from next image, and then I'm going to say import button like that, and then I'm going to say sfc explore, say div, and then I'm going to say class name text is going to be this color right here, so 252434. Close that up, say text center for medium-sized screens. Then I'm going to say flex, padding X of 10. Again, I'm going to make sure this is visible for you guys. Padding X of 10, and then I'm going to say on medium-sized screens, I want it to be justify center. So justify center. I say items center, and then I'm going to say text 4XL, and then medium-sized screen is going to be text 6XL. We're going to do font medium, and then padding bottom of 20. Nice. So underneath that, we can go ahead and say explore more ways to use bird. And let's go import this so we can actually see it when we're developing. So underneath the quote, import a component called explore. And now we have the text right here. Cool. Now let's say underneath this div right here, we can go ahead and we can say div. It's going to say class name. Actually, what I want to do is I want to say div, and then I actually want to close this div off like that. And then I want to do another div underneath. So all I did there was I just created a div at the top, and then I put a div underneath. So that way the styling will be applied all throughout, as it will take like the parent styling. Had we have put it like underneath here, the rest of the styles would have got this right here. So we want to make sure we close this div off so that it's just for this one specific text. I hope that kind of makes sense. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to say class name. I want to say MD flex. I want to say items center. Say justify center. Padding X of 10. Space Y of 10. MD space Y0. MD space X of 10. We can do another div again. Make sure we have a closing div. And let me close this again. All right. So underneath here, I'm going to say class name. Say BG EFF 0FF, and then I'm going to say rounded of 20 pixels, and then I'm going to say MD rounded of 80 pixels. Then I'm going to say MD is going to be width of 1/4, so 25%. Now a padding of 10, MD is going to be 20, padding of 20. We're going to have a hover, scale 105, and then we're also going to have a shadow. And now here, scroll to the very bottom, you can kind of see it coming together. Let's import our images. So I'm going to say, let's go back to which section was it? We want to, where it says accelerate the flow, should be our 4th section, I believe. Okay, so go ahead and copy and paste this and go back into our Explore page, and we can go ahead and just paste it like this. And then scroll to the bottom, and this is what it looks like. So I obviously went ahead and used a different one, but for time's sake, I'm just going to keep it like this for now, and then we're going to change it a bit later. So I want to do some styling here. I want to just say H40. And now you have the image. Okay. Now underneath this one, I'm going to say div, class name, text, 3XL, items center, flex, justify center. Again, I got to remember to close the sidebar like this. Justify center, and then I'm going to have a padding top as well. So padding top, and then text, oh my goodness, 3 or 2B1 C50. Okay, we can go ahead and say in this div we can say engineering, and let's see what the text looks like. It's right there. Nice. And now underneath this div we can go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say div class name, do text, do 3B1 or 2B1, same as this one, 2B1 C50, text center, leading 8 PT of 4. Say add visual context to your code to accelerate your sprints. Sure, that text works for me. We have that. Now what we can go ahead and do is just copy and paste this 2 more times so that we have 3. So what I want to go ahead and do is where I have this right here, this div, so pretty much the second highest one, I want to go ahead and I want to copy and paste it. So I'm going to go to, what I want to do actually is I'm going to group these with a React fragment. Same thing that we did in the slider, so that we know which one it refers to. So right here, I want to close it, and I'm going to copy and paste this now. You don't have to do that, but I just think it makes your code a bit easier to read, and you start to know where stuff actually is going. And now I'm going to paste that 2 more times. So I did that, and okay, so we now have made a mistake by accidentally copy and pasting too much. So let's undo that, and let's find where we need to go up until. Oh, so right here is what we should be copying and pasting to. So remove these, and right, you can remove this as well, and I'm going to remove that as well. So here to here is where you want to do it. So do this like that. Oh my goodness. This one, and then you can click on it and it will highlight which one it's referring to, or which one it's related to. Click on that, and now what we can do is we can copy and paste from there. So that's why I have this in my code, so it's just easier for me to know what's going on. And then I'm going to paste. Okay, let's see what this looks like. It should look pretty good now, and it does. So we have everything in line. Let's see. Okay, no we don't. Let's figure out how to do this. So what I want to do is I want to say at the very top of this, I want to say class name. I want to do a space y of 10. Okay, that breaks everything up nicely. And then on medium size screen, I want there to be a space y of 0. And then on medium size screens, I want this to be a flex. And then as well as medium size screen, I want there to be a items center. Medium size screen, I want it to be justify center. And then I want to do medium size screen space x 40. So let's see what this looks like. So this is what we wanted, the effect that was created here. And here, let's see what it looks like. Okay, so that's way too big. So let's do space x 20. And again, we made the same mistake. So here, I'm going to delete this. I'm going to go to here, say div, class name, space that out. And I'm going to go to the very bottom again. And before I close this, I want to say should be a div. That should, or if I'm not mistaken, let's see. Yeah, it should have closed. Okay, I'm gonna give me a second to figure this out. Actually, okay, never mind. I've already figured it out. So what you want to do, go ahead and do, is create another div like this, just a blank div, and then go ahead and remove this class name where I have this, and go to the very bottom, and again I'm going to delete this as well, don't need it, and then I'm going to delete this as well, and I'm going to put, sorry this is a bit of a mess here, but I'm trying to do this in a timely manner. So delete all that and then do a div like that. So I'll show you exactly what I did, but this should have fixed it. Let's see. Okay, so we have the one. Pretty much just do 2 blank divs like this. They don't need class names. And then you should be good to go. So space x10, div, class name item center, justify center, px10, space y10, md, and yeah, okay. So you should be pretty good to go from there. And then the next thing you want to do is you want to just copy and paste this. So where I have here, give me a sec to find this. right here. And I want to copy and paste this, so see what that looks like. Alrighty, and I have fixed it. So you now have the icons just like that. And I'm going to refresh. Let's see what this looks like. Dun, 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 dun. Nice. Okay. So yeah, I mean, that was pretty much all I had to do there. Was I just needed an empty div. I needed 2 divs here to make this proper. So I hope that kind of gives you enough time to kind of see the changes I made. But yeah, that was all. And I'm not going to change the text because, I mean, this video is going to take forever if I keep changing text. But, I mean, sure, actually, you know what, why not? Let's just do it really quickly. So, customer support, let's change that. So, the second one's good, customer support. Do this. You guys get the idea by now. This is design. And then I'm going to copy paste this again. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, cool. That one's that. Now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to create a button underneath this. So give me a sec. So outside of, so right up here where I have explore more ways to use bird, I want to go outside this div. So right here, so 2 from the bottom, I want to go ahead and I want to say div, and I want to go ahead and say class name flex items center, justify center pt20, and I'm going to say button, and then I'm going to say class name, so do class name like this, text lg mt6 rounded 40 pixels, going to be the text color, font medium, padding of 6, PG is that. We're going to have a hover scale 110, transitional duration 300, shadow MD. So pretty much the exact same styles I've been using the entire time for the button. And then I'm going to say see all, let's do use cases. And then I'm going to close the button. Alrighty. So we now have that, and then I'll change this to be lowercase. Cool. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to make this kind of like a slider. So let's create a component and let's call it our slider. So slider.tsx, and we can go ahead and create this. So I'm going to say import slider 1. So we're going to be using just the first slider, and then I'm going to say import the download from Lucid React, say sfc slider, say div, and then I'm going to say class name pt20 md pt40, say div, class name text is going to be 2b1c50, md with 3/5 mx auto text center, flex justify center. I'm going to say item center. I'm going to say text md is going to be text 5xl. I'm going to say text 2xl, padding x of 10, and then font medium. Alrighty. So this one's going to say more than 21 million people across 120,000 companies choose Bird. I mean, I hope that, I wish it was true. But yeah, you guys can change it to anything else. If you guys want, class name, PT10, margin bottom 20. On the medium size screen, I want the padding bottom to be 0. Item center, justify center, flex. Say class name, text white, MD width 60. And then I'm going to say justify between text MD, font light, rounded 40 pixels. Border 4, border indigo 5 or 400 divided by 90. Alrighty, so this is gonna have to be a big one, so I'm gonna break this up. I'm gonna do medium Y or PY of 6 on a medium size screen. On anything else, it's gonna be padding Y of 4. And then I'm going to say hover scale 110, transition all, duration 300, shadow MD, and then shadow indigo 300. And then I'm going to say div, class name, flex items, center, justify between, px of 6, gap 4. Here I'm going to use the download icon that we imported, and I'm going to say that, as well as class name, text LG, get bird for free. Alrighty, now what we want to go ahead and do is actually like import the slider that we have. So from this one right here, we want to go and say slider 1. And then let's go back into our page.tsx and let's import our slider. So again, we're importing the slider from the same level. Let's see what this says. All right, let's see, do we have it? We do. Awesome. So we have our slider right here, and yeah, we got our button. Let's see what this looks like on full screen. Okay, got the slider going, looks good. Nice. Alrighty. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to do, again, our quotes. So nice thing about this one is we can just use the quotes that we've created in the other section. So I'm going to do quotes, or no, it was testimonials, I believe we called it. Testimonial, let's see. I believe we called it 10th section, possibly. Let's go check. So I'm back into my landing page. 10th section, yeah, so we called it the 10th section. So let's go ahead and go back into our team alignment and let's import the 10th section. So 10th section, and let's see what that looks like. Okay, and we now have the testimonial thing going on. Oh wait, no, we're on the wrong page here. Let's go back. Yeah, okay, so we got the thing going on right here. Looks good. Yeah, nice. And then what does this look like here? I think the only difference between the sections are the padding Y, but I'm not going to go ahead and recreate that because, I mean, let's go check out the team alignment. Okay, yeah, so I mean, not even that. These all look the same. So that's this, and then we now want to go create, or we've already created these components so we can just reuse them. But yeah, Now underneath the 10th section, let's go ahead and import our bottom card like that. And then let's import the bottom section like that. And then we can do our footer as well. And just like that, we have now officially created the team alignment page. Look at how perfect this is, guys. This is actually quite exceptional. Bum, 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 bum. Got this going on here. Got the cards going on. This looks like a proper website, guys. And we also, of course, have our navbar. That works. All right. So, I mean, with that being said, that concludes this page. Yeah, let me know if you guys have any questions about it. But we can go ahead and start building out the next page, which is going to be, actually one other thing I should say before we switch over is if you go to the actual Loom website, I'm not sure if I talked about it in this video or not, but these pages are nearly identical to each other. So for example, this is the design one. You have your images, you have your text again aligned on the sides. You got your quote, you got this thing going on, as well as your slider, and then your kind of testimonials, as well as your bottom card and bottom section. So what you can do to speed up time, and instead of kind of redoing the styling for every single page, is you can go ahead and you can just copy and paste this folder over and over again to represent just to get the same effect. So if we go ahead and we go to use cases, so we have it. I'm going to go ahead and if I click on sales right here inside of my project, you're going to see I'm going to get an error. That's because this page does not exist. And what you can do is you can pretty much just take your team alignment thing, copy the folder, and then repaste it back into your app. So paste, and then I'm going to change, it's going to say team alignment copy. You can go ahead and rename it, and then you can say sales. Now, of course, you're going to have the exact same thing over again. So if I click on team alignment this time, and then I click sales, you're going to see I'm going to get redirected to a page that, of course, it says team alignment. But the styling of the actual pages are the exact same. So what I did is inside of the navbar, I left out, I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here. So inside of the navbar, not the logos here, the navbar, inside of this, let's see. So I'm redirecting to certain pages, right? But these pages, I'm not going to recreate every single one. I mean, this video would take like months to create then. But you can kind of see what I'm doing here is I'm pointing to a page, and then what I'm going to pretty much just be doing the entire time. Let me see if I can find the thing I'm looking for. Okay, here, yeah, here's a good example. So when you click on any of these pages that I have attached an href, so the team alignment goes to the team alignment one, and then you have the sales, engineering, so on and so forth. And since these pages are like nearly identical, I'm not going to recreate every single one. I'm going to let you guys do that if you guys want to do that. So, but pretty much what I was trying to say is just to like speed up the process. What you can do is you can just go and then you can copy. So for example, we did the sales one already. So let's create another one called engineering. So I'm going to copy the sales one now, and I'm going to paste it. And it's going to say sales copy. I'm going to rename it to this href right here. So I'm going to say engineering. I'm going to say engineering. And you now have all of the components that we've just created being reused in now a page that is called engineering. So this is the sales one. It looks the exact same, obviously, as team alignment. But now if I click engineering, you're going to see what I'm saying. So that is pretty much what I want to kind of talk to you guys about there. Is these pages are literally all nearly identical if you actually go through them. So I'm going to leave those out, and I'm going to jump into building out these two pages next, and then I'm going to do the screen recorder as well as pricing sign and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's pretty much what I want to tell you guys. And then I just read all I did was I just changed the text. So that is that one. I just changed to marketing, engineering, and then the rest is the exact same. So yeah, I mean that is that. Let's jump into the next page, which will be our bird AI right here. Okay, so the first thing we want to do to build out this page is go back to our code and create a new page. Let's close everything out. So I'm going to go into my app and I'm going to close everything up, and then I'm going to say new folder, bird AI. Create a page.tsx, say sfc, say bird AI. I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to make it so once I go to use cases, go to for business and click on bird AI, you're going to see our hi, and we've done that by pointing and redirecting to this page right here. And awesome. So first thing we want to do is we want to import our navbar. So get rid of the hi and then import the navbar. So we'll have our navbar back. See, let's reload this, and okay, we have our navbar now. Okay, and then I'm gonna go ahead and create a components folder. So like this, components, and then I'm gonna create a first section. So first section.tsx, and then I'm gonna say sfc first section div, say hi, and then go right underneath our navbar and then import our first section. So again, make sure you're importing from /_components, referring to this section right here. Okay, so this one's going to be, let's show you which one we're going to be building. It's going to be this, and we're going to be using a bunch of stuff. So so I want to go ahead and start by saying use client at the top. So use client. And then I'm going to go ahead and say import use effect, like that. And then underneath this one, I'm going to say const controls. Actually, give me a sec, I want to see. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let me go back. Just want to check something quickly. Okay, so we can do without that, we're fine. I was going to build out an extra function, but we don't need to, so we can go ahead and just continue from there. So inside of our div, go ahead and say class name, md padding y of 40. We're going to have a background color of EFF, 0FF. And give me one sec here. I'm going to say div class name underneath. So class name, flex call, justify center, space y4. And I'm going to close this up so you guys can see it. Then I'm going to have another div inside. So I'm going to say class name, pt20, md pt0, text 5xl, md text 7xl. And I'll say flex, say justify center, and then I'm going to say font medium, px of 10, and then I'm going to have a color for the text. So I'm going to say text, I'm going to be 2b1c, the same one we've been using the entire time. Then I'm going to say introducing bird AI. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, we got that, nice. Now underneath that div, I want to create a p tag. So say p, class name, it's going to be text xl. On closed p tag, so we get rid of the error. And then on medium-sized screens, I want the text to be a bit bigger. So let's do this, md text 3xl. I'm going to say font light, MD text center. I'm going to do MD width of 2/3. And then I'm going to say MX auto. We'll do PX10, and then MD, the PX is going to be 0, as well as my text is going to be this color right here. 3D 2E7C. Okay, I'm going to say, I'm just going to copy and paste the text. So make sure I go to the bird AI and then copy and paste this text. All right, we got it right there. And now what we want to do is underneath this, we want to create another div. So I'm going to say div, class name, flex, gap 4, MD justify center, PX10, padding Y of 4. I'm going to say div, class name, flex, do another div again inside this one. So I'm going to say text white, and then let's put this text white PX6, justify between, text MD, do a font light, rounded 40 pixels, border 4, border indigo 400 divided by 90, and I want to do a MD of padding Y4. I want to do the BG color of 565 ADD. So this MD is going to be 4, and then the BG is going to be this color here, and then we're going to have the same thing as what we've been doing the entire time. So I have all those. Then I want to go ahead and say this. So class name, flex, items, center. You justify center. We're going to have another div. Say class name is going to be text LG, padding Y of 4, and then I'm going to say MD padding Y of 0. So get bird AI. Alrighty, so now we have our text, looks good. And then I'm going to go ahead and click save. And then I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to do this. So 4 underneath, you're going to go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say div, class name, MDPT20. The width is going to be 5/6. It's going to be MX auto, and then the MD is going to be PX10. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and put the video again. So I'm going to go back to our first section. So not in our bird AI, not engineering, not in the team alignments, but into the actual first section. I want to go ahead and click on this video right here. So go ahead and copy and paste all of that. Let's close all that, go to bird AI, first section, and then let's go ahead and paste this. So we can remove this right here, it's not necessary. And let's see what we gotta do. Okay, I'm gonna close this out. Alrighty, looks like should be good to go. It's gonna give it a second to reload. And awesome, so we have our video now. And then once we go to our full size screen, that's what it looks like. Okay. So we got that going on. And now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and create our second section. So I'm just going to save this. And let's go and create our second section. So second section, .tsx. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, so what is it, SFC. I'm going to say second section. say div, go say hi, and at the very top of this one, I'm going to say use client, and then I'm going to say import use state from React, as well as import image from next image. Then underneath our first section, I want to go ahead and I want to say second section, and again, you're seeing where it's being imported from. Now I want to go ahead and create a state variable, so I want to say const active title, going to be set active title, and then use state is going to be the default value is going to be titles, and I'm going to explain what this means more in a second. Then I'm going to say const handle title click, going to be title. It's going to have an any property, so make sure you pass in any. And then I'm going to say, so I'm going to set the active title to the title that we click on. Now I want to go ahead and create a function called const render content. And then I want to create different cases. So I'm going to say switch active title. And then the case is going to be put the string like this, some titles. And then we're going to do like that. And then I'm going to say return. And then I'm going to say div, say class name, md padding y of 8. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to close this out right here. So let me just go ahead and show you. I'm going to go like that. So make sure you have a function right here. And then I will kind of tell you what to do next after this. So just like that. So pretty much just make sure you have two curly brackets, one to close this right here, and then one to close this one right here. So make sure you have this, and then we can go ahead and say this is going to be the content for our actual right here where we're switching between these different options. This is what we're building out right now. All right, so let's go ahead and let's say padding y8, and then we're going to do an h2 tag. So we'll say h2. I'm going to say class name. It's going to be padding y of 10, text 3XL, font medium. And then I'm going to say these titles write themselves. Underneath this tag, I'm going to say a p tag. So I'm going to say p, and then I'm going to do class name, text 3XL leading, relaxed, and then I'm going to say text 3D2E7C, and then I'm going to say font light. Alright, now I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste all the text to save time. So I'm going to go and say this right here, or actually I'll just copy and paste from what I have here. So this is going to be the text. Let's see what this looks like. So shorten the distance between your team and your customers with Bird AI. We summarize your videos so you can share your message in a fraction of the time. All right, that's going to be the text. So this is going to be the first case. Now I want to go ahead and I want to copy and paste this. Now this is going to be the second case, and we don't want the render content. We just want up until where it says case. So here, right here is where we're going to go and copy and paste this. So go underneath this, and then this one's going to say case is going to be summaries, and then we say this text here, you record, we summarize. All right, that's fine. Then I'm going to go up ahead and copy paste again. So titles, it's going to say chapters. And then we're going to do one more, which is going to say tasks. So do tasks. Okay. Then underneath this, we're going to say, we're going to put default return or let me put a colon and then say return, and it's going to say null. All right. Now after this, we can go ahead and say let's put some React fragments. So like just like that. Delete this and then repaste it back into here. All right. Now we can go ahead and start styling out the rest of this div. So let's click on this right here. So div, class name, bg, EFF, 0FF, PT 40, flex items center, justify center, space x20, and then I'm going to say div, class name, medium size screen, width is 2/5, and then I'm going to say div again, class name, text 4XL, medium size screen, text 7XL, font medium, text 2B1C50, PX10, MDPX6, padding bottom of 6 as well. Then I'm going to say instantly better birds. Okay, now underneath this div, I want to go ahead and actually render out the function for all the different information that we created right here. So close this div out. I'm going to say div class name md flex md space x6 mdpl6. So this is going to be our navigation, our navigation menu for our, I guess we could call them titles. So this portion of it right here. So let's render that out. I'm going to close this out. Put this back to the side. Alright. So, okay, here what we want to do is we want to say, we want to pass in the array. So do a curly bracket, then an array, and then just say, so yeah, this is exactly correct. So I'll just write it out though with you guys. So titles, and then we're going to say summaries. And then I'm going to say chapters. Okay, so, all right, so we're going to do this. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to say div. So just like that, close the div. And then here I want to go and say like this. All right, so make sure that when you have this string, it matches what you put right here, or else it won't render. So these have to be the exact. So if you have an uppercase, make sure that you have an uppercase at the beginning as well. Okay, so we have all 4 options. We can get rid of the index here, we don't need it. So just do title. And then you can go ahead and say div. So this, it needs to have a key. So say key equals title, class name, and then you can do curly brackets, and then you're going to do a backtick. So this is not the strings that we've been using this entire time. We're using a backtick now. For me, it's above my tab on my keyboard. Not sure what it is for you, but make sure you have a backtick. And then I'm going to say hidden item center, justify center. On MD screens, I want it to be visible, so I'm going to say MD flex. Say rounded 3XL, cursor pointer. And then I'm going to say right here, I'm going to do a $, and then I'm going to say this curly bracket again. So you guys can kind of see what it looks like. $, curly bracket, and then I'm going to say active title. Pretty much this is right. So we're going to say active title equals title, and then I'm going to do a question mark, so saying if it is not active, I want it to have these properties. So I'm going back to my string here. So this is not the backtick, this is just a regular string. Say bg, say number sign, say d1, f7, close that up, and then I'm going to say the text is going to be this color, so 32DE7C. Going to have a hover, scale 110, transition, and then it's going to be transform, duration 300. And then make sure you have a string to close it. So I've got my string here, and then it's closed here. Now underneath I'm going to say if it is active, so I'm conditionally rendering this here, I'm going to say string, so keep it consistent with the single quotation marks. You guys can do two if you want, doesn't matter. Text, we're going to say 4B4 2AD. Close that out, and then I'm going to say hover. There's going to be a small shadow, I should say. Shadow MD is going to say hover, scale 110, and then I'm going to have a hover effect saying hover shadow indigo 800, and then I'm going to have a hover on the text as well. So I'm going to say text is going to have this color. So text, move this out to the side. Okay, it's not letting me go over here. Let me go back. Hover text. I guess I will have to do it like this. 3D 2E7C. Transition, transform, and then duration is going to be 300. Okay, so that is the entire class right there. Hope you guys can see that. And then again, make sure you have matching backticks that will close here. All right, so that is what everything looks like. Now let's go ahead and then underneath this, let's say on click. Let's do the handle title click function that we created up here. So const handle title click. Okay, then underneath this, I want to go ahead and say I want to write another thing. So I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name, say text MD, padding Y of 4, PX of 6, and then I'm going to pass in the title like this, title, and then I'm going to close a div. So hopefully you guys can see, or if I take a second to full screen this here, this is what everything looks like. Make sure you have a return null here as well. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to this side screen. Let's see, it's definitely just a little bit of like a caching error, but we can continue developing from here. Then the next thing I want to do is underneath this div, I want to say another div. So say div class name, PX of 10, I want to be hidden, and then on MD I want to block the hidden property. It's going to be a height of 96, and then I'm going to say render content, and the content is a function. So that's what that looks like, and then we can go ahead and continue building. So I'm going to delete that div there. Make sure you have this right here. So this render content is what we just created above, which is this whole thing. Now you won't be able to see it on a small view, which is fine, but once we go to a full size, you can see that it changes depending on what we click on. And the effect, like the actual text is not changing because we have the same text all throughout. So if we wanted to change it, we'd say, hey, this is text, and then you could say this is different text. So that is why now if we go ahead, you can see how the different text renders. depending on which one is selected. Alrighty, now the next thing I want to do is I want to add in an image. So underneath this render content, as well as this div here, I want to go ahead and I want to say, we don't have to do another div, we can just do image. And then I want to say the image that we've been doing the whole time. So let's go back to, we don't have it on the first section here, but if we go back to our second or maybe third section, let's see. Just trying to find where we have the image that we're using. Let's see, fourth section. Okay, so right here. I'm just going to grab it from here. And I'm going to go back into the second section. I'm just going to copy and paste that. So let's see what it looks like. This should just be an image. Alrighty, that looks pretty good. So okay, actually never mind, looks huge. Let's figure out, let's make sure it's something else. Let's go back and try to find an image here. So, okay, lightning fast screen recording. Lightning fast screen recording. And then we can find the image belonging to that, which is this one right here. Okay, now let's go back into our second section of our Bird AI. It's gonna be the same thing for business. Let's do Bird AI. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to style this differently then. So let's do hidden. So we want this to be hidden, and then we want to say MD block, so it will be visible. And then let's say the width is going to be 1/3. So, okay, yeah, so it's hidden on small screens, which is good. And then once you go to full screen, it's visible there. Alrighty, that looks pretty good to me. So the reason why I have it like that is I want to do something different for the mobile styling, which is going to be pretty much a carbon copy of what we already created. But for right now, I'm gonna go ahead and let's see what we can do about this. We can say div right here. So this div should be okay. All right, so this div right here, up until this point, is in relation to the medium-sized screen or larger view, but we want to go ahead and create a mobile appearance too. So div, what I'm going to say is class name, MD hidden, and then I'm going to say EFF, 0FF, and then I'm going to say div, make sure you have this closed, class name, px10. So I guess I can try to better explain what's going on here. Essentially, this is way too difficult to try to mobile style. So I want to go ahead and I want to create, this is not even something that, this is like pretty much how the Loom website has it also, is they have it like where you have a view of what we've already created before, sort of like this right here, where you just have, it's pretty much just a different view of what it looks like on mobile, by pretty much just making it hidden on any other screen. So it's kind of like a cheat code way of mobile restyling when it's just something that you can only be viewed as on mobile. I guess you could call it like that. So go back to Bird AI, and then I'm going to say px10, and then I'm going to say another div inside, class name, I'm going to say md hidden pt6, and then I'm going to say the same. Let's go ahead and copy and paste this image. So I'm going to say this, see what this looks like. Then I'm going to obviously remove these properties here. Okay, so we have our phone, which is good. We can just get rid of the class name, we won't have anything there. So just make sure you have this. And then underneath this, I'm going to go ahead and say div class name pt10 padding bottom 4, text to XL, font medium, text to B1C50. Oh, instead of equals, this has to be a dash. And then I'm going to say these titles write themselves. Then underneath this one, I'm going to say class name is going to be leading relaxed. Going to be this color here, text 3D2E7C, and then it's going to be font light. And then I'm just going to go ahead and to the very top and copy and paste some text here. Again, you guys can make this all anything else you guys want. So now I have the text that I have this image. Okay, and now I'm just going to pretty much just copy and paste this 3 more times. So where it says px10, go ahead to the very bottom of this div here, paste, paste, and then paste. And so now you have like what looks like pretty much the same effect that we were trying to create here. We have this, and then again, you guys can go ahead and match the text to the titles if you choose to do so. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to go ahead and jump into the next part. But yeah, that's pretty much it right there. You guys can maybe, let's say, apply a class name, padding 10. See what that looks like. Okay, that looks a lot better. Let's just do that for all of them. Class name, padding 10. And again, here we'll do class name, padding 10. Class name, padding 10. Okay, so yeah, and this text is all the same because, I mean, you just haven't changed it, but you guys can make it your own. All right, so that's that component done. I'm gonna go ahead and continue. So we need to go ahead and let's go back to our Bird AI. Let's see, we want to go ahead and make this out now. So let's do that. And again, we have this here. This is all working perfectly fine. That's good. Now let's go back and let's create another component. So this one time it's going to be the third section. So components, create a new file, call it third section.tsx. I'm going to say sfc, say third section, say div, I'm just going to say hi, go right back in, and let's start viewing it as we develop. Alright, nice. Now we can go in and we can say div class name, mdpy40 bgeff 0ff, and then I want to say div class name md text center space y4 px10, and then I want to say div class name padding top of 52. I'll do md of pt0, do text 4xl, md text 7xl, and do flex, and do md justify not between but center. And again, I'm gonna close this here so you guys can see. And do font medium. I'm gonna do padding bottom of 10. And then I'm going to do this color. So I'll make this a column. So padding bottom 10, I'm going to do text, that color, and then I'm going to have a width of 1/2 on medium-sized screens, and then I'm going to say MX Auto, and then I'm going to say make your first take your best take. Like that. And then underneath this one, I'm going to go ahead and say div class name flex gap 4. I'm going to say md justify center, md pt 0. Then I'm going to say class name flex. Say div class name text is going to be white. And again, I'm going to scroll to the bottom so you can see what's going on. So text white. There's going to be a lot of styling here, so I'm going to make this a column. So text white, the width is going to be 40. We're going to have a justify between. Text MD, font is light. We rounded 40 pixels. Border is going to be 4. Border indigo is going to be 400 divided by 90. Padding Y is going to be 4. We're going to have a BG color of 565 ADD. Hover scale 110. Transition all duration. Let's go back. Let's stick with 300. The shadow MD, and then we're going to have a hover effect. That's going to be a shadow indigo 300. Then let's close this all out. And I'm going to say div. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say flex items center. Say justify center. And then inside this div, I'm going to create another div. I'm going to say class name. It's going to be text LG. It's going to say get bird AI. I'm going to make it like this so you guys can kind of see a bit better. All right. Okay, we got the button. We got the get bird AI. This is good. So, and then once I go to a full size screen, you can see how it looks. Alrighty. So that was what we just made right here. Now let's go ahead and build out the next component. So let's go and let's create our fourth section. So new file, fourth section.tsx. I'm going to say sfc fourth section. I'm going to say div, say hi, and then the same thing as always, we're going to go ahead and import this. So go back to your page.tsx. I'm going to say fourth section, and you're going to get this. And once we go back to our project, you're going to see it says hi. Okay, nice. Now I want to go ahead and just import the image right away. So import image from next image, and that's all we will be needing. Now I want to say class name pt10. On medium sized screens, I want the padding top to be 0. I want there to be a padding of 32 on the bottom. Let's say bg EFF 0FF. Then I'm going to say div. So get rid of this hi here. I'm going to say class name, medium sized screen, I want there to be a flex, items center. I'm going to say justify center. I'm going to say div, class name, and then let's do this. So we'll do px10. On medium sized screens, we want the padding x to be 0. And then we want to say, I want the width to be 40%, so 2/5. And then we can go ahead and import our image. So let's go back to the last section we just created where we used images. So let's just check which image we need to create. Okay, so that's just these images. So if we go back to the third section, or let's say the second section, and let's import this image right here. Let's go back to the fourth section, and then let's copy and paste that. So if I go to the very bottom, okay, we have our image now. Looks pretty good. Now I want to go ahead and put some text underneath this. So I want to go ahead and say div class name pt10, md pt20, px10, md ml20, and then medium size screen, we're going to have a width is going to be 1/3. Div, make sure we have a closing div to match it. Let's close this up. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say class name flex gap 6. Do another div underneath. Say class name text. It's going to be 2b1c50. Font medium. Leading normal. Text 3XL. Medium size screen text 5XL. Let's go back. Let's make sure we can see as we're developing. Now I want to say filler word removal. Alrighty. And then underneath this one, I want to create another div. So I'm going to say div class name text XL text 3D2E7C leading 10 font light PT6. And then let's just copy and paste this text, paste it right here. And from Google Workplace to Slack, Bird videos seamlessly integrate with hundreds of tools. Okay. All right, so it looks like we have somewhere along the line messed this up. So I'm going to say, let's get rid of this. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Alrighty, so make sure what you have to do is where it was gap 6, I had a flex. Remove that, and then it will look the exact same. All right, now what we can go ahead and do is we can start writing some more styles. So let's save this out. So where it says this, we can go ahead, go one more underneath, and then we are going to actually say, give me a sec here. Dun, 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 dun. So outside of this, yeah, okay, so outside of this div, so from the last one on the bottom, go ahead and create a div just right above that, and say div class name flex call reverse. I'm going to say md flex row, md items center. So this is going to be the same thing where it's going to flip sides depending on what the screen is. md justify center, padding x of 10. I'm going to say div class name md ml20, md width 1/3. So div class name flex call, md flex row, gap is going to be 6. And then I'm going to say class name width full. And then on medium size screens, I want the width to be 96. Then I'm going to say, so we can pretty much just copy and paste from here. So this part, this part, so go ahead and copy and paste this, put that right there, and then we can say silence removal. And then we can go ahead and copy and paste this as well. So just beneath that, go ahead and say that. And then you should have, I'm going to go ahead and save this up. So right here, underneath this div, we can go ahead and put the image. So I'm going to say div class name medium size screens. I want the width to be 40%. Then I'm going to say PGE FF 0FF say MDML6 padding Y of 10. And then we can go ahead and put our same image that we just have up here right down low. So paste that. Let's see what this looks like. All right, looks pretty good. Now we've done our fourth section, so we can go ahead and add in some other stuff. So the next part of it is going to be building out the actual frequently asked questions, which is this portion of it right here. So we can go ahead and do that. Now the next, so what we want to do is go into components and then say FAQs.tsx. Now I want to go ahead and, so we want to import the accordion from what we just did earlier as well. So where we built out this portion, you want to go ahead and import the same thing. So import accordion content, accordion item, and then accordion trigger. And then we want to import that from like this, from @components/UI/accordion. All right, and make sure you have this. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say SFC, and then I want to say FAQs, all caps. Say div, say hi. Now we can go into our page.tsx underneath our fourth section, and let's just import our FAQs. So these are all consistent because they're all at the same level right here. Now we can go back into our FAQs and we can say, let's close this. Say class name, let's say flex call, and do flex items center, justify center, and then we can say a padding top of 40. And then I'm going to say div class name. Again, let's make sure we can see what's going on. So class name, we're going to say text 4XL, font medium, padding bottom of 10, say FAQs. Now what I want to do is underneath this one, I want to go ahead and start using my accordion. So I want to say accordion, class name, the medium, the width of it is going to be 2/3. Let's say width full, padding X is going to be 10, the MD, the padding X is going to be 0. Then it's going to be a type, it's going to be single, and then it's also going to be collapsible. Alrighty, now let's close that, and then let's do accordion item. So I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to do a bunch of classes. So I'm going to say my6 bg is going to be EFF. Or it's not going to be around 20 pixels, but we're going to have that class name. Then I'm going to say py10. The medium is going to be py16. And then we're going to be rounded is 40 pixels. And then the text is going to be text 3D2E7C. Alrighty. Then I want to say another one. I'm going to say value is equal to item 1. And now we're also going to need a closing tag for this. So I'm going to say that. And now I can go ahead and say accordion trigger, class name, font medium, and then I want to say how do I purchase bird. So these can all be made up questions. Of course, they don't have to be real, but you can see that part. Now I'm going to say accordion content, and then here's going to be the answer to the question. So I'm going to say it is possible to purchase bird click here to learn more. Click here to learn more. I don't know, it could be anything. Alrighty, so we now can go ahead and you can see that we now have our first frequently asked question right here. So, and then once we go to a bigger screen, you can see it looks like that. Nice. So the next thing I want to do is I want to copy paste this a bunch more times. So where my accordion item is, I want to go ahead and copy and paste this like 3 more times. So let's do that, that, and that. And what you're going to notice is if you go ahead and click on any of these, they're all going to open and close. And obviously we don't want this to happen, so we only want to open one question at a time. So you got to make sure that your value here, where it says item 1, these can't be the same. So make sure this is item 2, go down, this is item 3, this is item 4, this is item 5. So now, once we go back, you can see that we have, these will all open and close respectively. And I'm not going to go ahead and change every single question every single time, but you can kind of see what's going on, how this works now. So that is really good. If you got to this point and you now have your frequently asked questions. Cool. So that's the frequently asked questions part done. And now let's continue building. The next thing we want to do is we want to build out the, what was the next? I think it's just the testimonials. Okay, so it's this portion of it right here. So we've already done this, but there's going to be an added twist with this text right here. So let's go back into it and let's create a component. So we will call this one, we can call it really whatever we want. We'll just call it testimonials. Call it testimonials.tsx. And then we can go ahead and say, we already have all this text. So in our 10th section, I believe it was, we're just going to find, yeah, okay, so it was our 10th section. So what you can do is you can just copy and paste this whole thing in our 10th section. So inside of our landing page, 10th section, go down and copy and paste all of this. And then I want to go back into Bird AI, so app Bird AI components testimonials. And then I want to copy and paste everything. So we have, this is all right. And the first thing I want to do is I want to change this 10th section. So I'm going to call this testimonials. Testimonials. And then scroll to the very bottom. And then change that to testimonials as well. So testimonials. Alright, so you now have these two matching. And right here, I want to go ahead and I want to change this class, like this class right here specifically. So go ahead and delete this. I'm going to say MD. I'm going to be padding bottom of 20. Do flex call, items center, justify center. And then I'm going to say padding bottom of 32. And then underneath this one, I'm going to create another div. I'm going to say class name PT40, text 3XL, padding X of 10, padding bottom of 20. I'm going to say font medium. And then I'm going to say space Y of 10. I'm going to say another div here, class name, MD text center. Then I'm going to say MD text 7XL. And then I'm going to say what customers are saying. Then outside of this div, I want to say div. So do another div like this. Class name text XL, MD text 3XL, medium size screen, width is going to be 3/4. Say MD MX auto, MD text center, and then I'm going to say text 575 454, and then I'm going to say leading 10. Alright, and then I'm going to say font light. So go back, break this up so you guys can see it. I'm going to say font light. Then I want to go ahead and just copy and paste all this text. So right here, Okay, that looks good to me. So I'm going to say 73% can be any made up stat. Now what I want to do is I want to go underneath this and I want to say import testimonials. And again, it's coming from /_components. And now it's going to take a second to load. Scroll to the very bottom. You're going to see we have our testimonials again, but this time it's going to have a text, which looks pretty good. So yeah, that looks good. All right, then the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and complete the rest of this card. So I'm going to say bottom card, then I want to say bottom section, and then I want to say footer. And with that being said, that's going to complete the entire page for this component right here. This is what it looks like. Dun, 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 dun. Got this. Yeah, so this is consistent with what we have made in the other two pages so far. Awesome. So with that being said, we're going to end that here, and then we're going to go ahead and build out the next page, which is going to be the enterprise one. But yeah, that looks really good. Dun, 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 dun. Quickly showing you what we just built here. Dun, 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 dun. This looks really good. Alrighty, let's go ahead and build out the enterprise page now. So let's go ahead and create the enterprise page. So go to your app, create a new folder and call it enterprise, like that. And then create a new file called page.tsx. And close this, we can say sfc, and then we can call it enterprise. Say div, and then I'm gonna go say hi. Now let's go ahead and refresh our server. And now once we click on enterprise, it should work. So it says hi, perfect. Now the next thing we want to go ahead and do is we want to import our navbar right away. So I'm going to say navbar. Okay, and then here we want to do an additional styling. So we're going to use actual HTML here. So we're going to say style like this. So make sure you do a double curly bracket. Say width is going to be 100%. And then say the position is going to be a relative. This will make more sense later, but pretty much this is something I talked about at the very beginning of the video, where you have a double sidebar kind of thing going on, and we obviously don't want to have that when we're on this page. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so the next thing we want to do is we want to create a components folder. So _ components, and then we want to go ahead and create our first section. First section.tsx, and then I want to say sfc first section div, say hi again, go back underneath our navbar, and then import our first section. So again, /_ components, first section, and then it says hi. Okay. Now we can go ahead and import an icon right away. So we can say import message circle from Lucid React, just like this. And then we can say class name, medium size screen. I want the padding on the y-axis to be 20, padding y10, BG 111019, padding x of 10. Then I want to say div class name, going to be MD. I'll close this up. Let's see. Maybe if I do one more zoom in, appearance, zoom in. Okay, let's do that. I say MD text center. And then I'm going to say MD justify center. And then I'm going to say item center, flex call. I'm going to close this, or outside of this div, I want to create another div. And I'm going to say class name. Again, I'm going to make this a column. Say text 5XL, MD text 7XL. I want to say MD justify center. I want to say flex font medium, PT of 16, padding bottom of 10, and then I want to have this text color. So F1, F0, F3, sort of like a light gray, and then I want to go ahead and put actual text. So I'm going to go ahead and say companies work smarter with Bird. All right, that looks good. And of course, the sidebar will appear in the later components once we actually have more stuff. So yeah, that's that. Then outside of this div, I want to go ahead and create a p tag. So I'm going to say p tag, or let's make sure we have a closing like that. Class name. I'm going to go ahead and say text XL, MD text 3XL. I'm going to say font light. I'm going to say MD width is going to be 1/2. Then I'm going to say MD MX auto. Do text, and then I'm going to do this color right here. So BBB 6C6, leading normal. All right, and then underneath I want to say bird and APOS like that. And then let's just copy paste the text. So here, go ahead and say this. All right, that's what it looks like. That's good. Then underneath this p tag, go ahead and say div class name, say mt20. Let's do it like this, mt20 flex items center, justify between, do a gap of 4. We'll do a BG of this, do 565, ADD, do text white, say PX of 6, padding Y of 4, and then we can go ahead and say rounded full. Rounded full. Nice. And then I'm going to say message circle. So the icon that we import at the very top right here. Message circle, class name, width 6, height 6. See what that looks like, okay? And then I want to go ahead and say div class name, text LG, and say contact sales. Alrighty, that looks good. Then underneath this div right here, so outside of this one, we're going to go ahead and say div class name pt28, and then I'm going to say the video again, so this video here. So we go back into the last component we just built, which was bird AI, and then we can go to, let's quickly check which one it is. So our first section, so go to bird AI, first section, and then we're going to copy and paste the video again. So right here, go ahead and copy and paste that. Then we go back into our enterprise, and then go into our enterprise first section, So app enterprise underscore components, first section, and then just paste that. And then once we go back to resources, or no, for business, enterprise, we should see our video here. Go to refresh. Okay, and it's right there. So yeah, we have that looking good. Now we can go ahead and build out the next component. So create the next section, which is going to be the second section, .tsx. And then I want to go ahead and say sfc second section, say div, say class name, bg is going to be the one that we had above, so 019, and then I'm going to say div class name mdpt of 32, div class name, switch back, I'm going to say text f1 f0 f3 px of 6, md width is going to be 3/5. Say text center, say flex, and then I'm also going to make this a column. So and do justify center, and do items center, and do md of text 5xl, and then anything else is going to be text 3xl, and then I want this to be a little bit bigger, so I'm going to say font medium. Okay, just like that, and then I want to say thousands of leading enterprises teams use BERT. And then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and underneath this div, I want to go ahead and say div class name padding top of 20, and then I want to import the slider again. So we can import slider 2 if you want. We did it previously in another section with let's see what this looks like. So we did this one here, so we can go ahead and import another one. Now let's go back into our page.tsx and then import our second section. And again, you see how these are all consistent with each other because they're at the same level. All right, this looks insane. Let's not do that one. Let's do the first one. So instead of slider 2, we'll do slider 1. And if the reason why you're wondering why there's like that blur effect, it's because we put a blur effect on slider 2, but not on slider 1. So you're going to see on slider 1 it doesn't have that animation. So I'll go ahead and show you what I'm talking about. So here, so slider, you see how there's no blur effect or border on blur, or so you can see on, so look at the difference between this one and then this one right here where it says blur borders is true. That's the reason why you see that. So I just went ahead and I just imported slider 1 because that one doesn't have the blurred borders. So that is this one, and we can go ahead and say the next portion of it right here. And actually one thing that I've noticed actually is instead of PT20, let's do PY20. Yeah, okay, so that is actually an oversight I made in the final copy. Right here I want to provide a little bit more padding on the bottom. So instead of PT20, which is just the top, I want to do padding top and bottom, so I just do Y. Alright, now the next thing I want to do is I want to go and build out the third section. So let's create a new component, new file, third section.tsx, and then I want to go ahead and import the image right away. So import image from next image, and then I want to say sfc third section, and then I want to say div. So I'm going to say class name, MD_PY of 40, BG111019. Then I'm going to say class name, MD rounded 80 pixels. I'm going to say BG to B1C50. And then we can say MD MX auto. So now let's go ahead and expand this to be the full size. This is what this looks like right now. Alrighty. We need to go ahead and actually import this so we can see it. So go to our page.tsx. Underneath the second section, import the third section. Again, make sure you have this right here. Let's click back into our third section, and let's say another div. Let's say div, class name, padding y 20, MD, padding y 40, px of 10. Then I want to say div, class name, MD flex, MD px 20, MD space x 20, MD space y0, items center. As well as, let's do slide to the side here, let's say justify center. Alrighty. Then underneath this div, I want to go ahead and create another div so you can see it's closed like that. I'm going to say div, class name, I'm going to say flex, and then on medium-sized screens, I want the width to be 1/2. And then inside of this div, I want to go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say div, class name, flex call. I'm going to say text center. I want to say another div inside this one. So I'm going to say class name, MD text 7XL. On any other size screen, I want it to be 4XL. And then I want to do text EFF EFF 0FF like that. And then I want to say communicate faster with async video. Okay, I'm going to save this. Okay, let's see, unsupported server component. We're not even using server components. Okay, yeah, so that's just a weird error I got. All right, and you can see it happening right here. Now underneath this one, I want to go ahead and say div, class name, text XL, medium-sized screens, I want it to be text 3XL, text D1 F7. The padding y is going to be 6. Say async video helps organizations communicate faster and build culture. You guys can put anything else you guys want. Dun, 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 dun. So that's this component. You can see that. And then this is what we want to build, and then this is what we built. All right. Now the next thing I want to go ahead and do is actually show the image. So I'm going to do 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say div, class name, medium screen is going to be width 1/2. I'm going to say image. And then I'm going to just go ahead and use the phone image again. So let's go back into, where do we have it on this page? We do not. Dun, 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 dun. So let's go back into our, where is this? So new bird AI again. and go ahead and, so we'll say bird AI. Where is the image? All right, this is the image right here. This is the same one we've been using this entire time. So that's that. And then I'm gonna go back into my enterprise. And then where it says third section, I'm gonna paste that. And then I'm gonna go back to enterprise. Gonna refresh. And then we have the image right here. And again, the only difference is because we have a padding 10 now that we previously didn't have in the final version. But I think it looks better now, so we're gonna keep it. Then the next thing we want to do is outside of this div right here, and then one more div, we want to go ahead and say div class name. This one I'm going to make just like this, MD flex item center MD PT of 20. I say justify center, and then I'm going to say MD justify evenly. Okay. Then I want to go ahead and just do a div like this, and then do a div inside and say class name MD text 3XL, padding bottom of 4, text LG. So we're building out this component right here where we have this going on. So text LG, and then I'm going to say the text is going to have this color. So EFF, 0FF. I'm going to say font medium, and then I'm going to say save time. Then I'm going to go ahead and say div class name. The width is going to be 96. Text. I'm going to say D1 F7. Text is going to be small, and then it's going to be leading of 6. I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste the text. You guys should be able to see that. Teams can communicate more efficiently without typing long emails, scheduling meetings, or trying to work across time zones. All right, then I can go ahead and just copy and paste this portion of it right here. So go ahead and copy and paste that 2 more times. So once and then twice. And then now if we go back to our final version, you can see that we have this. And that looks good. One other thing I want to do now that I've just noticed is I want to space these out a little bit more, considering, so go ahead and say, do a space Y of 10. 10 might be a lot, but okay, we'll just keep 10. And then on medium-sized screens, I want the space Y to be 0. So I'll show you what we just did. So this is the same, but all I want to do is now, so if you space Y10, I'll go ahead and I'll remove it. You see how close everything looks, like kind of looks crammed, and I obviously don't want that to happen, so I spaced it out. So do that. You guys can play around with it. You guys can do like 6 if you want, but I'm just gonna keep it at 10. Okay, now the next thing we want to do is just change the text. So I'm gonna say communicate clearly, and then I'm going to copy and paste this text here, and then I'm going to break this up, and then I'm going to say deepen the culture. Just like that. All right, we now have everything looking the exact same. So let's go ahead and let's create our fourth section now. Components, new file, fourth section .tsx, sfc, fourth section, so div, say hi. All right, so we can go ahead and just import the image right away. Import image from next image, and let's go and import the thing. So underneath the third section, let's import fourth section. All right, it says hi down here. You guys can see that. Then I'm gonna go ahead and say class name bg111019. Then I'm gonna go and say div class name md text center items center flex call padding y of 20. On medium-sized screens, I want the padding y to be 0, and then I want the padding x to be 10. So kind of dark, you guys can see that. Then next thing I want to do is I want to say div class name. I'm just going to say text 3xl. Medium-sized screens, I want the text to be double, so 6xl. I'm going to say flex md is going to be justify center. Font is going to be medium. And then I'm going to say padding bottom of 10. And then this text color right here. So F1, F0, F3. All right. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to put some text. So drive community and scale engagement. Let's go back to our, okay, that looks good. Then I want to go ahead and import an image. So, all right. So I can say underneath this div right here, I'm going to go ahead and say div class name md flex items center justify center md space x16. I'm going to say pt of 10, and then on MD size screens I want the padding top to be 20. Now I want to go ahead and import the image. So for this one, let's go ahead and let's get a different image that we've been using. So where it says accelerate, we can go ahead and find that image. So accelerate, we can do a team alignment. Let's grab this image right here. So I'm going to go ahead and copy that, go back into the enterprise, fourth section, and then let's use this image. So let's go back to enterprise, scroll to the bottom. Okay, so we see it. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to say, I want to put a padding of 20. Okay, that looks crazy. Let's do 10. Okay, that looks a bit better. Let's see what this looks like on full size screen. Okay, looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and check what we need to look like. All right, that looks better. So, okay, I know what to do. What we can do is we can keep the padding 20. You can delete all the rest of this. It's fine. Just do the padding 20, and then copy and paste this image again, and then do it one more time. So like that. But the thing is, I want to style these to be hidden. These two right here. So I'm going to say hidden, and then I'm going to say MD block. So here, these images right here, I'll do this, hidden, hidden, MD block. So these images right here, so this one and then this one, are only going to be visible if we are on a medium-sized screen. So you can kind of see how that looks now. See kind of what's going on. Dun, 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 dun. So this kind of creates the effect that we kind of have things going off to the side, which is really good. And then I guess what else we can do is we can say padding top. Let's see if we do padding 40. What does that look like? Okay, so it's just going to keep moving things to the side. We don't want that. So we'll do padding 20. And we will just have to, let's see. Okay. Let's change this to 600. Let's see, it won't make a difference, I don't believe, but 600 and then 600 here. Okay, so it does make a big difference. So make sure that the size of the image is 600 for the width and height for all of them. And of course, you guys can go ahead and change images to be whatever you want, but for time's sake, I'm just going to keep using the same one. Then the next thing I want to do is I want to put this text right here. So you can go ahead and say underneath these two divs, so just one above the bottom, we can go ahead and say another div. Say div class name px10 space y10 md space y0 md flex md space x20. Then I want to go ahead and I want to say, I'll break this up so you guys can see it. Space x20, I'm going to say md pt of 20. So justify center. We do this in a column. Justify center, md justify evenly, and then md is going to be width 4/5. We say mx auto. Alrighty, now we can go ahead and actually start putting our text. So do another div inside this one, and then we can go ahead and put another div. So div class name md text 3xl, padding bottom of 4, text is going to be LG, text color is going to be this, F1, F0, F3. I'm going to do a font medium, and then I'm going to go ahead and put some text. So I'm going to say scale knowledge with video. Say div class name text, and then I do BBB6C6 text LG leading 8. All right, and then I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste this text right here. So I'm going to take that, paste it. Again, I'm going to make sure I go back so you can kind of see what it looks like right here. Okay, let me move this back to the side. Let's break this up. Alrighty, then the next thing I want to do is I just want to copy and paste this 2 more times. So from this div that does not have a class name to this one right here, go ahead and paste, and then paste again. And then you're going to see what it looks like right here. It looks really good. And yeah, that is that right there. Now all we gotta do is change the text. Okay. think I might have copy and pasted this in the wrong one, so change that up there. Then I'll copy and paste this. And then I'm going to say this. Okay, so here we're going to say the same hack, so APOS, and then that symbol right there. And then this is our completed version, and then once we full screen it, got our text right here. Alrighty. Now, one thing I want to see if we can change here is yeah, okay, that's fine. I'm actually going to try to see if I can make this a little bit nicer looking. Okay, let's see. MD space X20. And then I say justify evenly. What does that look like? Okay. Justify center, let's see. Alright, it's fine. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to, let's do width 96 here. Okay, I think that looks better. On each of these, I'm gonna change these to width 96. So I just want this to be exactly in the middle. Then I want to do justify between, or justify evenly. Okay, that looks better. So yeah, previously it was not like centered. This is a lot more centered now. And then you can see it's perfect on mobile. I was just changing it to be a little bit better looking on medium-sized screen. So yeah, it's a good catch we just got right there. And I think it actually looks better than what this looks like, because this is exactly in the center. Alrighty, that's good. Now let's go ahead and let's do this. So we want to go ahead and create a quote again. So let's go to the folder, components. It's called quotes.tsx. And then I want to say sfc, say quote, say div, say hi. I'm going to import the image right away so I don't forget. And then I'm going to go back to page.tsx, and then I'm going to import the quote. So we could technically just import the quote that we already created, but I want to have a different background color. So I kind of want the extra mile with this tutorial for you guys. But yeah, I want this to look different. So if you guys just want to go ahead and use the quote that we created on the other pages, which were, I believe, let's see if there's a quote on this one. You guys can go ahead and use this one if you want, but I just want to create one single quote. Alrighty. Let's go to for business enterprise. Scroll to the very bottom, click back into our quote, and then we can say class name. Actually, we can keep. Let's go find our quote. This will be a lot faster to do it this way. So the name that I think we want to search for is like Alex 10th section. Let's see. The very, very bottom. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to go ahead and copy and paste this right here. So from here, so I'm in app landing page components 10th section. I'm going to go ahead and just copy and paste all of this. So go all the way to the top right here. And then I'm going to go back to my quote, so app enterprise underscore components quote.tsx, and then I'm going to copy and paste all of that, just like this. Okay, now I'm going to go back to my enterprise here. Let's go to the very bottom. You can see what it looks like, and we're going to change this now. So above this, go ahead, do class name, do a padding line 10, and then I want to go ahead and put the same background. So BG111019, looks like that, okay? And then what I want to do is I want to change the color of this quote. So here, if we go back to, this is again the finished version. The quote looks like this right here, has this kind of like dark blue to it. So all we have to do is right here, we have to just change its color, and we have to say BG1B224B. That's that. And then all we got to do is change the text. So wherever the text is, so here, we're going to change it to this. So text E3 F3 FF. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy and paste that everywhere else where the text needs to be. So go here, and then I'm going to change it right here as well. Alrighty, and then what we can do is we can also just change this logo, because I mean it's a little faded. So let's do a different color logo. So go down, public logos. So it's the 222. Let's do 223. Okay, it's way too big. 224. Let's do 225. Okay, no, none of these are. Or let's do 264. 262. Let's see. Okay, 4. Trying to find like a nice color. Okay, that one's not bad. Looks a little weird though. 265. Oh my goodness. Okay, 273. Okay, no. This is hard. I thought 299. Okay, these are too big. 297. Alright, that looks fine. Sure. Pretty much just try to make something that's going to stand out and is legible. Alright, we now have that section done. So we go back to our page.tsx, and then we can go and create the next section. So the next one under this is going to be the fifth section. So create a new component, call it the fifth section.tsx. Say sfc fifth section. Say div, say hi, and then what I want to do is I want to go ahead and import the check icon. So import check from Lucid React, and then we can go back to our page.tsx, and then underneath the quote we can go ahead and import our fifth section. So fifth section. Alrighty, so let's see what this looks like. Alright, this looks insane. Let's see, we gotta figure out the padding on this is not correct. I think I know why, but everything else looks really good. Okay, so I know what this was. So we can go back to our quote here, and what we can do is we can say we only want there to be a width of 4/5. Nope, not there, sorry. So here, inside of this div, right here, div class name, we can say width 2/5. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to center it, so I want to say MX auto. And I only want the width to be over 2/5 on, looks like we have, so let me delete the MX6. And then I only want this to be MD width 2/5, and I actually want to make it 3/5, so it's a little bit, so yeah, it looks a lot better like that. But then once I go ahead and go to a small screen, I want to go ahead and let me just break this up so you guys can see it. Give me a sec. like this. So MD, the width is going to be 3/5, and then if it's not, it's just going to be MX. We're going to say 8. So it fits kind of nicely. You see how that looks? And then once you go to a medium-sized screen, the next thing I want to do is I want to say MD MX auto. Yeah. Okay, so all we did there is we added pretty much 3 classes, which was medium-sized screen. I want it to be 60%, and then I also want it to be in the center. But if it's not, I just want it to have an MX of 8. And then once I scroll, you're going to see it goes like that. And we were able to create this right here. Alrighty, that's that. Now let's continue building out this portion right here. So I'm going to go and make this small screen again. And I want to go and say wherever my 5th section was, the one we just created. And I want to say class name is going to be padding bottom of 40. The BG is going to be the same one, so 111019. Then I'm going to delete this high here. Say div class name medium size screen is going to be text center, items center, MD justify center. And let's break this up. I want to say flex call, so flex call. And then I'm going to say px10. Alright, so I'm going to remove all these extra spaces. And then I'm going to say div class name. It's going to be MD text 6XL flex MD justify center font medium padding bottom 10. And then I'm going to say this right here. Let's break this up. Padding bottom 10. Say text this color right here, and then text 3XL. So the text I'm going to write is going to be, scroll to the bottom so you guys can see it. I want to go ahead and say enterprise grade data protection. Alright, nice. Then underneath this div, I want to go ahead and create a p tag, so p class name MD is going to be text 3XL, be font light, medium size screen is going to be width 1/2. Medium size screen is also going to be MX auto, so it's going to be in the very middle. And then I'm also going to give it a colors of text. Number sign 6C6, or sorry, BBB 6C6. I'm going to say leading is going to be loose, so it's going to be spaced out. And then I'm going to say text XL. And then I'm just going to copy and paste the text again. So right here, like that. Bird protects any and all data on your platform so you can communicate with confidence. And then this is what it looks like right here. Dun, 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 dun. Right here. Alright, now underneath this div, I want to go ahead and say another div, so one above the bottom. Go ahead and do another div, so I'm going to say div class name MD flex, say items center, justify center, PT10, MD padding Y of 20, as well as a padding X of 10. then I'm going to say div class name. We're going to say space y8, and then md is going to be width 1/3. I'm going to say div again. Say class name flex, md is going to be gap 6, and then I'm going to put the check, like the information about the check icon as well as the text. So before that, I want to say div, make sure I have a closing div to match it. So make sure yours looks like this. I'm going to go ahead and click save. Say div class name. I'm going to say bg, going to be f1, f0, f3. Let's see, padding of 3, items center, justify center, flex rounded, rounded full, and then I'm going to say check. So I'm going to use the check icon that we've already used, and then I'm going to say class name text for Excel, and then I'm going to close it off like that. And then again, underneath this one, I'm going to create another div. So this is going to be where the text is. So div class name md text Excel text is going to be bbb 6c6 padding x10. md is going to be width 3/4. And then I'm just going to copy and paste the text here. Alrighty, let's see what this looks like. Okay, so we have made a little bit of a mistake here, and I know what it is. So what I'm forgetting to do here is, you see this, how it closes? I only want the background to be applied to the check icon. So that's a good catch. So I'm going to make sure I close it here, and you're going to see what it looks like now. Okay, so that looks pretty good. And then if I go to full screen it, that's what it looks like. Now, that does not look like how I need it to look like. So I'm going to see, because I want it to be a circle, right? So let's do let's do h of 10, a width of 10. All right, and that fixes it. So all you gotta do is set a height of 10 and then a width of 10. And we can actually make this a bit bigger. So let's say height, let's do height of 14 and then a width of 14. Okay, that looks good. Let's do padding 4. Okay, yeah, do padding 4 instead. See what that looks like. All right. And yeah, and then once it goes to a full size screen, it looks like that. So the next thing I want to do is we pretty much just want to copy and paste this a bunch more times. And I will show you to, so right here, gap 6, we're going to make sure that we go ahead and copy and paste. So make sure you have this right here selected. Go ahead and grab that, Control C, and then go ahead and paste it. So Control V. All right, so we have 2, just like that. And then the next thing I want to do is I want to do one more time. So I'm going to say like this. And then you're going to see once I go to full size screen, that's what it looks like. And we're going to change it in a second. So it's going to be 2 and 2 on each side. So the next thing I want to do is actually, we can just, so, okay, my bad, I made a mistake there. So make sure you have 2 sets of text. So you have this one, then you have this one. And then now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to create another div underneath. And I want to say, wherever this would be, give me one sec. Just trying to find. So here you have this div, which relates to this, which is fine. But then this div outside of it, which is this space y8, we want to go ahead and put a div underneath that. So I want to go ahead and say, let me show you. So 2 from the bottom pretty much is all I'm trying to say, is we want to go ahead and say this. So you want to say right here, say div, class name, the padding y is going to be 10. It's going to have a padding y of 0 on medium-sized screens. Justify center. Have a space y of 8. And then we're going to have a medium width of 1/3. And then I'm going to go ahead and copy paste this again. So go ahead and say this. And then I'm going to do it one more time. So here, go ahead and say this. Okay, so you see how we now have 4 like text right there. Once I go ahead and go to a bigger screen, you can see it breaks up into 2 and 2. And that's done by this property right here. So it's saying, let's go to, so this is, let's try to find where it is. Okay, yeah, so pretty much you have 2, so we're setting this to a flex. So we're saying on medium-sized screens, we want these to be side by side, so like that. And then what we're saying is if it's not a medium-sized screen, so if it's smaller than a phone, it's going to go to a flex call, and that's done automatically just like by this class name right here. So then you can see how we have 4. All right, now I'm going to go ahead and just we can go and continue building out this portion of the page. So let's go ahead and create our 6th section. So components, do 6th section .tsx. I want to go ahead and say, so I want to say sfc 6th section. Okay, sfc 6th section like this. Say div, say hi. Go back into underneath our 5th section and say 6th section. Close this up. And then we can go ahead and start writing some stuff. So I want to go ahead and say class name, say md padding y of 40, padding y of 0 on anything else. I want to do bg, I'm going to scroll the bottom so you guys can see it, do e3, f3, ff, do div, we'll do md text center, items center, justify center, flex call, do px of 10, padding y of 20, and then I'm going to go and so close this div here, or remove the high I should say, and then I want to say div class name text 4xl, md is going to be text 7xl, say flex, do md justify center, do font medium, do a padding bottom of 4, and do text 1b 224b. Medium size screen, we're going to do a width of 2/3, so width 2 like that, 2/3, And then I want to go ahead and actually put some text. So here, I want to go ahead and say use bird for all types of communication. Okay, let's scroll to the bottom. All right, it's right there. Nice. Now outside of this, I can go ahead and say p class name md text 3xl font light md width is going to be 2/3. Say md is going to be mx auto. Say text 1f 3f or 3575. Sorry about that. Do a leading loose. I'm going to say text XL. Then I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this text again. So like that. Awesome. And then outside of this p tag, I'm going to go ahead and do the video again. So let's go back to our first section and then let's copy and paste the video just like this. So this is the first section of the enterprise. And then we can go back to our sixth section. And then we can go ahead and paste it. So underneath this p tag, go ahead and say this. See what this looks like. Okay, what I want to do is let's do an empty of 10 to space this out. So empty 10, and yeah, empty 10, and then we can change this from 40 pixels to 20 pixels. And you can pretty much just get rid of, keep these, and get rid of the shadow if you don't like it. Let's see what the shadow looks like. Okay, yeah, so you can just get rid of the shadow, it's not necessary. So get rid of this, and then get rid of this as well. Then what I want to go ahead and do is I'm going to save everything up. Do this. Then outside of this div here, so again, one from the bottom, I'm going to go ahead and say div, class name, say hidden. So this is going to be the effect where I have text behind the image, and it's only going to be visible on a medium-sized screen. So I'm going to show you how to do this. And actually the entire component is only going to be visible on a, yeah, okay, so we actually missed one class here. So okay, so we have the class name, and then I want to say MD is going to be hidden. Okay. All right, so like this, and then I'm going to say here, so I'm going to say hidden, MD is going to be visible, so MD flex, do items center, I'm going to do justify center, do flex call, and we can leave that. Then I want to go ahead and do another div, so I want to say div, make sure you have a corresponding div to close. This one's going to have a lot of classes, so I'm going to do a column right away. Text 6XL, font medium, text center, justify center, MT is going to be 60, and then I'm going to say MD is going to be PX20, the leading is going to be loose, and then I'm going to have a text gradient. I'm going to say BG gradient to the bottom. So 2B, you can do 2R, 2L, or 2T, depending on which way you want the gradient to go. I'm going to say from blue 500 to blue 200, so I want it to get lighter. And then I want to clip the background to the text. So I want this the effect to be on the text. Clip text, and then I want to say text transparent. So this is very important to have, or else you won't have the effect. So now what we want to go ahead and do is I'm just going to copy and paste all this right here. So these are just pretty much random words. And again, this is not going to be visible on a small screen, so it will only appear like this. So you can see what's going on. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and put the video. So I'm going to go back to where I have my video up here, and I'm just going to copy and paste it. And then outside of this div right here, I want to go ahead and say, delete all the classes. I'm going to say rounded 40 pixels. Say medium is going to be 2/3. I'm going to say the position is going to be absolute. I'm going to say the Z is going to be 10. And then you are going to be able to see it. So it goes over top of the text that I put. And again, these are just random words that you can go ahead and just copy and paste just like this if you want the exact same ones. But I can go ahead and kind of show you the effect I was trying to create. So if you go to the Loom website and then you go to Enterprise, we were able to create all of this. We have the quote, we got this, all this. I was trying to recreate this right here, where you have a video and then you have this in the background. So that's how I did it. This is ours and then this is theirs. And of course you guys can always make your own changes as you guys see fit, but I think this looks pretty good and it's pretty close to what we want to create. So I'm just gonna go ahead and keep that. All right. And yeah, so I mean the 6th section is done. Now let's go ahead and build out the 7th section. So let's go into our components. Let's create a new file called 7th section.tsx. We can go ahead and say sfc 7th section. Say div hi. We can import some arrows, so we can say import arrow down and then arrow up from Lucid React. And then we can also import the image. So import image from next image, go to the page.tsx, and then we can import it. So here, say 7th section, like that. So importing 7th section, and then I'm going to click onto this, and then I want to go ahead and style this out. So I'm going to say class name bg e3 f3 ff. I'm going to say mx auto md flex items center justify center, and then I'm going to say, let's do this so we can break this up. So justify center, and then we can say on medium-sized screens, I want the space x to be 40. I want there to be a space y of 10, and then on medium-sized screens, I do not want there to be any space y, so space y 0. All right, then we can go ahead and create another div inside, so we can say div like this, say class name, say md flex call items center justify center, and then we're also going to do a flex, so just like that. And then we're going to go ahead and say div class name just like this. So do flex items center, justify center again. Do a div. This one's going to include our arrow down. So arrow down to class name, that color right there. And then outside of this one, we're going to say div, class name, text 5XL, font medium. And then the MD is going to be text 100 pixels. Say 50%. All right, let's go check, see what's going on when we're developing. Gonna refresh, go to enterprise. Alrighty, we got the thing right there. Now, what you're not seeing is you're not seeing this arrow be the correct size. You can see it's much visibly bigger here. So what we want to go ahead and do is remove this and then say size is equal to 60. Now we're hard coding the size of what it's going to look like. So you can see it's much bigger now. So make sure you do that. All right. Then outside of this one, we want to go ahead and say, so this div here, here, here. I want to say div class name padding y of 4, and I'm going to say fewer meetings. Okay, so you can kind of see how it looks. We have, we want the text to be underneath. So what we can do is take that div and then put it underneath here. See what this looks like. All right, so we got it right there. You kind of see what's going on. So these two are flex, so they're to the left and right of each other, and then this one goes underneath. And then all of that is aligned in the center. So if I do, let's do MX auto as well. Not going to change anything, but anyways, you can see it. Let's do width full. Okay, so 50% of your meetings, you can see it's in the center. Now the next thing I want to do is I want to put an image. So underneath this, I want to say, I want to go ahead and get one of the logos. So wherever I have /logos, let's go ahead and copy and paste this. So right here, taking this image. So I'm on the app, landing page, components, 10th section, and I'm going to go back into, should be the 7th section. So here, I'm just going to paste that. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, you can see we got the logo right there. And that looks pretty similar. All right, so now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to copy and paste all of this. So from here to, I want to go ahead and do another one. So I'm going to say div, it's going to be an empty div. And I want to go to just on the bottom there. So the reason why I'm doing this is like this div does not provide anything other than just like an idea of where my code starts and finishes. So let's see what we got going on here. Div. Should be, I think it might just be a little bit of a bug. Let's see. Should be good, to be honest with you. I'm not sure why I'm getting this error. Okay, it went away, yeah. So we're good. Let's go back to our enterprise. And then let's copy and paste this a bunch of times. So from here, so this empty div, to there, we can go ahead and copy and paste this. So I'm gonna go underneath of it, and then I'm gonna paste it there. See, looks like that. And then one more time, I'm gonna go underneath this one right here, and then paste that again. So, okay, so we got all three, and now I want to space these out. So let's go here to the top, And let's do space. This should be space Y10. This should be applying. Okay, it is now. Let's do space Y20 instead. Okay, can remove this here. Alright, so we got the same effect going on. And then instead of arrow down on the second one, we can do arrow up. So arrow up. And then we can, so yeah, I mean, yeah, like you guys can obviously see what's going on here. All I'm doing is just putting some divs. And then the next thing I need to do is I need to put this text in the middle. So let's figure out how to do that. So I'm going to say class name flex items center, justify center. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, no, let's do flex call. All right, yeah, so what I want to do is now where I have my empty divs, I want to go ahead and add that to all the styling. So wherever this was, I'll put this here. See how the text goes right to the center. And then wherever I have the next one as well. So now that's already there. And this one in the middle here, for whatever reason, is not, that's the third one right here. So there you go. So now we have all of what we need. We can just change this. So increase in productivity. And then we can say cost savings. And you guys can go ahead and make any number you guys want. So 24%. And then let's go ahead and let's change these logos out a bit so they're not all the same. So let's see what do we got for logos. So again, I'm just picking any random one that I've already downloaded. You guys can go ahead and use whatever you want. Okay, that one's way too big. Let's go back. Again, way too big. 226. Just trying to find one quickly. 292. Okay, maybe not that. 94. 95. Alright, these are just too huge. But I mean, yeah, you guys can play around with it. Do whatever you guys want. Alright, I'm going to do the 97 one. And then I'm going to do this, let's see, underneath here. Let's do 3, 2, 3. Alright, so that looks fine to me. Then let's see what it looks like on a full size screen. Okay, so now all we gotta do is make these, we gotta make these in cross. So let's go to the very top, and it should be right around, not here, but here. I want to say, should be, let's go ahead and let's delete this. Okay, so there should be a flex. Okay, so it's going to be an MD flex. Then I want to say MD flex, do a space MD space Y of 0. I want to do a space Y of 10. And then I want to go ahead and say space X40, or if you do justify space X40 should work. All right, and yeah, I mean, then we'll do only on MD size screen. So do MD like this, and then we're good to go. And the reason why this one looks like it's a little bit ahead of this one is just because this image is bigger. So I'm going to go ahead and change the image to actually be the same size. So let's go back into our images, and it's not, you guys don't have to do this, but I just think it looks better. So yeah, there it is. So you see how they're all like the same level now. And once I go to a small size screen, you guys can see what it looks like. Okay, and this is what we want to create. Looks good. And now what I want to go ahead and do is build out this section right here. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go back into my components, create a new file, and call it the 8th section. Just like that. And I want to say SFC. All right, and now we're going to import it. It's right there. This one, I'm going to go ahead and close this out. So, like this. I'm going to say import link play circle zap, and then I'm going to say from Lucid React. All right, so here we can go ahead and say class name, padding y at 40, BG, to be E3, F3, FF, get rid of all the highs, say div class name MD, width 5/6, MD rounded 80 pixels, BG 1B 224B, let's say MX auto, say div, do class name, do PY16, PX10, padding bottom of 32, say div again, class name MD flex, MD PX20, MD space X20, MD space Y0. I want to say item center and then justify center. Say justify center, just like that. Then I want to go ahead and say another div. So div, say class name, text, E3F3FF, flex space Y10. And then I want to go ahead and say div class name space Y10 flex call, item center, justify center, and then go ahead and say div class name text 4XL, MD text 7XL, MD text center. The medium sized screen is going to be width 2/3, and then we're going to have a padding top as well. So let me make sure I know which one it is. It's going to be PT20. So PT20 like that. Okay, say bird meets your teams where they and APOS like this. Say at. Then let's go ahead and let's see. So we see we got this right here. And then we can go ahead and outside of a bunch of divs. So save this. So where we have this flex outside of this right here, we want to go ahead and create another div. So let's say div class name md flex items center justify center text white, and then I'm going to say space x20. So space x20, and then the padding top is going to be 20 as well. Okay, and then I'm going to say div class name, it's going to be py4 div class name flex item center, padding bottom 4, gap of 4. Let's say div again, class name bg f1 f0 f3. Do a height of 12, a width of 12. We'll do item center, do justify center, do hidden because we don't want this to be visible unless we're on a medium-sized screen. So then I'm going to say md flex. I'm going to say rounded full. All right. Now we can actually pass in our link. So I'm going to say link, the one that we've already imported at the very top. So up here, you can see it. Link, class name, text 4xl, text 1b224b, like this. And then outside of this div, so make sure this closes right here. I say div, class name, md text 4xl, text md, and then we're going to do text EFF0FF, and then I'm going to say team updates. Okay, so that's that. Then outside of this div, we want to go ahead and write another div. So let's go to the bottom so you can see what's going on. Looks like that. You can see it right here. Then I want to go ahead and say, so underneath here, I want to go ahead and say div class name, so the text is going to be b1d1 f7 text lg font light leading 10, and then the width is going to be 5/6. Now I want to go ahead and just copy and paste the text. So right here, I'm gonna go ahead. So send a pitch video screen capture to showcase a product or service and keep yourself front and center with a picture-in-picture presentation format. Okay, so now that we have that, we can go ahead and copy and paste this a bunch more times over. So let's take this. So where it says PY4 to where it closes right here, I want to go ahead and copy and paste this. So we're going to do again and then again as well. So now we should have 3. All right, this is interesting. We have, this should not be going off the side here, but let's figure this out. I figured it out. So outside of here, let's go to the very top. Here, we only want this to be, the space x20 to be applied on MD screens. That's a good teaching moment, so you're going to see how it goes back to the side. So make sure you have MD space x20 here. Okay, now we can go ahead and look at what else we need to do. So this portion of it right here. So let's go and let's go create our 9th section. So components, do 9th section .tsx. Go ahead and say sfc 9th section say div hi. Let's go ahead and import it right away. 9th section, like that. And again, these are all the same. You can see that. So let's go ahead and let's say, so let's show you what this looks like actually on full screen. You go full screen. This is what we just made. And before I forget, let's go ahead and use our icons. So we have the play circle one. So we have link here. Change this to a play circle, and then we have a zap one. So zap. Nice. So it's right here. Okay, now we can go ahead and let's go back to our 9th section. So 9th section, let's go ahead and say class name. BG is going to be E3 F3 FF. Go ahead and say div class name text center item center justify center flex call. We say div class name text 4XL MD text 6XL. And do flex, do justify center, do font medium, like that. And then we're going to do padding bottom of 20. We're going to do a text of this color right here. So 1B, 22, 4B. Padding X10. And now we can go ahead and say choose the plan that and a POS right for your team. Now outside of this div, so one from the bottom, we want to go ahead and create another div. So I want to say div again, so we can see as we're developing right there. Say class name, px10, md flex, items center, do justify center. Then I want to go ahead and say div class name bg c4 d4ff, like that. And then I want to do a rounded 40 pixels. Okay. Now underneath this one, I want to go ahead and say div class name padding 10 md is p20. I'm going to say div class name text 2xl font medium md text 6xl. Then we're going to do text 1b 224b, and then we're going to say business right here. So do business, so you can see it right here, business. And then underneath this one, we can go ahead and say div class name text XL font light md is text 3XL padding y is 6. I'm going to say text, let's do the number sign, so 1 f 3 f, or not f, I should say 3 5, 1 f 3 5 7 f, sorry about that. So we're going to say advanced recordings and analytics. So advanced recordings and analytics. You can see that right there. All right. Now, what I want to go ahead and do is I want to do this portion of it right here, where I have this dot. Okay, so underneath this, I want to go ahead and say another div, class name space y3, div class name flex item center gap 4, text 2xl, text 5f3 5 7f. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and create some empty divs. So let's say, and then underneath this, let's import our dot. So import dot class name, and then let's do a color. So we'll say 565 ADD. So I'm just importing the dot from up here. See that? And then I'm also going to import the button. So I'm going to say import button. So you can see we have our dot right here. Awesome. Then what I want to go ahead and do is I want to, so I have this right here. So underneath this one, I want to go ahead and say div class name, it's going to be text small, and then I'm going to say transcriptions and captions. See what that looks like. Okay, got the dot, and then we got the text right here. So this is what we're creating. Then what we can go ahead and do is just copy and paste this a bunch of times. So from here to here, you can see where it's highlighted. I want to go ahead and copy and paste this. So I'm going to do this 3 times. So paste, paste, paste. And then we now have everything right here. And again, you guys can go ahead and change the text as you guys see fit. And then once I go to a full size screen, this is what it looks like. Alright, so let's go ahead and let's build out the next one, which is this side right here where it says enterprise. And then we can create the effect where this one goes over top of this one. Alright, so what we want to go ahead and do is, before that, we want to go ahead and create this actual button, sorry. And then this button is going to say, give me a sec. So we're going to have this, and then this button right here. So make sure you're outside of this space y3 div. So right here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 from the bottom. You're going to want to go ahead and create a div. Make sure you have a matching div to close it. And then you're going to say, you're not going to say class name, you're going to say button. So change this to button, the one that we already imported from the very top. So I'm importing button like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and pass a bunch of class names right here. So for the text, we can go ahead and just say get started so you can see it right away. Started. Switch back so you can see the get started. So that's the default button. We don't want that, so I'm going to make this class name mt10. It's going to be md of text lg. I'm going to say font light. Then I'm going to say rounded 40 pixels. Border is going to be 4. The border indigo is going to be 400 divided by 90. So border indigo 400 divided by 90. Padding y of 6. The MD is going to be a padding of 8. Then we're going to have a BG of this 565 ADD. Hover scale, transition all, duration 300. Shadow MD, and then we're going to have this hover shadow indigo 300. And we already have the get started text, so you can see what it looks like now. Alrighty. Then what we can go ahead and do is outside of this div where we want to go ahead and So not this one, but this one here. So I'm going to show you outside of this div. So 2 from the bottom. I want to go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say div. Then I'm going to say class name. And then I'm going to say position relative. The Z is going to be 10. I'm going to have a MT of 5. On medium-sized screens, we're going to have a negative MX of 10. And then we're going to have an MD of MT0. MT0, we're going to have a BG of white, so FFF. And then we're going to say rounded 40 pixels. Okay, you're going to see this in a second. Then pretty much what I'm going to do is I am going to copy and paste all of this right here. So wherever I have from right here, I am going to go ahead and, so back where this business is, it's going to tell me where I need to end the highlight. So go ahead where I had this, and then I'm going to repaste that underneath here. So right here, go ahead and paste all that. And there you go. Now we have 2 identical like cards, I guess you could call them. And I'm going to go ahead and change the text. So you guys just see how we did that. So instead of saying business twice, I want to say enterprise. And I'm not going to go ahead and change the text every time, but yeah, so for here it makes sense. So this is what it looks like, and then this is what we want to create. So they're identical. All right, now let's go ahead and get a card or the testimonials. So import that. So we can go ahead and there's 2 things we could do. We go ahead and just use the already existing ones that we have right here, which I think we should do just to save some time. But yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and change it to be something else, yeah, you guys could always go ahead and do that. But for the sake of the video, I'm just going to go ahead and import the testimonials. So I believe it was called our 10th section. So I'm going to say 10th section. So let's see what this looks like, if I'm not mistaken. Scrolling to the very bottom. Okay, never mind, this looks horrendous. Actually, it's not that bad. So pretty much what we need to do in this situation is I want to keep this blue consistent. So I want to go ahead and, okay, that's what we'll do. So you see how I'm, right here I'm importing the 10 section from the landing page, but that one has a white background. I want it to be blue. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to create a 10th section. Create a new file, call it the 10th section.tsx, close it, and then inside of here, copy and paste everything. I'm going to go back into the 10th section of my enterprise. I'm going to go here, I'm going to paste that, and then I'm going to go back into my page.tsx, and I'm going to remove this, and I'm actually going to, so I'm going to rename it to be something else. So I'm going to say wherever my 10th section is. Sorry about the confusion here. We're going to rename this, and oh my goodness, okay. We're going to rename it. I'm going to call it testimonials. Testimonials blue. Actually, no, we can just keep it at testimonials. It's fine. So testimonials. Then I'm going to go ahead. It's going to take a second here because it's a pretty big file. But then pretty much what I want to go ahead and do is I want to just change the BG color. So I'm going to say BG, and then I'm going to say E3, or what was the color again? Let's find that blue color. So where is the 9th section? Scroll to the very top. So right here, this color, BG. to go back to the 10 section. Sorry for the confusion, guys. Actually, not the 10 section, but testimonials now. I'm going to say this. So now, once I go ahead, so I'm back on my enterprise page, scroll to the very bottom, and I'm going to import this. So I'm going to import the 10th section, and it's coming from the components testimonial. So the component name is called 10th section, but let's go ahead to the very bottom, and then you can go ahead and see it right there. So just like that, we were able to, because I didn't like to have that white background, I kind of want to go above and beyond for you guys in this video. So then pretty much all you got to do is click back into the 10 section, and then wherever this image is here, you can just change the color. So now there's, all of these are different colors. So I hope that made sense for you guys. Pretty much all I did is I just copied and pasted it, and then I changed the file name to be testimonial so that I know where I'm working in, and then I'm just changing the colors as I see fit. So let's say I want to do this, now it pops a little bit more. But yeah, this is how it is on the Loom website, and I wanted to recreate that for you guys. Nice. So the next thing I want to do is I want to go ahead and import the bottom card again. So do the bottom card, do bottom section, and then I'm going to do the footer again. Okay, so I mean, yeah, you guys can kind of see what's going on here. Same thing, if you guys want to do the bottom card, let's do that quickly. So let's just change the background of this color to be blue. So I'm gonna go ahead and find the bottom card here. Dun, 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 dun. You guys, again, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. I'm just doing it for personal preference. But where is my components folder? Components, UI. So bottom card, I'm copying it. And then inside of enterprise, I'm pasting it. So I'm saying bottom card. And then I'm going to say bottom card. I'm just going to change it so that I know what it is. So bottom card, and then the background is going to be blue. So I'm going to go back to my page.tsx. Bottom card. I'm going to close that. And then I'm going to change this bottom card to be blue. So I know that the background of this card is going to be blue. Okay, and then I'm just going to say BG, and then whatever that color was again. Let me go ahead and find it. This color. So that's why we try to make the components as like reusable as possible on this channel, so that when we are tasked with, you know, reusing components, like we can just change one thing and it can make a big difference. So I'm going to import now. So bottom card blue, and now you're going to see it's going to have a blue background. So let's go to the very bottom. You can see we got the blue background, and one other thing I want to change is I want to change this actually to be white. So let's do BG, do FFF. Alright, so there we go. So the background is that blue, the light blue here that we have all throughout, but this is actually, the card itself is white. And now if I go ahead and I do full screen, you can see that it looks pretty good. These two are very similar colors, so let's just quickly change that. So testimonials, so I believe it was like the fourth one or something. Here, we can go ahead and do like a purple. Okay, that was actually the fifth one. So here we can go and change this to be like a green or something. Okay, there we go. Awesome, and then this is white. And that's only for the enterprise page. Okay, cool, so let's leave this one here. That is the enterprise page done. We can now go ahead and start building out the screen recorder page, which is going to be this page right here, screen recorder. And once you click on it, you should have an error because it doesn't exist. So let's go ahead and let's do that now. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's create that page now. Go into your folder. I'm going to make this a bit bigger so you guys can see it. So where it says app, we can go ahead and say screen recording. So here, create a new folder, call it screen recording. Do page.tsx. And then now, once we go ahead and click screen recording, or screen recorder, let's see. So what do we call it in our actual project? Screen recorder. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to go and say screen recorder. So here, we have in the drop-down menu it's going to screen recorder, but in the menu.tsx, we are also going to screen recorder. So my mistake, I've done this wrong. So rename this to screen recorder. Now you're going to be able to go ahead and see it. And then let's go ahead and let's create a page.tsx. Oh, we've already created one. Say SFC and say screen recorder. And say hi. And then now you're going to be able to see the hi. Awesome. Now, same thing as last time. Let's go ahead and put this to the side. And then let's just import some stuff. So we can go ahead and say import the Navbar. Like that. We have our Navbar again. And let's go and create our components folder. Components. And then we can go ahead and say first section. So first section.tsx. So app screen recorder underscore components first section. And then let's go ahead and let's start developing. So we can say import button, import Chrome from Lucid React, download, like that. And then we can say SFC first section. Say div, say hi, go back into the page.tsx, and then let's import this. So underneath our navbar, we can say first section. And again, make sure you have this right here. Go back into our first section, and we can go ahead and say class name, mdpy40, py10, bg is going to be like this kind of pink red color. So I'm going to say f7c8, f7, px10. Get rid of the hi and say div. Say class name, medium-sized screen is going to be md text center. Then I'm going to say div class name text 5xl, medium-sized screen text 7xl. We're going to say flex justify center. Say font medium, padding bottom 10, and then I'm going to say text 681 B58. Now here I want to go ahead and actually put the text. So I'm going to say the bird free screen recorder. Alright, that looks good. And this is what it's supposed to look like. Again, once we have more components, we'll have our sidebar, which will fix this text for us. But yeah, so this is what we're going to be building. Here we have these icons that pop up randomly when you click on them, and then we have the rest of this here. So let's go ahead underneath this one and let's create a p tag. So class name, we're going to say text xl, md text 3xl, say font light, medium screen is going to be width 4/5, so 80%. The medium screen is also going to be in the middle, so MD MX auto. I'm going to say text, this color right here, and then I'm going to say leading normal. Let's copy and paste the text right here. There you go. That's what it looks like. Now underneath this p tag, let's go ahead and say div class name flex gap 4 MD justify center items center PT of 10, and then we can say button, so the one that we've already imported from here. Say button, just close it right away. We can go ahead and say some class names. So class name, say text XL font light gap 6. We want this to be hidden and only be visible on medium-sized screens or larger, so MD flex. Then I want to say rounded. It's going to be 60 pixels. Say border 8. And do border indigo. Indigo, do 400 divided by 90. Padding Y of 8. BG is going to be this color here, so 5. 565 ADD. Hover is going to be scale 110. Transition all. Duration 300. Shadow MD. And then we're also going to have a hover effect, which is going to be shadow indigo 300. So make sure you got that. And then we can go ahead and use our Chrome icon that we've imported. So class name, do a width of 6 and then a height of 6. And then I'm going to say download to Chrome. So now once I go to a medium-sized screen, you can see we have our button right here. Alrighty. Then underneath this button, I want to go ahead and put another button. So I'm going to say, not div, but button. Say button, and then let's do this. So we're going to build this button right here. So we got our button, and we can go ahead and just put the text right away. So we can say, actually no, let's leave that. Let's just do this first. So button, class name, medium is going to be text XL. Say text, it's going to be the color again, so 565 ADD. Font medium, medium screen is going to be gap 6. It's going to be gap 4 on anything else. Rounded 60 pixels. Border indigo 400 divided by 90. MD is PY8. MD PX of 8. Actually, so PX of 6, sorry. So MD PX 6. BG is going to be this color here. So it's going to be EFF 0FF. Hover scale is going to be 110. Transition is going to be all. Duration 300. Shadow MD. Okay, so we got this going on. Now we can go ahead and say inside of our button, we can use our download icon. So class name is going to be height 6, width 6 if it is a medium-sized screen. So like this. And then we're going to say H4 width 4. So it's smaller now, you see that? And then we're going to put this text saying get bird for free. And there you go. Now we have our button. So this is what we want to create, and then this is what we created. That's good. Now we want to go ahead and put our video again. So we can, this is going to be the same thing that we did in our first section of the last one. You can go and find wherever enterprise is, here, components, first section. You can go ahead and just copy this and include this div right here, the PT28. So include that, and then go back into the first section of the screen recorder here, and then underneath this button, as well as this div right here, so 2 from the bottom, I'm going to go ahead and put this. So now if we go ahead and you can see that we've created. There we go. The next thing I want to do is I want to say MD is going to be padding top 28, so medium size screens, and then everything else is going to be PT of 20. So it's just going to move it up a little bit so that it's identical to what we have here. But then once we go to a medium size screen, you're going to see how it goes a lot further down. There you go, we got the 2 buttons, and then this is of course hidden because of our hidden property. So yeah, that's that. Let's go ahead and let's build out the next section, which is our second section. So go create a new file, call it second section.tsx. Then we can go and say sfc second section, say div, say hi, and then I'm just going to import a bunch of icons right away so we don't forget. So I'm going to import the book. Let's do book like this. So let's do from Lucid React just like this. The book, computer. We'll do link, message circle. We'll do a pencil line. Scissors. Do a screen share. Do a share icon. And then a video icon as well. Alright. Now we have everything done here. So class name, px10. Then I'm going to say div, class name, text 4xl, medium size screen is text 6xl, flex, justify center, the font is going to be medium, and then I'm going to say PT of 16, PT 16. On medium size screens I want the padding top to be 28, and then on medium size screens I also want there, and all screens I want there to be a padding bottom of 20. Okay, so now what we got to do is we just got to say top features of bird and APOS S free screen recorder, and then let's go ahead and let's import this so we can see it. So underneath the first section we can go and say our second section. Again, it comes from this level of component, and then you can see it right here. Alright, now underneath this div, we can go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say class name, justify center, space y6, medium size screens I want there to be a space y of 0, MD is going to be the flex, and then on medium size screen we're also going to have a space x of 20. Okay, now underneath this one I want to create another div. So I'm going to say class name, flex call, space y. We don't need this, we can just leave it like that for now. Actually, no, we need space y6. What am I saying? Space y6. Yep. And then I want to go ahead and say div class name flex gap 6 items center. Then I want to say div class name is going to have this kind of color, so E8 F5 E3. Do a padding of 4 item center, justify center, flex, rounded full. Alrighty. And then we're going to go ahead and import our icon. So do computer, say class name, you do this, and then I'm also going to do a text screen. So width 6, height 6, text green 600, so it's a bit darker. And then I want to go ahead and put my actual text. So I'm going to say class name, medium size screen, it's going to be text XL, text, it's going to be 2222224229. Say font light. Do capture screen and record. Alright, you can kind of see it coming together like that. I'm going to change the padding 4 to like a padding 2. Okay, we'll do 3. And I'm going to change this to a width of 4 and a height of 4. Okay, maybe let's do 5. Yeah, okay, so 5 looks good. And then once you go full screen, that's what it looks like. Alrighty. Now what we have to do is copy and paste this like 10 more times pretty much. But before that I can show you what we need to change. So this one, the full text is this. So I'm just going to use it here. Dun, 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 dun. And then we can go ahead and copy and paste from here. Let's do this a bunch more times. So from here to here, go ahead and paste it. So we got 2 now. Then we want to go ahead and say, so how many do we need? Let's just quickly check. Okay, so we can go ahead and do this 3 more times. So I'm going to do this, this, and then this. So we have 5. Now what I want to do is I want to change, so right here I want to say class, let's do div again, so div here. Class name, flex call, space y6. And then I want to do the text. I want to copy and paste this again. So here, paste this inside of here. Do 2, 3, and then 4. And then now you should see that these are all lined up. And then once we go to a medium-sized screen, it's going to break up. Okay, it didn't break. Let's try to figure out why that happened. So pretty much what we want to do is here, this needs to go to the bottom, and it does. Where is... okay, so somewhere along the lines something's not closing properly, and I figured out what it was. So here, what we want to do is we want to close right before where it says space Y. So we do space Y6. Give me a sec, I gotta try to find this. should be like after the fourth one. So here, above this, make sure you have another div that closes like this. So do that, and then remove one of the divs on the bottom. And then now it should work, and it does. So all I did there was I just removed one div. Make sure you remove a closing div and paste it right underneath here. So you can so this is line 59 for me. Make sure you have a div that closes this, and then you have a div that closes this right here. So it goes right till there, and then open up another div underneath. And then we can go ahead and just restyle the text. So I'm going to copy this. So this is the first one, this is the second one. And then I want to say screen share. So I'll do screen share. This one's just going to be share, or here this is just going to be share. And then I'm going to say scissors. And then I'm going to take this right here. And then you guys can kind of see the pattern here. So that's, and then add external links. So this is going to be the link one. Link, message circle, pencil line. We're going to use the book. And then we're also going to have a video icon. So make sure that you have all these. You can remove the video and just keep that. And then yeah, you guys can go ahead and change the text as you guys see fit. So I'm just going to quickly do this. And then alright, yeah, so you guys can see what this looks like. Looks like that. And then yeah. So that looks good there. We can go ahead and continue building out the next section now. So let's go back into, let's create a component. Let's do the third section. .tsx. And then I'm going to go ahead and say sfc third section. Say div. And then I want to say import image from next image. And then I'm going to say class name, the mx auto, text center, flex justify center, items center. I'm going to say md, text 6xl, text 3xl, font medium, and then padding y of 14. I'm going to say capture, edit, and share. Capture, edit, and share. Now, one thing that I need to do is import this. So go back into our page.tsx and then import the third section. And let's see, okay, so it's right there. And so I made a mistake, well, not a mistake, but what we gotta do is we gotta do div at the very top. So make sure you have this. It's gonna break everything, it's fine. And then just paste it like that. So I only want this class name right here to be applied to this text where it says capture, edit, and share. And then I want to keep developing underneath that. So there's that. Now underneath here, we can go ahead and create a new div. So I'm going to say div, class name, padding y of 20. Say div, class name, the width is going to be 5/6. Say MD rounded 80 pixels. And have a BG of this color, EFF, 0FF, MD MX auto, padding y of 20. And then I'm going to put a div inside of here. I'm going to say div, class name, MD flex, items center, justify center, class name px10, MD px0. MD is also going to be width 2/5. Say image, and we are going to use the same image that we have been the entire time. So I'm going to search up where else we have this image. So let's go quickly check where we have it. So here, again, bird AI. So bird AI, where is the second section? Okay, so here, I'm gonna go ahead and copy paste this just to save some time. Then I'm gonna go back into our component that we were just working in, which is the screen recorder, go to the third section, and then we can go ahead and paste this. So just like that. If you guys didn't want to copy and paste, you just want to pause the video and do that, that also works. Alright, so now let's go find where we have the screen recorder. Okay, we're not seeing the image for some reason. Let's say, let's remove this. Alright, it's there now. Okay, just like that. I'm going to say padding 10 as well. Make it a bit smaller. Okay, so yeah, just do that. I'm going to make this over here. And then I'm going to just do this as well. Alrighty, so we have that. And this refers to this. And then you go full screen, looks like that. So underneath this div, we can go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say div, class name pt of 10, md pt20, px10, md ml20. md is going to be width 1/3. Class name flex gap 6. Then we're just going to have an empty div. Say div, class name here, text 2b1c50. Font is going to be medium. It's going to be a leading of normal. And the text is going to be 3XL. But for medium-sized screens or larger, it's going to be 5XL. So text 5XL. And then I'm just going to put the text. So filler, word, removal. Like that. And then I'm going to say div, class name, text XL. I'm going to say 3D2, E7C. Do a leading of 10. Do a font light. And then we do PT of 6. And then I'm just going to copy and paste this text again. So there we go. Now, what we want to go ahead and do is outside of this div, and then outside of this div, which refers to this, we want to create a div. So basically 2 from the bottom. Go ahead and say class name flex call reverse md flex row md items center md justify center, and then we're gonna have a px of 10, so padding on the x-axis of 10, so kind of to bring everything together, px 10, and then I want to put a div underneath here, so say div class name md margin left 20 md width 1/3, say div again, class name flex call md flex row, and then I'll do gap 6. Div class name width full, and then for medium size screens I want there to be a width of 96. Then I want to say class name text to B1C 50, font medium again, leading normal. So okay, leading normal. So pretty much you could just copy paste this right here. So this is the exact same. This is the exact same class. Save some time. Then I want to go ahead and say silence removal, and then I want to go ahead and copy and paste this text again right here. So from here to here, we can just copy and paste this. So again, make sure it goes underneath like that, and then you now have 2 identical ones. That's good. And we have this additional class name which we need here. So then outside of here, outside of this one right here, so you see where they're highlighted, we're going to go ahead and put another div underneath. So this time 4 from the bottom, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here, we want to say not this. MD is going to be width 2/5 to a BG of EFF 0FF, and do MD ML6 padding Y of 10. And then I'm going to go ahead and use the same image again. So right here, copy and paste that right there, and we should, if everything is correct, so what we're doing is we're creating another div. So make sure you have 5 divs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 when you're closing. I'm going to save this so you guys can see it. And then now, once I go to the bottom, you can see what it looks like. And if I go to a larger size screen, you can see how it switches size. It switches sides, I should say, as well as the size. See that? So here the text is on the left, but then once we break it, you're going to see how the text goes underneath this image right here. And that is consistent with what we have right here. Alright, cool. So now we can go ahead and do the next section, which is going to be the emojis that when you click on them, you have this animation right here. So let's go to the components, and then let's call that the feedback section. So provide fun feedback, that's why I'm calling it this. We could also call it the 4th section, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just do feedback section .tsx, and then I want to go ahead and say use client at the top, and I want to go ahead and install some packages. So first thing I want to do is I'm going to show you which one I'm going to install. So search up npmi emojis plosions. Not this one. It is, I'm trying to find it real quick. NPMI emoji explosion. Gonna try to quickly find where it is. Is it this one? I believe it was this one, yes. If I'm not mistaken, I will put a link to it down below, but I am pretty certain that this is the one. I'm trying to find, anyways, pretty much, I'm just trying to find the NPM package. But yeah, all you gotta do is go to the demo. No, not this. Pretty much all you gotta do is search up like this, emoji explosions. Okay, so it is this one. Yeah, I just can't seemingly be able to demo. Here it is. Okay, so we're good. So this is what you want to search up. To go to emojiexplosion.dev, and you can see what is exactly happening here. So if you spam it, it will explode on the screen like this. But yeah, so this is what it is, and we're gonna use this package pretty much. All right, cool. So let's go to here and let's write in our command. So I want to go create a new terminal, and then I want to say npmi, and then I want to paste this right here. So emoji explosions, just like that. So make sure it's EMOJISP. So emojis explosions. Emoji explosions. Alright, you guys can see what it is here on the screen. Click enter, and it's going to say this, which is fine. Then what we want to go ahead and do is say import, say emoji explosions, like this. And then we want to go ahead and see what we got to do next. From emoji, nope, this is incorrect. So from emojis explosion, like this. All right, give me 1 second to figure this out, and I will be back with an answer. So this was a rather foolish mistake, but pretty much I had installed the wrong package. So make sure you have this right here, and then you do npmi, and then make sure it's this EMOJISPLOSION. I had an additional S here, and this is the wrong one. So make sure you have this right here. And I already have this package installed now, so it's going to say the same thing. But then, yeah, once you have that, you are good to go. And let me give me 1 second here to pull this up. Do a new window, and then, all right. So we now have this, and we can say sfc. I'm gonna say feedback section. Say div. Say hi, and then I'm gonna make this smaller. And then I'm going to import the feedback section. So underneath the third section, I'm going to say feedback section, just like that. Okay, now I'm going to refresh here. And there, so it says hi. Okay. So what I want to go ahead and do is I want to say const handle, let's close this out. Const handle emoji click. And then I want to say const cancel. It's going to be equal to emoji explosion, so make sure you have this here, emoji explosions, and then I want the emoji to be this, emojis, and then I'm going to pass it in an array. So I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to go ahead and copy and paste this icon, just like that. and then I'm going to close it out like this. So we have this now, and that is good. So, and then I'm also going to close it like this. So all you got to do is head to a website called Emojis or something like this, and then just copy and paste whatever emoji you want. So if you want this one, go ahead and go over like this, Control C, and then just paste it here. So then do Control V, and then it'll appear. So I'm gonna go ahead and keep the thumbs up because it's what I have here in my video, or not my video, but in my website right here. Then I'm gonna go ahead and close this, and then I'm gonna say, so emojis, and then I'm gonna set a timeout. So I'm gonna say set timeout. I'm gonna do 500 like this. Then what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna copy and paste this like 4 more times. So do that, and then you're gonna see that these two are the same name, and that can't happen. So you're gonna do handle emoji click 2, and then for the second one I'm gonna go ahead and put this smiley one. Go ahead, copy and paste again. Do 3, and then I'm gonna do the heart as well. So heart eyes like that. Copy and paste again. Do this. This will be 4. And then I'm going to copy and paste this here. And then I'm going to do a 5th one. So copy and paste this. Copy this. Do that. Change this to 5. And then I'm going to change this to the rocket. And then I'm also going to have a 6th one. So copy and paste this. And then I'm going to do the rocket. So 6. And then we can do like a mad face, for example. Okay. Then now what I want to go ahead and do is I want to say div class name, medium is going to width. Width is going to be 5/6. MD is going to be MX auto. I'm going to have a BG of this color here, so FFED EC. I have an MD of rounded of 80 pixels. I'm going to do a PX of 10. So we'll do this, PX 10. MD P20. Items center. Center, justify center. I'm going to do padding Y of 10. Alright, now underneath this one I want to go ahead and create another div. So I'm going to say class name, medium size screen, it's going to be a flex. I'm going to say another div again inside of this. Make sure this closes, class name, text, it's going to be 92312A. Say MD MX auto, MD text center. Flex. So we have flex here. Sorry, I just lost track of where it was. Flex, and it's going to be MD justify center. Say item center. Text 4XL. And then on medium size screens, I want it to be 6XL. And then I also want to do a padding Y of 10. PY10, do font medium, do a medium of 1/2. Alrighty, that was a lot of styling, I know, but now we can just say provide fun feedback. Let's go ahead and see what this looks like. Alright, got that. Now underneath this div, I'm going to go ahead and just so that you guys can see what it looks like. Make sure you have all these class names here. I'm going to say div class name text XL, medium size screen text 3XL, text 923, 12A. Leading is going to be relaxed. It's going to be font light. I'm going to do justify starts. So justify start like that. Do items start. Flex MD width 2/5, and then I do MX auto. Now let's go ahead and let's copy and paste the text. So here, I'm going to break this up so you guys can see it. So offer feedback on a project using a quick video commentary or create a one-on-one session for personal attention. This is just the text I have here. And then it looks like that. All right, then what I want to do is outside of this div here, so right here, I want to go ahead and I want to do another div underneath. So div class name, I'm going to do an MY of 10. I'm going to do a border, do an MD of P20, PX of 10, padding Y of 8. I'm going to do rounded 80 pixels. I'm going to do items center, justify center. Okay, let's move this to the side. Item center, justify center. Flex BG is going to be white. Space X is going to be 6. And then on medium sized screens, we're going to have a space X of 10, as well as a shadow XL. So now here we go, we can actually start inputting our icons here. So inside of this little bar, I guess you call it, we're going to put the icon. So I'm going to say div class name. Actually, let's not do class name, let's do on click. And then let's pass it handle emoji click. So this is the first one. And then we can say div class name. So we can do cursor pointer like this. And then I want to do text 3XL. Medium is going to be text 6XL. And then I actually want to just go ahead and put the icon. So now if I go ahead and see it, you're going to see this. And then once you click on it, you're going to have the package take over and actually apply the animation. So that's that. Now what we want to go ahead and do is just copy and paste this a bunch of times. So I'm going to delete the space here. So do this, paste, and then I'm going to change it to the icon that I had. So it's going to be this now. And then once you click on it, you're going to see that the emoji click needs to be the 2. So the second option. And now once you click on it, you see how it's all smiley faces. And then if you click on the first one, it's all thumbs up. Now I'm going to go ahead and do this again. So again, make sure that each of these functions are different. So I'm going to copy and paste this here. And then I'm going to do whatever this third icon was. So here. And then I'm going to do this again. You can see them being filled out here. Copy that, paste that. I'm going to change this to the star face. And then I'm going to do this again. So this will be, 2, this is the third one, this is the fourth one. Again, you see how they're all different depending on which one you click. Then I'm going to go click this, paste, let's do 5. And then that icon, I think it was the rocket one, so let's change that. And then I think it was the mad face last, so do this. Alrighty. So you hover over them. Let's go to a full size screen. This is what it looks like. Alrighty, that's good. And of course, you guys can go ahead and play around in the docs. And if you guys want a more controlled, you know, like kind of output, you guys can go ahead and hit the docs and kind of find wherever it is that you need to do that sort of stuff. But I kind of like how it's random, so I'm going to leave it like that. And then we can go ahead and build out the next component, which is going to be, actually no, we don't even need to rebuild this. We're going to have our slider again. So let's quickly find where else we have this. So if I'm not mistaken, wherever it says more than 21 million, quickly just running through all these. Not here. Let's do the team alignment page. Let's check. Okay, so here, so if we go back to team alignment, so let's check out team alignment here. Go slow, enterprise, team alignment. Okay, so team alignment, and then head all the way down to slider. So this one right here. So we are going to import this exact one thing. So let's go back into our page.tsx for a screen recorder. So here, and let's import the slider from team alignment. So slider, and then I want the team alignment one. So / team alignment. I'm going to click on that, and then I'm going to go back to my option. Let's see what this looks like now. So this is the team alignment page, or not the team alignment, this is the screen recorder page. So then we have it right here. So that's good. And then we can always go ahead and import this portion of it right here. So now let's go find where we have those, should be at the bottom. I believe it's the 10th section. So here, so we can go ahead and just import the 10th section. So I just know what this one is off the top of my head because I made this website, but so import 10th section like that. Let's go to the bottom. Let's go to the screen recorder. Scroll to the bottom. Okay, and so we have our testimonials, and then we have our slider, and then that's exactly what we have here. So yeah, that looks good to me. And I've already showed you how to like change the colors of this. If you want to go ahead and make a new component, copy and paste it, then just change it. But we can leave it like this for now. Then let's import this, and then this right here. So 10 section, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're also gonna have, let's check. So let's go back to here. There should be more stuff. Okay, so what customers are saying. So I was totally wrong. Let's delete the 10th section and let's find out where we have what customers are saying. So from the testimonials here inside the Bird AI, we can import that instead. Now I'm going to go back into my page.tsx and then I'll do testimonials like this. Now let's go ahead and check what it looks like. Just going to the bottom, okay, and it looks like that. So all I did there is I'm going to delete the 10th section because I want the testimonial that has the text. So /bird AI _ components testimonials is what is being imported here. And then if I go to full screen this, I have everything looking exactly how I need it to look. So that's good. And yeah, so now we can go ahead and build out this component of it right here. Some more connections with Bird, and then we're going to have some frequently asked questions as well as these components here. Alrighty, so that's that. Let's build out, I guess now we can consider this to be our 4th section. So 1, 2, 3, these are been built, and then let's change it. Let's create our 4th section. So 4th section.tsx, then this one's going to be pretty long. It's not too bad, but we can close this up. I'm going to say SFC fourth section. I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to say import zap from Lucid React link, and then I'm going to say play circle. So make sure you have these three, and then we can go back and just import it right away. So underneath our testimonials, we can say fourth section, like that. So make sure you have that. Alrighty. Now we can go into our fourth section and just say hi. And then you're going to see at the very bottom. Okay, so let's do some styling on this. So let's do class name, items center, justify center. I'm going to close this out. I'm going to do flex, mdpy16, and then I'm going to say div. It's going to be class name md with 5/6. MD is going to be rounded 80 pixels. BG is going to be 2B1C50. Padding Y is going to be 20, and then the PX is going to be 10. Class name, flex call, text center. There's going to be an empty div here, and then we're going to say div, class name, PT16, padding bottom of 8, text 4XL, MD is going to be text 7XL, and then we're going to have text EFF0FF. So I'm going to say more connections with bird. And there you go, you can see what we have here. Now underneath this div, I want to go ahead and create another div. So again, not caps, but just a regular div like this. So I'm going to say class name, and then I'm going to say text XL, font light, MT is 4, deleting is going to be 8, MD, the text is going to be 3XL, text color is going to be D1, F7, MD is going to be text center, it's going to be MX auto, and then it's going to be width 3/4. And then I'm just going to copy and paste the text here. So right here. So Bird is ideal for communicating every important message. Teams use Bird to share ideas, create strong relationships, and lead creative discussions. And then we can go ahead and copy and paste the video again. So let's go back to our first section, was it? Do we have it? Yeah, so go to our first section inside our own component here. The one that we're working in. So the screen recorder, components. I have no idea why I'm doing this, to be honest, but first section. And then let's copy and paste this. So just take it from where the video is here, and then go back to the fourth section. Alright. Then what we want to do is, outside of this div here, we want to go ahead and put the video. So yeah, so right underneath here, I'm going to go ahead and say this. Now let's scroll to the bottom. See what we got. Okay, we got that. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to provide a bit of some styling here. So I'm going to say MT20, space it out from the top, and then let's see what this looks like on full screen. So we got this, and then we got this right here. All right, so next thing to do is we need to make this video a lot smaller. So what we can do is we can say, let's get rid of all this class, all the class names except for MT20. And then let's do, on medium-sized screens, I want the width to be 2/3. I want there to be a rounded of 40 pixels. We'll do MX Auto, do Shadow Indigo 400, and that should do it. So you got this right here. And what we can do is we can add a bit more shadow. So say shadow 2XL. And then you can see the shadow behind the video now. And then once I go full screen, this is what it looks like. And that's because we've constrained it to be 2/3 on medium-sized screens or larger. Alrighty, now what we want to go ahead and do is outside of this div here, we want to go ahead, so 2 from the bottom, go ahead and put that class name, or we're going to put a div and then let's do a class name. So I'm going to say div class name, MD is going to be flex items center, justify center. We're going to have the text be white. I'm going to do MD space, I think it was X space X20, PT of 20, and I'm going to do a space Y of 6. Alrighty. Do div class name, padding Y is going to be 4. Div class name flex items center, padding bottom 4, gap 4. Say div class name BG is going to be F1, F0, F3. The height of this is going to be 12. The width of this is going to be 12. We're going to have an item center to put everything in the middle vertically, and then we're going to center everything on the x-axis with justify center. And then it's going to be hidden on small screens, but visible on medium-sized screens. So MD flex, do rounded full. And then I want to go ahead and say link class name, oh what the heck, class name text 4XL, text, I'm going to do 1B22 4B, like this. Okay, and then outside of this div, I want to go ahead and put some text. I'm going to say div class name MD text 4XL, text MD. The color of the text is going to be EFF0FF, and then I'm going to say meet. I'm going to do, we could just say less meetings, to be honest. Less meetings. Alright, then underneath this div, I know there's a lot of divs here, but we can go ahead and put another div. So inside of this here, we can go ahead and say div class name text D1 F7 text SM font light. The leading is going to be 6. So alright, we got that, and I'm just going to copy and paste what text I have here, and then I'm going to copy and paste this text as well. And then we have an error here, so I'm going to say and APOS, and then I'm going to break it up like that. Alrighty, so we got that. Now what we can do is we can just copy and paste this 2 more times. So this is what it looks like, and let's copy and paste this 2 more times. And then actually let's show you what it looks like on full screen. So here we got the icon, we got the text, and then I'm going to say, let's copy and paste this. So paste, and then I'm going to paste it again. All right, that's what it looks like there. And then once you go to a full size screen, you see how it fits nicely here. Alrighty, that's that. Now the next thing I want to go ahead and do is I want to, so let me show you what div I'm going to need to go outside of. So outside of this div right here, so this very top one, so again, 2 from the bottom, I want to go ahead and I want to create another div. So I'm going to say div, and then I'm going to pretty much do this, nearly the same thing. So I'm going to say this. Give me a sec. All right, yeah, so pretty much what you can do is you can actually just copy and paste this over and over again. So from here, all the way down, it'll tell you which one you need to close until. So here, I'm gonna go ahead and copy and paste everything again. So like this, and then right here, I'm gonna go, so where it was 2 from the bottom, I'm gonna repaste the same thing pretty much. And then now you have this right here. So, and if I go to a full size screen, I now have my columns that I want to create. So that is pretty much identical. And what I can do is if I go like this, see how there's like a bit of a gap here? Looks a bit weird. Let's go ahead and let's remove that. So the way we can do that is if we go to the very top, and then inside of here, you're gonna move this padding top and just do like that. And so now you have, these are all evenly spaced out. Actually, I believe if we do PT10, it'll look a lot better. Okay, yeah, so PT10, you can play around with it however you want. Pretty much, yeah, that's what it looks like right there. And then you guys can, we can take some time to copy and paste, I guess. But I mean, just for the sake of the video, I'm not going to keep doing it over and over again. If you guys want the final version of the website, again, I put a link in it. But yeah, just pretty much import the icons and then just change the text as you see fit. And let's go ahead and let's do this now. So like that. So let's go create another component. So create a new file, call it faqs.tsx. And then I want to go ahead and pretty much just import the, so I'm going to import the accordion. So accordion content, accordion item, accordion trigger, and then I want to say from, and then we do @/components/UI/accordion. Like this is perfect. And then I want to go ahead and say sfc faqs, and then I'm going to say div. And pretty much what I want to go ahead and do is I want to find out where else I've been using my FAQs. I believe I did it on my, I think it was in my bird AI page if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so here, what I want to do is pretty much just copy and paste this and then just change the background. So we can go to the bird AI component, copy and paste everything here. And then we can go back into our new screen recorder FAQs like this, and I'm just going to paste that. Alrighty, so now what I want to go ahead and do is underneath the fourth section, I want to say import FAQs. So make sure you don't import it from bird AI, but again, it's coming from /_components, and then you can see what it looks like. Alrighty. So the next thing we want to do is we want to provide a BG. So I'm going to say BG, going to be 2B1C50. makes everything a bit darker. I'm going to make this text for the FAQs text EFF0FF. And then I'm going to, let's see what else we can do. Actually, these are the same, so let's go what the screen recorder says. What does the screen recorder look like, I mean? Okay, so, and just like that, these are the exact same. So, other thing is, this says screen recorder facts. So this is the final version, and this is what we just created really quickly. And again, you guys can go ahead and change the text as you guys see fit. Alrighty. Actually, one other thing is this text is a lot bigger now that I noticed. So we can, let's go do that. So on medium-sized screens, I want the text to be 7XL. So MD text 7XL. And now this will look a lot bigger, and it is. Okay, nice. So that part is done. We can now go ahead and say our fifth section. So the fifth section is going to be this right here where we have a phone and we have some text. So new file, call it, you guys can call it phone if you want. Let's call it phone, why not? Phone section.tsx so that you know what this is in reference to. And then we can go ahead and say import image from next image and say import button like that. And then we can just say SFC fifth, or we can call it the phone section. So div class name py40 flex justify center flex call px of 10, and then underneath our facts we can say phone section. Again, you can see how these are all consistent except for the ones that we made exceptions for, but there, this is the component. Now what we want to go ahead and do is I'll close this out so you guys can see it. You can just say div class name md flex justify center, do md space x of 0. Actually, we can just remove that, we don't even need that class. This one it'll be an empty div, and then I want to do an image, so let's just use the image that we've been using this entire time. So let's go find, okay, so filler word removal. No, not here, but the next one, third section. Go ahead and just copy and paste this image. And then let's go to the phone section. So here, I'm going to go to, scroll to the very bottom. All right, we've got the phone there. And what we can do is, let's see what this looks like. Okay, this is obviously huge. So what I want to do is I want to say width is going to be 3/4, and then it's also going to be in the center. So like that, and then if I go to full size screen, it looks like that. Alrighty. And we can actually we can remove this div here, it's unnecessary. But then we need another div here. So inside of this div though, I want to go ahead and I want to say div class name md width is 1/3. Padding top is going to be 16 on a medium sized screen. The padding top is going to be 10. I'm going to say class name text 2b1c50. MD is going to be text 6XL, text 4XL on anything else, so a bit smaller. Do font medium, and then we're going to put in the center as well. So font medium, text center, and then I'm going to say bird for iOS and Android. Okay, got the text there, nice. Then underneath this div, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say div class name md text xl text center. Text is going to be this color here, 6C6 684. Do a leading of 8. So leading 8. Medium size screen is going to be leading 10. I do font light, and then I'm going to do a padding Y of 10. And then I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste the text. So here, and then, so you guys can see that. So Bird is available for iOS devices. This is all just made up text, by the way, but yeah, you guys can go ahead and copy paste it. All right, now we want to go ahead and put the button. So this button right here. So we can go ahead and just say, underneath this div, let's use our button, the one that we've imported. So button, class name, item center, flex. I'm going to do font light, MD text is going to be LG, MT6, rounded 40 pixels. Border is going to be 4. Border indigo is going to be 400 divided by 19. The padding Y is going to be 6. The BG is going to be this 56580D. I'm going to have a hover scale 110. We're going to do a hover of shadow indigo. We'll do 500. Do transitional duration 300, shadow D. Let's close this, and then let's make sure we have a button to close that. And then we can just say download now. Scroll to the very bottom. Okay, we can give it a second to load here, and it does. So one thing that I noticed is that this is, so what we can do is just do MX Auto, and then it goes in the center. All right, yeah, so make sure you have this here, extra class MX Auto. And then, okay, this looks insane. So let's figure this out. What we need to do is let's go find this image. So on medium-sized screens, do width 1/3. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, that's better. And now what I need to do is figure out why this is. So if I remove MX Auto, what does it look like? Okay, yeah, so that's all you gotta do, is just remove this MX Auto from the image I had here and add in this. So on medium-sized screens, it's gonna be width 1/3. If it's not, it's gonna be 3/4. So I'm gonna say MX Auto here, so small size screens, and then on medium size screens, I want there to be 0. So see how it's in the middle here, and then if I go like this, it's not in the middle, and that looks good. So perfect. That's what we want to create, and that's what we created. Alrighty, now let's import these right here. So let's say, go to the page, and then let's go and say bottom card. So bottom card, and then I'm going to say bottom section. And then I'm going to put the footer as well. All right. That completes this page right here. Got this. Everything's looking really nice. All right. And then you go full screen. One thing I want to do is I want to change this to have a, kind of improve this a little bit so that it's a little bit more spaced out. But yeah, so what we can do very simply is go ahead and find, it's going to be in our FAQs. We can go to this and just say, instead of PT40, we can just say PY40. So you see how now it's like equal on both sides. And then if you go like this, it looks a lot more complete. And yeah, so I mean, that's that right there. Cool, cool, cool. Let's go ahead and let's build up the next page, which is actually going to be our pricing page. So all of these have been done. We did the team alignment, pretty much all of these because they're all the same. We did this one, we did this one, and then we just finished this one now. As well as we've also done our landing page too. So let's go ahead and let's build this out now. We've already built this out. We can reuse this, we've used this, and then so on and so forth. And then we're gonna go ahead and do our sign in, as well as this page here. And then we can also we'll finish off with our contact sales. But yeah, I mean, let's do the pricing page now. So same thing as last time, we're gonna go ahead and create a new page or a new folder, and then it will behave as a page. So say pricing, and then do page.tsx. SFC pricing, do div or tab, say hi, and then we will have a pricing page. Nice. Now we can go ahead and create this section. So let's import our Navbar again, like this. And then I will make this screen visible. So this is the Navbar, and then we want to go ahead and create the bottom, or the first section I should say. So create a components folder, underscore components, and then say first section .tsx, and then we can go ahead and say import check from Lucid React. Then I want to say import the button like this, and then I want to say import, actually we just leave it like that, and then I want to say SFC first section, say div, go back into our page.tsx, and then just import that right away. So first section. All right, now we can start styling this thing out. So let's say class name, padding x of 10, say another div here, say class name space y6 flex call. Then I'm gonna go ahead and say on small screens we're gonna do text center, so phones pt6, md is gonna be 30, padding top 32. Do padding bottom of 14, and then we're going to do a padding x of 0. We're going to say div class name text 4xl, and then on medium sized screens we're going to do text 7xl, as well as font medium. And then we want to say choose the plan that fits your needs. Let's see. All right, we got it right here. Then outside of these two divs right here, so one from the bottom, go ahead, open up another div, say class name flex, or MD flex. And then I'm going to say div class name MD width 1/3, say width full, say div class name P10, I'm going to do PT16 MD padding 20, do rounded 40 pixels, do BG EFF 0FF, do div class name text 3XL, medium size screen, it's going to be 5XL, do font medium like this, and then I'm going to say starter. You kind of see it coming together like that. Nice. Then, so let's put that back, starter. I'm going to go ahead and put it like this. So then underneath this div, I want to go ahead and say div class name text XL PT of 4, padding bottom of 8, and then I want to say 4 individuals. Okay, and then again underneath this, I want to say div class name text 2XL, medium size screen text 3XL, font semi bold, and then I want to say free. Okay, this is what we're building, and this is what we have. So nice. Now we want to go ahead and put our button. So I'll say button, do class name, going to say my8 text sm, medium size screen text md, not muted but md, and then I'm going to say font is light, and then I'm going to say rounded 40 pixels, border is 4, border into is 400 divided by 90, padding of 6, like just like that. Then I want to do a BG of 56580D, hover, transition all, duration 300, shadow MD, hover, shadow indigo 300, and then I want to say for the text sign up, I'm going to say it's, and then and APOS, it's free. Okay, got this going on here, nice. And then outside this button, let's just save everything up. So outside the button, we can go ahead and put another div. So div class, oh, what's this? Do class name, font, medium, text MD. MD is going to be text LG, padding bottom of 4. And then it's going to say includes. And then I'm going to move this div like this so you can see it. Then I'm going to put another div. So class name, flex space y4, flex call, text sm, another div again inside, class name flex space x6. Again, I'm going to put another div here, say div, and then it's going to be a blank div, and then I'm just going to say check icon, and then we're going to have a size of, let's see what this looks like first. So we got the check icon, looks pretty good. And I want to do one other thing, which is, let's do height of 6, width of 6. Okay, that's fine. Then I want to go ahead and then put another div here. Say class name, text gray 500, and then I'll say up to 5 mins video. So we got this text here, full screen, that's what it looks like. Now, I pretty much just want to copy paste this. So I will just do that. Go ahead, go underneath, paste that again. We should have 2. And then let's just say really fast uploading. I don't know, it can be anything, right? So then underneath here, we are going to go and do a HR. So I'm going to say HR. I'm going to say class name. It's going to be this border. Instead of gray, we can do indigo. It's a little slightly different. You can kind of tell. And then I'm going to put div right here. So class name, font medium, text MD, key features. Okay, so it says this. And now what we can do is we can pretty much just copy and paste all of this again. So here, so flex 6, make sure you're underneath here, and then you're pasting it. You can go ahead and do this a bunch of times. So I'm going to do it, I think, 4 times. So here, how many times did I do it here? So I did this 5 times. So I got 4. Let's do one more. All right, and then underneath this really fast uploading, what I want to do is here I want to close out of here, and then I want to say see all features. So your 4 from the bottom, go ahead, create a div, the class name PT of 6, padding bottom of 20, and then say see all features, and then it's right here. Okay, now what we can go ahead and do is pretty much just copy paste this exactly. So wherever it says with full 1/3, right here, all the way down to the bottom. So 2 from the bottom, so the third last one, go ahead and copy and paste this. So right here. And then what you can do is you can paste this again. So make sure you're outside of that. And then I'm going to paste like this. So now you should see 2 exactly the same things. And we're going to make some changes to it. So let's do that. What I want to do first is whenever I have this starter, I'm going to change it to business. And then I'm going to say 4 teams. And I'm going to say 12.50. And then I'm also going to add another, so underneath 4 teams, what I want to do is I want to say div class name flex gap 4 items center. Then I'm going to paste this underneath here. So I'm going to say this. And then I'm going to say div class name text XS font light. I say USD creator. I'm going to do MO. And then I'm going to say annually. Like that. So now we got this little text thing going on here. It's nice. And then what we need to do is we need to find out where just above for business here, we want to go ahead and change a bunch of this. So I'm going to indent this. So like that. So P10, PT16, the MD, the padding's gonna be 20, rounded 40 pixels. Let's change this to a background of white. So the whole thing is gonna become white now. Then what we can do is we can say margin Y. It's gonna be negative 20 pixels. And then on medium size screens, we're not gonna have a negative 20 pixels, so margins Y 0. And then I'm gonna say MD is going to be negative MX 10. And then we're going to say border. The Z is going to be 20, so make sure it's over top. and then I'm going to say shadow XL. And there you have it. So you now have two exactly the same things, with this one being over top of this one. And this is what we want to create. So next part is going to be this one right here. And you can kind of already guess it. We're going to be pretty much just copy pasting again. So what I want to go ahead and do is take the first one, so up here, and then copy and paste it underneath. So underneath this one here. So again, 2 from the bottom. Just going to paste that. And then you now have it right here. And then once you go full screen, that's what it looks like. So that's what we want to create. That's what we created. So we can say, instead of starter at the very end, we can say, contact us. I don't know, anything else really. Something like this. Contact us for individuals / teams. And then we'll just delete that. And I actually don't want to have that, so I'm just going to say, let's and APOS. Let's chat. It's pretty common. So, okay, you have that. Looks good. And of course, you guys can always go ahead and change these as you see fit. Nice, nice, nice. Now let's go ahead and let's do this. Import that. So this is pretty straightforward. So what we gotta do is go to the first section, and then wherever we've created this, so the bird AI, I believe it was done in the first section of, okay, yeah, so here, it's right here. So let's import it from, I don't even know where to import this from, to be honest with you. Let's go check bird AI. Let's see. Okay, it's not even, yeah, so it's, I guess it's, so this is actually a good catch right here. I see that this text right here looks a little bit weird. It shouldn't, I mean, it's fine, it's not a big deal, but pretty much what we can do is we can just go and find where this is, and then wherever, so say empty, so I'll say, let's get rid of the justify center. Does that do anything? I'm going to remove this. Okay, so let me go back. All right, so all I did, oh my goodness, okay. So I'll say MD justify center. Now, okay, now it looks good. So all I did is I just took this where it says line 9 here, where this div is located, and I just said MD justify center, so that it looks a little bit cleaner than this. I think it looks out of sync. All right, and then once you scroll and make it bigger, it looks good. But that's not even what we really were looking for. We're looking for here where it says new bird AI. So search up bird AI, or do this. So let's import the second section from the landing page into our pricing. I have no idea why Loom actually has this, to be honest with you, but they do, and we already have this component built, so we might as well just do it. So second section, and then it's coming from the landing page, so let's go to our pricing. Okay, and then we got this right here. Alrighty, this looks ridiculous. Let's see, pricing. You know what? I'm just gonna decide to leave it out because I mean it doesn't even make sense to be on the pricing page, so I'm not too worried about it. But yeah, if you guys want to go ahead and just repeat the component and then put it with some extra padding. But let's see what this says. Testimonials. Let's see how this looks. All right, so this is the testimonials thing that we have. So that's right here. So I'll just have that again. I think this makes more sense. I don't actually understand why Loom. I'm going to show you the Loom website real quickly. If you go to their actual pricing, they have it here also, but I don't know, it doesn't necessarily make sense to me, so I'm not going to include it. I think this makes more sense. And then we are going to import the bottom card, bottom section, and then the footer. Like that. And now we have everything. Okay, so the pricing page is now complete. Let's go ahead and let's do the sign-in page. So if you click on sign in right now, you should get an error because we have not created this page. And what we want to go ahead and do is create the page. So go to your app, create a new folder, call it sign in, make a page.tsx, say sfc, sign in, do div, say hi, and then you're going to see it that it's visible there. Okay. Give me a sec here. So this one's gonna be pretty small, but I'm just gonna say Navbar, like that. Create a components folder. Only gonna be one component here, but let's stay consistent. Components. And then I'm gonna say page, or not page, but first section .tsx. All right, so I'm gonna say, let's close this out. And we have imported it. No, we have not. So let's go to first section. Let's say sfc first section. Say div. Say hi. First section, like that. And just kind of as a reminder here, this is what we're going to be building. So let's go into our first section, and then let's go ahead and say, let's just import some, close this out. So I'll import this. I'm going to say import user circle 2 from Lucid React. I'm going to import the image. Say import image, next image. Then I'm going to go ahead and say class name. Say class name flex items center, justify center. Say div class name px of 10. Say div again. Say class name text 3XL. Medium size screen is going to be 4XL. I do 4XL. I do font semi bold, so a little bit bigger than the medium one. And do justify center. And then I'm going to do flex. Then I'm going to say sign into bird. All right, so we got the text. Now underneath here, I want to say div class name py10 space y of 2. So just a little bit on the y-axis, kind of keep everything separate. And then I want to say div class name border py4 rounded full, justify center, flex item center. And then I'm going to say space x 2. All right, so here what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy and paste the logos that I have, but pretty much you just got to search up like Facebook logo, for example, and then just copy and paste whichever one you guys like. I already have these logos, so I'm just going to again copy and paste from what I already have. So give me a sec, I'm going to go ahead and do that. So here, wherever my logos are, I'm going to say, so I just copy and paste the logo, Google logo. You guys can use the logos that I used in the beginning of the project. But yeah, I mean, I'm just going to keep it consistent. So, and then I'm going to use a Twitter logo. And then for everything else, I'll just, whatever, I'll just kind of leave it. But yeah, so we'll go like this. And then we can go and say, go ahead and wherever the text here, you can go ahead and say image. I'm going to say src, say /logos /Facebook logo .png. I'm going to say alt, this is going to be the Facebook one. This is going to be 20, the height is going to be 20, class name is going to be object cover, a rounded full, oh, what the heck just happened? Rounded full. Close this. See. Okay, so I have my icon right there. And then I'm going to say width of 6, height of 6. Okay, so that's that. And then I'm going to go ahead and say sign in to Facebook. Here, I'm going to do this. Class name, text LG, font medium. And then I'm going to say sign in with Facebook. And now that I've actually kind of realized something, let's just use the logos that we're using this entire time instead of using these. You can obviously go ahead and use that, but I mean, I just think for simplicity, I'm now thinking like that a lot of you guys are, this is just, it's going to take away from the project. So let's just do that, and then let's just delete this one as well. So again, you can use whatever you want to use here. I'm not telling you what to do, but all I'm going to try to do here is make your life easier. So I'm going to use logos that you guys probably already have. So again, use whatever you guys want to use, but I'm going to use this. So I'm going to say Logoipsum. It's going to say any random one, so 262. Did I spell this wrong? Logoipsum. Oh, this is .svg. Okay, let's play this game again. I'm trying to find a logo. 270. All right, well, whatever. It doesn't even matter. You guys know what I'm trying to do here. So the next thing I need to figure out is why this is padding Y4. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so sign in with Facebook. Let's try to find a logo again. 292. Okay, that works for me. We need to figure out Flex Item Center PX10. Sign into bird. PY object cover. Let's yeah, so I'll do width 6. You don't need to do height 6. And then I believe Okay, so that is that. Leave this like this. That's correct. We are going to go ahead and then build out the. So go ahead and copy and paste this. Is what I want to say. And then do that. Do that. So we got 3. Here we have 5. So do this again, and then that. The last one, what we want to go ahead and do is we want to say, instead of this sign with Facebook, we want to say sign in with single sign in option. So right here, SSO, and we don't want to use an image. We want to use the user circle icon. So like this, class name, we'll do width 8 and height of 8. Like that. And then we want to go ahead and say, outside of this div here, we want to go ahead and say another div. So do div, class name, flex items center, do HR, class name width is going to be 1/2, the border is going to be gray 300, like this. And then I'm going to say div, class name, mx is going to be 4, say or. So we're trying to create this effect where the or is in the middle. Or, and then I'm going to say class, do the div again. So you can just copy and paste this again. And then paste it underneath. So we have this now. So you see where it says or. Then what I want to go ahead and do is underneath here, I want to do another div. So make sure you're outside this where it closes. Say div, class name pt of 6. And then I want to say div, class name text md, font medium. I'm going to say work email. Okay, got the text. So let me. Alright, I made a little slight mistake. So this needs to happen outside of this div. So make sure you're outside of here. I'm going to say this. So it says or. Then, okay, we need to figure out, we need to address why this is not. This should be px10. Let's see if I remove that. Okay, keep the px10, do width full. Okay, so that's all you gotta do, is change this to width full. On small screens, MD will do width 96. So, like that, okay? That looks good, or you can do width, you can do 1/3 for medium-sized screens. All right, let's do 1/3. I think 1/3 looks good. Yeah. It's a little bit bigger on, you guys can play around with it, change it as you guys like. You can do 2/5 if you want 40%. But yeah, I mean, that looks good. Then we want to create this right here. So underneath where it says work email, we want to go ahead and say an input. So let's say input here. Class name, it's going to be border. So make sure we have a closing input tag. So we'll just say border. I'm going to do padding Y of 2, MT of 2, padding L of 4. We're going to do a rounded, it's going to be full, justify, center. I'm going to do this in the column so you guys can see it. Rounded full. Then I'm going to do flex items center space x2 and then I'm going to do text MD. Okay, so next thing I want to do is I want to say width full as well. And you now see how it takes up the full width, which is good. Cool. Now, if I'm not mistaken, let me remove this width full. And let's say width full here. Let's see what this does. Okay, that didn't work. It's fine. We can go ahead and then put some text. So I'll style this in a second. So outside the class name, say type is equal to text, and then the placeholder is going to be name at company.com. Okay. Now the next thing we need to do is we want to, outside of this input, let's see what this looks like at first. Okay, this looks insane. I'm not sure why this is not width full. You see how it goes past that? I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to remove this margin left 4. Okay. Yeah, so that's all it was there, is you just got to remove the margin left 4, and then you'll be good. And then I also want this to be, I want the text to be, see? Okay. So remove the margin left 4, and then change it to this PL, or PX4 I should say, so that the name is a little off the wall there. And then we can, yeah, we can just use that, and that looks pretty good. So that's, make sure you have this right here. Okay, and then outside this input, I'm just going to say everything so it's tight. Outside this input here, we can say, actually 2 divs from the bottom, create another div, say class name, do P4. Let's do this so you guys can see P4, MT4, items, center, justify center, flex, we do BG, do ED, 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 like that. So it's like a gray. We do rounded full, and then I'm gonna do this color here, text, A19E9E. I'm gonna say font is gonna be semi-bold. And then I'm going to do continue. And there you go, it says continue. And now underneath this one, I want to go ahead and say another div. So again, two divs from the bottom. Say div, class name, text center, text SM, MT of 4. And then I'm just going to go ahead and copy and paste this text. And then that's going to wrap this up. So then I'm going to say and APOS, like that. And we now have the exact thing we're looking for. So yeah, you guys can go ahead and you know, do your thing with the icons and the logos and stuff. We can take a little bit of time, try to find some more. Let's do this one. Let's do 329. Okay, that one, and then we can do 327. That looks fine. 325. Okay, that one's not that visible. 323. Again, also not that visible. 298. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. So I'll use those ones. Alrighty. Nice. This page has been completed. Looks good. We can now go ahead and do the get bird for free page, which is going to be this one right here. And yeah, let's do that. So what I want to do is I want to close everything out. I want to go to app, create a new page. It's going to be called free. I'm going to say page.tsx. I'm going to say sfc. And then I'm going to create a component called free. I say hi, and now once I go and I click into try Bird for free, I should get redirected to a page called free. So I don't have this linking anywhere, unfortunately. I should have it here. And I do, okay, so right there where it says hi, that's good. So what you want to do here is we are going to go ahead and say, so this one's going to be a little bit different than anything we've done before, really. So I'm going to show you what I mean by exactly. So go to this website called BG Ibilic, I believe it's called, right here. So bg.ibilic.com, and what you can do is you pretty much can create gradients for your code just by so if you click preview, it will show you what it looks like, and you will have that gradient. So for what I was using, I ended up using this one in here, this preview, and we're gonna go ahead and use this. So go ahead and click copy code you can use any of them you want, but I'm using this one here. Click that, and then we're gonna type some classes out. So say class name, I'm gonna say relative, say h full. I'm gonna close this so you guys can see. And again, we're creating this page right here. This one that looks like this. So first things first, let's just import some stuff. So import link from next link, and then let's import the image from next image. Okay. Then we can say relative h full, width full. The background is going to be white, and then we're going to say get rid of this hi here. So say div, and then here is what we're going to say. We're going to say class name, and then you're going to paste whatever code you have just copied and pasted. So actually, I'm going to go ahead and remove this. So let's go back to this portion right here. So we just created the one div, says this, and then I'm going to paste it, and then I'm going to show you what we need to do. So should have everything that looks like this. So you have two identical classes, so you can remove the one right there and then remove the corresponding div. And then where it says class, what you can do is you can just say add the name to it, and you should be good to go right just with that. So that right there says absolute h full, width full, like that. And now if you go back to your server, you should have the gradient that you selected. Alrighty. Now, the next thing you want to do is you want to go right where this, I'm trying to make sure you guys can see this. So right here, so after this this arrow, it's gonna close, which is fine, just like that. And then go ahead and put your link. So say link, say class name, say absolute, do top 0, left 0, Z10, and then I want to say href is going to be that right there. We got a link, and then we can go ahead and just import our image. So I'm going to import the image from my Navbar. You guys can go use anything you want. So bird logo. So I'm just going to copy and paste this here. And I'm going to go to wherever we just were, which was the free page here. And I'm just gonna do this. Cool. And I'm actually gonna remove this link because it's not necessary. So we have our image, and we have it right there. And so when you click on it, it's gonna redirect you back to the home page. So that is very good. Again, I'm gonna make it so back here I have my logo up here in the top left, and then I have this gradient. All right, and make sure, yeah, just that is fine. Then underneath this link, I want to go ahead and say div class name flex call justify center, do items center rounded 40 pixels. And then I want to say close this out. So rounded 40 pixels. Say div class name flex items center justify center again. Here I want to do another div. Say class name, do padding 10. PG is going to be white. There's going to be a border. There's going to be a padding of 20. The width is going to be 5/6. We have MX Auto. We're going to have a rounded of 40 pixels. And have a Z of 10 and then an empty of 40. Alrighty, now do div class name MD text 4XL, and then inside the same, we're going to say text 3XL on anything else. It's going to be a width of 4/5. It's going to be centered with MX Auto. Say font medium, justify center. We're going to say flex, and then we're going to say text center. Record your first bird in seconds. Right there. Alrighty. Then, if we go ahead and continue developing, we are going to say, just underneath this div that we just created, I want to go ahead and say another div. So I'm going to say div class name py10 space y4. Say div class name border py4 rounded full, justify center is going to be flex item center. Then I want to use space x2. Okay, and now we can go ahead and just use any of the logos that we just created. In this case, it can be really anything. So I'm just going to say, I'll just go back to where I had the last component, which was in the sign-in page. Let's just grab any of the logos. Sign-in page, and then just go ahead and copy and paste this. Alrighty, okay, it looks like that. This looks a little crazy. I'm gonna fix this. This doesn't need to say Facebook. This can say logo. So just say logo. Alrighty, and then underneath this div, what we can do is we can go and let's move everything so that it's visible. Alrighty, underneath this div, we can go ahead and say div class name text LG font medium. I say sign in with Google. Alrighty, that's that. Then what we can do is we can copy and paste what we had in the previous section, which was the continue stuff. So let's go back to sign in, and we can go and take pretty much from here down wherever our work email is. So from here all the way down, we can take this flex items like that. And then underneath where it says sign with Google, and then outside of here, we can go ahead and just say this. And there you go. We have created the exact page. And obviously we don't actually have auth in this video, but I can make a video on that if that's what you guys want. But for right now, let's just keep it like this for UI, and then yeah, that's pretty much it right there. That's this page done, which leaves us with only one remaining page left to do, and it's actually going to be our contact sales page. So that's it's going to be this one right here. So let's go ahead and let's jump into this one right away.